Take over control. Anytime you leave me, aching in my bones. Morning to the evening, I'll give all of myself, even if it hurts like hell. You just love to watch me bleed. Rip my heart, give it a squeeze. Grip my lungs, won't let me breathe. No, you do it cause you like to see adrenaline run through my veins. Drink my tears like it's champagne, but I still love what you do to me. Insanity, what you do to me is insanity. What you do to me is insanity. What you do to me is insanity. Cutting up my soul, give away the pieces when you pull me close. Fall into the feeling, I'll give all of myself. Don't want anyone else. You just love to watch me bleed. Rip my heart, give it a squeeze. Grip my lungs, won't let me breathe. No, you do it cause you like to see adrenaline run through my veins. Drink my tears like it's champagne, but I still love what you do to me. Insanity, what you do to me is insanity. What you do to me is insanity. Yeah, it's insanity. What you do to me, how you watch me bleed. No, it's not heavenly. Yeah, it's insanity. What you do to me, how you watch me bleed, but it's perfect for me. Insanity. You just love to watch me bleed. Rip my heart, give it a squeeze. Grip my lungs, won't let me breathe. No, you do it cause you like to see adrenaline run through my veins. Drink my tears like it's champagne, but I still love what you do to me. Insanity, it's insanity. What you do to me, how you watch me bleed. No, it's not heavenly. Yeah, it's insanity. What you do to me, how you watch me bleed, but it's perfect.
you run for cover. Next time let the giant slumber. They wanna keep me down. No amount of your words can humble. That spirit that refused to crumble. Got the roaring line reduced to mumbles. 2 a.m. on first. Imitate vultures how they lurk. 10 toes with it, I'm out of eye with you, boy. Challenge the best with your worst. This is my turf. Way I move is inertia. Can't be stopped, it's unheard of. From the dirt, sweat got my feet muddy. Spin my wins, they might search you. On my word, path took plenty turns. It broke my confidence in cursive. When submerged, I found resolving my purpose and tell you about it back on surface. I survived. I survived. Ever been lost in the woods, praying that it don't get dark? Ooh. Ever been in a situation couldn't win, but you still had heart? Yeah, if you anything like me, evolve from chum to shark, the hunger starts to grow apart you didn't know you had. It's like that, flip the switch, turn it up, and I'm giving the gas. I lock it in on free, adrenaline double my percent. Made a home in the unknown, I swear I never fear again. I got ice in my blood, big enough to down this shit. I don't care how bad it get, I got 10 toes down, don't forget, I survived. I survived. When you on the brink, and you in too deep, when you feeling weak, when it's hard to breathe, you gon' take a knee? Never. You gon' keep it G forever. Stand up and face whatever. I'm built unique, I'm better than the hard times I've seen. Crime scene, obscene, face the ugly, cover up like Maybelline. Had uncertainty and urgency, cut from me like surgery. Formed again more sturdily, personally. I don't see nobody stopping me. I don't see nobody topping me. I don't see nobody honestly. I run you over if that's what it's gotta be. And it's gotta be what I look like, having fear still haunt me. What I look like, having regret haunt me. Pay that price, I don't care what it cost me. All my life been me against the army. I'ma push the red button on them like Atari. I'm big dog with a human like a Maltese. See more fall off than 03 tall. Tees, not sorry for the way I am. Learn to ball them up with no one holding your hand. Never back down, never hide in the sand. If you ain't hear the message, let me say it again. Yo, let me say it again. I survived. I survived. I survived. I survived. I survived.
Barely breathing, don't let go. Hear the whispers, listen close. I know you've never strayed from the fold, but that's how freedom begins. Bended knees and broken bones, a bleeding heart never bleeds alone. I am one of many cries. We are far from the ashes. Rise up, break the cage, be the lion, be the storm, be the strike of the lightning. Rise with the dawn, rage like the sun. This is what we came for. Revolution. Burn your bridges, make your choice. Fight your demons, raise your voice. They're only silent if we're making noise. So let the battle begin. Bended knees and broken bones, a bleeding heart never bleeds alone. I am one of many cries. We are far from the ashes. Rise up, break the cage, be the lion, be the storm, be the strike of the lightning. Rise with the dawn, rage like the sun. This is what we came for. Yeah, I was undercover, wrote me off like the others, but I had secrets inside. You didn't pay attention, like an experiment. No, you're gonna pay for your crimes. I'll change your perspective, I'll teach you a lesson. Look at me now. Oh, look at me now. Try to take me down. Lost but now found. Used to be the victim in the dead of night, but I can be a villain in the moonlight. Look at me now. In the moonlight. I'll make it my mission. Oh yeah, I'll have you wishing you could go back in time to never test my limits. Nothing you say will fix it. I'm too out of my mind. You're riding high, but I've got you this time. Oh, look at me now. Oh, look at me now. Try to take me down. Lost but now found.
Alright, guys, welcome back to the Esports Club Community Clash. We are in the lower bracket round 2. First matchup of the day is Infamous against G2R. I'm Kaka. With me is, as always, Madness. Madness, what are we feeling about this game today? It's going to be very exciting, I suppose.
Yeah, it's actually going to be very exciting, as you did say so yourself. G2R also do have a substitution. Hammy will be playing in the ADC role, so that's going to add to the more spice that is up in this matchup. Infamous 2.0 have come with a vengeance because they want to prove that they should have made it into, the upper bracket finals after what they did against Kakao Gaming. But yeah, that's how it is right now. Let's go and take a look at the event schedule and see how we got till here right now. 25th December to the 7th of Jan was registration. Open calls were 8 to 9 to get the 4 teams other than the 4 Rift Ruler top teams that were already invited to the tournament. Main event started on the 11th, and now we are here in the lower bracket round 2 to see who faces off tomorrow in the lower bracket round 3 instead. And then on Sunday on the grand finals will be on the January 19th to see who will be facing against Asterix to try and win the majority of the prize pool of that 150,000.
Yeah, I mean, speaking of prize pool, let's just have a look at that as well. Fourth place 30k, third place 40k, second place is 80,000 INR, and first is of course 150,000. That's 50% of the prize pool right there. We already have one of our finalists, as always. It is Asterisk, who have logged in at least 80,000 INR. Now today, whoever wins will be moving to the lower bracket round 3. That's going to be pretty interesting as well. Both the series we have today, the winners will be facing each other in lower bracket round 3. So one of those teams, of course, will be moving in to face the other upper bracket finalist, that was Kakao Gaming. And as you said correctly at the start of the stream, Madness, Infamous could have been there. They had a really great game. Crixus was 11-0-3 on the Jinx and was looking all set to carry the game, but then a cheeky backdoor coming in from the side of Kakao Gaming. And those are the sort of games where Kakao Gaming really do flourish, right? Whenever they have a very bloody game, very obnoxious game, that's how a scrappy game rather, and that's how they get their wins as well. They are a very solid team, but that was really sad to watch for the side of Infamous. And let's look at the top 5 summoners as well. Most of these guys have played more than the likes of Asterisk and everything, but look at Catbot right there, 58 kills, 32 deaths. Infi sitting at 54 kills at only 21 deaths. Booyah, who will be playing later today in the other series, 50 kills and 21 deaths. And then Dragoon, 47 kills, 29 deaths. He has been pretty solid for his new team. Last but not the least, Angels Lotus, who we do think has been shaky so far, but here he is in the top 5 again.
Yeah, even that just shows you this man, even with the shaky performance, is still making the top 5. Notably, 3 out of these 5 people are from Team Asterix, showing you why they have made it to the upper bracket and they have these kind of star players in the team, especially Catbot and Infi did put in a showing yesterday, did not leave anything to chance. Infi on that Elise was excellent. Catbot on the Kiana was another story. He did sometimes get a bit ahead and then throw away a bit of that lead early on, trying to catch out more members, but in the end of the day, his team ends up winning the game, so all is forgiven at the end. And he did have 2 MVPs to his name as well in that series.
Yeah, the 2 MVPs, and then I don't know how many solo kills he had in the Silas game, in the Kiana game as well, killing his opposition Savage, who was playing the Silas himself in game 2. So it was just a huge mid difference, honestly, in the previous series, but then Savage will be picking up the pieces hopefully in the next round. But for today, Infamous versus G2R, Hammy is going to be playing again. Always a delight to watch him. What are your predictions for this series before we jump into Chap Select?
Well, I have a prediction for game 1. If they don't ban that Irelia, Hammy's going to use that again, as this time as an ADC that he has done before in the previous tournament, and they did end up winning that game spectacularly for their fashions. I hope Infamous learned from the mistakes that the opponents of G2R did in the last matchup, and exactly what we're talking about, the Irelia ban instantly coming out from the side of Infamous to finally the teams are listening to us, Kaga.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, I think it shouldn't be given to him. We speak about it in Lens always. Whenever he gets it, I think he has a 100% win rate. And when he's not playing the Irelia, it's 100% ban rate. So that says a lot. Very nice of Infamous 2.0 to ban that champion. Udyr is going to follow suit as well. Hoka looked pretty great on the Udyr actually. Had a MVP level performance himself, so that's cool to see as well. And Echo and MF ban, I don't associate Echo with Termi at all. I don't think I have seen him play too much, but that's going to get banned as well, along with the Oriana, which Hammy had brought out last time around. So that is leaving his Yasu open, his Yone is open as well, so I think that's going to be pretty interesting to watch.
Yeah, even though his Yasuo was left open the last time also, it wasn't the performance that he exactly wanted out of that champion. He did end up losing. That's the one match that G2R did go down in. So now the second after that game, he brought out the order. So that's what Infamous is looking at, the win cons of G2R, and they're trying to ban those out. And instantly the Gwen lockup comes in after the Nocturne ban coming out from G2R's side. So now Gwen is there on the in the jungle, maybe in Dragoon's hands, and we'll yet to see what G2R try to answer back with. It was shown to us that Hammy would be playing the ADC role, but it looks like he is in the mid at the end of the day. And this hover, it's the lock-in of the Yi for Hoka over here, Kaga.
Yeah, I am very confused about that pickup. Gwen, of course, to deny it from Hoka, but then again, it's the Indian meta. The Gwen jungle really works for our team, so why not? But the Mastery is very, very interesting. The Galio is going to come in as well to support the Mastery and provide him with the shields and CC right there. So not too bad, but again, I don't think picking Mastery that early. The other team can always pick a lot of CC to deal with that champion. Just not a good champion at all for a pro scene. But hey, what do we know? Maybe it is one of those Mastery games from solo queue in silver where the Mastery is 36-1 or something like that. So we'll keep an eye on that pickup for sure. But speaking about the ADC now, the Caitlyn has been locked in. So this should be the mid pickup for Termi right here. I really hope he doesn't play the Silas against Galio. It's not a good matchup. It looks like the Nico is going to come in. Again, flexible, can go mid, can go ADC. I really like that pickup coming in from the side of Infamous.
Yeah, as you said, can go mid, can go support. It does play a bit of mind games as well with G2R. It seems that we were talking about the Yasuo left open. That's exactly what's getting hovered by Unto Death Hammy over here on the side of G2R. And shortly, I think that's going to be locked in, especially with the Galio combo that you can go for on that side. But no, it's going to be the Severe that gets locked in as the ADC. We don't usually see many Severe games at this stage, but yesterday in one of the games that was played off stream, Severe was doing good work for the side of Infamous, and they were working it out to their complete win condo there on Crixus' side. Crixus did have a phenomenal jinx, as you did say before. Let's see what he can do on this Caitlyn, and let's see what the second round of banning goes for. Aatrox is the first one to meet the bans over here for the side of G2R, and the Rel is obliterated by the side of Infamous. You can't pair that up no longer with the Receiver, and it's left to see what the rest two bans are over here.
Yeah, I have a feeling that might be Galio's support as well. I mean, it is flexible, but I really don't like what I'm seeing from G2R so far. Really low range champions against a Caitlyn, against a Nico who can, who is so good against these melee sort of champions. Because you press R, they all come in, and then you get a great ultimate in. So I would not have liked to see the Sivir pick up an Ezreal or something else. Would have been just better there. So we'll have to see what goes around there. Infamous 2.0, as you rightly said, banning the Rel right there. So another support ban should follow up. No, it's going to be the Darius actually. And for the side of G2R, Mod and Aatrox ban, but the Maokai has been left open, which Argus does prefer to pick. So keep an eye on that one as well. That might get picked up, or some sort of engaged tank. Mostly Maokai actually might get picked up right here. So let's see what happens. And here this should be the top pickup coming in, and there you go, the Malphite comes in. So again a melee champion, again a very heavy engaged sort of a champion coming in against a Nico. Nico is just a great champion to play into the sort of engage that G2R is bringing right now. So so far I think Infamous is just dominating this draft.
Yeah, definitely. I've been dominating. You don't usually see a Yi or a Severe getting picked up this. Rammus gets locked in for the side of Infamous too. Oh, look at their team already. They just look so deadly. Just looking at just those four members. And the last pickup is supposed to be coming here. We'll get to know that Nico is a flex very soon enough. At this point, we're going to see what Shuvo has been hovering here for his team. It's going to be the Braum pickup, so that Nico is going in the middle lane, and Shuvo will be playing with the Caitlyn in the bot side. Now it's up to see what G2R answers with. Was this a Galio support that was locked in, or were they flexing in their mind, just trying to play some mind games? They do have good CC in the form of the Galio and the Severe, but there's going to be a lot used to protect the Z as well, because that E will be left open. Anytime he goes in, just the instant Nico ult will change a lot of the dynamics of what he can do in team fight. So it's up to see what they can balance out with it. It seems that we have a pause in the draft because we have gone off the screen over. But yeah, just talking about the draft so far, G2R side is just not looking that convincing, like you said, Kaka.
Yeah, but so far I think Infamous just have such a great draft. They have a great matchup into the Malphite in the Gwen. Nico should be relatively fine, can farm up with her Qs, so she should be fine as well. I'm just hearing from production that one of the players from G2R has disconnected, so we will be making the lobby pretty soon. But just talking about the draft, the Rammus, into Mastery is a classic. The Mastery can't do anything once the Rammus has Thornmail, Randwins, all these armor items. The Mastery essentially kills himself when he's trying to hit the Rammus. So that's a very, very hard counter, and that's why we did say, don't pick the Mastery so early on. It does not make any sense. The Gwen is flexible, can go into the jungle role, can go towards the top side as well. Sometimes people play it mid lane as well. So it's a very flexible champion, and it looks like G2R just got baited in by that pickup, and the Rammus is a master stroke. Even the Braum as well, right? You have 3 melee champions against you, and the Sivir who is so short range as well. So the Braum works perfectly fine. And so far, Infamous 2.0 looking like they have just smashed the door out of this draft, and it's going to be really hard for G2R if Infamous can just put their game plan onto the paper.
Yeah, absolutely. The draft just from the draft itself completely one-sided towards the side of Infamous 2.0. Played a masterclass with this draft, and especially the side of G2R first picking the E. Definitely not on the books for any team at this stage of the game. We don't usually even see Masters, let alone first picking it. So that just
It
throws a
was
lot.
picked. It was picked only to counter the Gwen, and that Gwen has gone towards the top side of the map. Uh,
Yeah, so
yeah,
that just throws. That's what happens when you have a flex pick. It can go anywhere
exactly.
that you do see fit. So that's how you play with it, and you don't want to go try to hard counter it instantly over there. The Malphite, at least at the Galio, will provide some CC, retribution for the side of G2R, but I don't think that will be enough. It depends on how they play. The Severe is, as you said, very short range against these kind of champions. Going to be facing a very, very tough dive. I don't understand honestly why it was also locked in, given how the comp was coming out. It just maybe something that G2R had in mind, maybe for the later stages of the game. Remember, guys, this is fearless draft. Any champions that are played now will not be available to the same teams in game 2, but the opposing teams can choose to steal them for themselves. And yeah, we're just waiting for that last member of G2R to rejoin the game so that we continue the draft. The draft will be the same, just the last pick is remaining just to be seen. So we already have pretty much of an idea of how it is looking draft-wise. And as we both have said, Infamous to look like they have blown it out of the water.
Yeah, I mean, they have been really good at the drafts. The only surprise that we can get right now is maybe the E and Galio go towards that bot side of the map, and then we have a new jungler coming in, but that's very highly unlikely, I would say, even if it goes towards the bot side. What do you think the Sivir is already picked, so never mind. What I'm saying does not even matter. I totally forgot about that. But had that happened, Caitlyn would just, dominate that lane regardless. So, yeah, I mean, just waiting for that last pickup to come in, but I'm not too sure how that's going to help at all.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't think it's going to make that much of a difference. Either way you want to pick it up right now, the Galio can still be flexed into the bot side, right? And the Yasuo can still come out mid for the side of Hammy, depending on how they want to play it out. Maybe that's the only win con they're thinking of, that Hammy on this Yasuo can end up carrying it, but it still seems like a very hard job, especially when you're melee against that kind of a comp.
Yeah.
What do you end up
even
doing?
if he picks, even if, sorry to cut you off, even if he picks the Yasuo or Yone, and that's another melee champion into the Rammus. Do you really want to play Yasuo or Yone into the Rammus? I don't think so. So that's the worry for them now. That Rammus pickup against the Master E, against all of these melee champion, it's a master stroke. We don't see Rammus too much because it's a very, very situational pick. But in this game specifically, I don't mind it at all. You're playing against the Malphite, you're playing against the Sivir, you're playing against the Master E. It makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, it seems like this is the perfect situation where you will be picking out this kind of a niche pick, and very master stroke by Infamous to actually go through with it, and they do pick that up for themselves, and their draft looks so well rounded, absolutely, from all sides. The Gwen on the top will be having a good time as well against someone like Malphite, with him just cutting down with the scissors. The Caitlyn range that we will be seeing his hand, he's been doing a phenomenal job as the ADC for Infamous, so yet to see continue seeing greater things from him. And maybe this time, even though he doesn't go, if he goes deathless, he won't end up losing the game like he did in game 3 against Kakao Gaming. Felt very sad for the man given the performance that he put in over there.
Yeah, that's just a one-off. It can happen to anyone. We have all been victims of, getting backdoored, the annoying support canceling all our recalls and everything. So that was a good plan coming in from the side of Kakao Gaming. But that's about the only team that can pull it off, along with Asterisk. I don't think we are going to see that. I think we are going to see a lot of 5v5s. And I think we are going to see a very nice game, regardless of how the draft has gone. It is going to be a very close matchup between these two teams. Again, Infamous 2.0 has beaten Phoenix Gaming as well in the upper bracket previously.
Yeah.
They were the ones actually who sent Phoenix Gaming towards that bot side of the bracket. So Infamous, no slouches either. Again, giving a run for their money to Kakao Gaming as well, who has been undisputed second best team in our region so far. So Infamous is here to play, and they have been improving gradually. Getting these new players in, getting Dragoon back, getting Suwot to play that support. The Argus has coming to play the top lane, and both the brothers are playing the mid lane and ADC like they used to in the old times as well. So it's a lot of throwback sort of a team, but they are pretty good, and Looking at the draft, can you really doubt them at all?
Yeah, it just seems like a lot of experience given that draft. This is a team that started coming together at least like 2 or 3 tournaments back from like a lot of old players coming together to form their own team essentially, and slowly they have been getting better completely as a team, and this is where you see them at the pinnacle and the peak, sending Phoenix Gaming, a previous champion of one of the 50k tournament, of two of the 50k tournaments to be precise, to the lower brackets and at the same level where they are at right now. And as you said, against Kakao Gaming, taking them all 3 games, just a bit lucky with that backdoor in the third game where they ended up losing, coming down here. So G2R will have a tough time against, especially when they're locking in a comp like this against an experienced team like Infamous. So it might be a very rough starting game for the series for the side of G2R and the Pakistani boys, and it's yet to be left to desire to see what kind of picks they're going for essentially, and what kind of IGLing is going behind the scenes.
Yeah, 100%. Now, while we connect back to the lobby, let's look at the bracket and see how we got here and what we have in store for the future days as well. That's going to be tomorrow and the day after. As you can already see, upper bracket quarterfinals, Asterix versus G2R. That was a 2-0. We did see that match. That was pretty one-sided. Old Gods against Heaven Remix. Old Gods just a really good team right now. Even took a game of Asterisk in the upper bracket semifinals as well. Kakao Gaming versus Helakami Esports, who are actually out of the tournament after losing to Phoenix Gaming in LB round 1. And I'm getting a word that the champ select is ready, so we won't be wasting any more time, and let's get back into it and see what the last pick from the side of G2R is going to be in this one. Again, the same man's, the same pickup till the last pick. So let's see what happens.
Yeah, definitely, and this will give some time to. This has given G2R a lot of time to honestly think about this last pick for themselves. They've had a bit of breathing room, but I don't think even if they had an infinite amount of time, they can come up with the perfect pick given the kind of comp they have selected, and especially the kind of comp that Infamous 2.0 have already locked in for themselves. This Gwen pick in the first pick was a masterclass, given that they thought the E was the one that could counter it. The E gets countered by Dragoon on this Rammus for himself. Termi will be locking in that Nico, as we have seen as it going on. So we're just going to try and go as fast as we can towards the last pick for them, G2R. So any idea what Kaka, what kind of big G2R can actually look to maybe try and balance out this comp?
Yeah, I'm not too sure. They need someone to some sort of a pickup to bail the team out, but I don't think that sort of a pick exists after picking so many melee champions into the Rammus and Nico. So whatever it is, it's going to have to be game changing for the side of G2R. So let's see. It could be a mid pick, it could be a support pick. Those are the only 2 roles that are left so far. Maybe something like an Azir, would be nice. That could kill the front line, could disengage from the heavy engage that is coming from the side of Infamous. But except for that, I really don't see anything that is going to be game changing for the side of G2R.
And the long anticipated last pick has come upon us right now. It's up in the hands of Coinflicker what they want to do, and it looks like with this Cas pick, that's definitely going to be the Galio. Galio with him in the support role, or will they're going to go with the Malphite Severe combo? No, it's going to be honestly the Galio Severe combo with them in the bot side. Hades is going to go top against the Gwen. Is going to be having a rough time against the Sister Girl as well, and just looking a bit more like a rank comp from side G2R if you exclude the Malphite and the Galio picks.
Yeah. 100% as you said. Then I mean, whenever you see a mastery, you think it's some low elo silver game going on. I think I have made it pretty vocal how much I don't like to see mastery in a competitive setting, especially blind coming in. So we won't be speaking too much about that, but the draft has been logged in. This is going to be a game 1 for Infamous 2.0 versus G2R. Of course, the winner moves on, the loser is out of the tournament. So high stakes yet again, and that is what lower bracket is all about, right? You get one more lifeline, one more chance, and this is their chance. If either of these teams lose 2 games, they are out of the tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. If they lose 2 games, they are out. They are out of the running. G2R have started the lower bracket run from round 1, while Infamous are coming in right here, right now, after losing to Kakao in the upper bracket semi-finals. So they've had G2R have already started. They're still in the momentum of pushing up lower bracket, while Infamous unfortunately find themselves in this spot against it. But that being said, Infamous's draft looking very, very strong. This Nico is going to be causing some havoc, as well as this Ramus, which will be countering a lot. The Suvo Brom pick is always one of the classics for this man, as long with the Caitlyn, that range will be doing damage. And it's very hard to actually reach her unless that Malphite does go in onto her. And then also you have a lot
Yeah.
of disengage in the form of the Ramus, the Brom. There's a lot that you can use to save your ADC as well at the end of the day. And it's honestly going to be up to see what the Severe with that low range will be able to do on the side of G2R, and how that bot lane in the first 5 minutes goes around. And Hades has to honestly play a bit safer on the safer side of the top side, even though we've seen a lot of matches so far, even in the top, when one person's at a disadvantage, they still like to go in for the fights, even if they end up giving that very crucial first blood over to their opponents.
Yeah, 100%. And we will look out for the feats as well, right? As it has forced the teams to play a bit more aggressive, not like we needed it in our region anyway, where we see like a ton of kills at 20 minutes, 25 minutes. But feats has been a very refreshing change. I think they are changing it in the next patch, making it the first to 3 kills instead of first blood itself. And sort of a solo queue change coming in. But yeah, speaking about this game, it is very, very important that these guys take the game one, because that just puts a lot of pressure onto the other team. So Infamous versus G2R, I think we have all been waiting for the lower bracket to start. I think these matches are very, very interesting. Whenever Asterisk plays, it's just a very one-sided matchup. So these matches are the ones that we look forward to the most. And Hammy coming in again against Kermi. I have seen this matchup before as well, years ago, and it is very nice to see it come in once again.
Yeah, from a bit of blast from the past coming here on the stage right now. Now Hammy will be running that cast in his hand. We haven't been seeing him play this champion. We've seen the Yas, the Oriana, and the Aurelia so far, at least in the main event side in this tournament from this man. He does play a very mean Yone as well, but given how the comp is, they needed a bit of that range of the fangs of the Cassiopeia to maybe do something eventually in the situation that has befallen them after a bit of a disaster draft coming on the side from the side of the G2R boys. But yeah, but this is all the practicality, all theory basically. It's going to be what actually happens on the Rift, what they actually go for the level 5. A lot of the Pakistan teams do like to be a very aggressive level 1 onwards, right? They like to go very forward, and maybe now because of the feats of strength, it will even incentivize them even further to try and capture the first blood for themselves and maybe get that upper foot on their opponents.
Yeah, 100%. As you say that, let's find out what happens, as we are going to jump into this game one between Infamous 2.0 and G2R. And speaking of level ones, actually, G2R has been a victim in 2 of the last 3 matches that they had played, losing the first blood. Hammy getting caught towards the bot side, Kubeb, that is the ADC of the team, getting caught towards the bot side as well. So if you remember that had happened as well. But no shenanigans in this one. Standard start for all these guys coming in. Both the junglers, it looks like, will be starting towards the top side of the map and matching. Now, well, probably meeting at the scuttle crab that spawns in the bottom side river. Just looking at the runes here, uh, nothing fancy going on from either of them, very standard. So that's nice to see. Lots of TPs, not many ignites coming in, just the one on Galio. As Ramus is going to get spotted trying to ward the enemy red, so he has an idea what's going on. uh, but while doing so, he gives his position away. So now G2R has an idea as well where the Ramus is starting. As you can see, Hammy has placed the ward on the enemy Raptor as well to get a clearer picture of what is happening.
Yeah, they will be doing a nice with the wards. Hammy taking a bit of damage on the top side. The Malphite was waiting in the push just for that Gwen to walk up to him so he can get a bit of chip damage with his Q. The Shuvo is walking dangerously for his Q, going completely wide of the opponents there. He burns his bone plating at the end of the day, and looks like it's a pretty much even Stevens in the wave. Unfortunately, another pause has come on, but as you can see, the Ramus has started in the top side of his jungle, so we'll be going from top to bot while he's on his own Gromp right now, so we'll be going from bot to top, and Rammus will be maybe spotted on that ward when he walks down, given that ward was placed very late by Hammy, so it will be there with significant amount of time. Rammus and he have already finished their buffs and will be walking up. If we can just talk about the lanes, both are looking pretty much equal. If you can see the waves status, it's only the top side that's looking a bit more topsy-turvy in the sense of who's trying to still try and get the upper hand over there, because other lanes are still looking pretty much equal in the level of uh, or a little equal in the levels of health as well as XP and CS right now.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, you rightly called everything off right there. Anyway, it looks like Caitlyn is going to get the push advantage right here as we unpause the game and go back. The Q is going to miss from Shu of melee range. You don't see that too often, but Krix is headshotting the poor Galio as Suo and Krixus are going to hit level 2 first. That's going to be stun. Why has Galio not flashed yet? There you go. He does it when the trap is placed. Very well played from the bot lane of Infamous 2.0, realizing they were going to hit the level 2 marker first and making the Galio burn his flash instantly.
Yeah, especially after those procs of the Braum passive were on to him. Once he gets stunned, he knows the trap's coming on, and then he's choosing to burn his flash. On the top side, Gwen has pushed his wave in pretty deep as well against the Malphite. The Yi will be making up his way up shortly after getting up his camps. Galio is taking quite a beating. The taunt does land from the Galio as well, but he's stunned up. There is no trap that was placed underneath him, otherwise that would have been a certain death for him. And the Severe is putting on the pressure as well on the backside of it. You can see that Crixus and Shuvo Duo have gone to around a quarter of their HP. Shuvo is now healing up with his health pots. In the meantime, in the mid lane, it's pretty much equal. Even Stevens on the top of CS. The Gwen in the top side has to be worried because they know the Mastery is currently at the top side of his match. Look at this. Ramus is trying to come
this
in
could
for
be a dive. Yeah, this could be a dive
like
towards
that
the
potential,
bot
but
side.
no, it looks like Ramus has completely ignored it. Will not be going further. He's just waiting in case the members of G2R do push up. He's still standing there, so it looks like he's going to go in or he flashes for it. The taunt does come in, and it's going to be looking like a clean escape. But Shuvo is burning down. The last stick of the ignite from the Galio does claim the life. It's the support killing each other, but more crucially, it's Infamous getting the first blood for themselves.
Yeah, 100%. Getting that feed stack already. The kill went on to the Galio, and on the other side, you know, the Ramus took it, so that's pretty good. Suvo there getting the aggro. I'm not too sure how he got the aggro when the Ramus had flash Eid right there. But regardless, I think it's a great trade for the side of Infamous, you know, punishing the flashless Galio under his own turret. Even if Suo ends up dying for it, I think it's completely worth it since the kill went to the Galio. And yeah, advantage towards the side of Infamous in terms of feats of strength already.
Yeah, and that's a big advantage for them, and they give up their life of only their support instead of that. So support's thanks to supports. Ram is getting a kill in his pocket. He has backed already once, picked up a pickaxe for himself.
Yeah.
Looks like Ramus will be getting his red buff finally at the end of the day.
I think he gets a plated steel caps completer or he gets a bramble vest. Let's see what he decides to make. There you go, the bramble vest, and the boot is out along with the cloth armor as well. So already good luck killing that guy. The only Cassiopeia might have enough damage. Looks like Malphite is going to go for the AP route in this game, trying to one-shot the back line. That's a very risky maneuver coming in since he is, you know, one of the tanks that is who is going to be responsible in killing the Kate while, you know, tanking his damage as well. As Argus trades towards the top side, another Q is going to come in, not going to connect. The Q from Braum connects. The shield is maybe too late from the side of Sivir. The dragon has already been started from the side of G2R. That's another stack coming in. One of the stacks coming in, you know, as you need 3 epic monsters. The information has been given away towards the side of Infamous that the dragon has been taken away, and the grubs are going to spawn in the next 15 seconds. So expect a team fight around that as well.
Yeah, definitely, and you can see that Galio has already come for his roam, but the Brom is now backing, now trying to make his way over there. Ramos was trying to go into the he baits him into the fight because he knows the Galio is close by. Galio goes in, now Ramos is stuck in no man's land, gets taunted up. This looks like a very dead jungler just when the grubs are spawning for the side of G2R, and they will be able to be picking up maybe all three of these and then getting two out of those three epic monsters for themselves to try and counter that first blood that Infamous did manage to pick up in the the first dive that was done on the bot side. Brom is walking up here, but I don't think you can do much. Here comes Argus. The ult has been channeled, but there comes the Malphite with
Oh,
his
watch
ult
out
at
for the
back of it.
Nico ultimate.
Three-man ult does land, but the Gwen ends up going down. So does the Brom. The Nico is the only one who does survive. Rammus is still coming in here, hopefully maybe trying to deny at least one of the grubs. He does taunt up the Cassiopeia. The Cassiopeia is going very low, does end up falling down. It looks like the members of G2 are
Just hit the
There's so
Malphite,
much
Dragoon.
armor. There's so much armor in the hands of the Rammus. He can't do anything. But the flash power from the Malphite does claim the kill, but Termi gets a big shutdown of himself. That was a lot going on. He flashes forward, trying to get to the Malphite. Malphite has a sliver of the
Oh,
HP,
one
but
more
he's going to be
shot.
making out of it, out of here alive. The red buff is just not about enough to get the final take onto the Cassiopeia flash, would call TPing into the mid lane. But at the end of the day, G2R does pick up all three grubs after that messy kind of fight went down. They already have one Drake to themselves, so two out of the three epic monsters that has been claimed for them. And looks like Galio is putting a lot. Shuvo has been chucked down pretty much by a lot of his HP, just trying to walk in here and get some vision for himself deep into the jungle of G2R.
Yeah, and let's try to get a replay of that fight as well, since it was a pretty extended one. Dragoon getting caught towards the Raptor. Termi comes in, lands a beautiful three-man ultimate on the Nico, killing the Galio off instantly right there. Look at that beautiful ultimate from Termi. But then Hammy is there as well, uses his own ultimate to petrify two of the members from the side of Infamous. As we saw in picture, Suo did end up going down, but the fight continues. Termi and Dragoon should just be hitting the Malphite right here. He is very, very squishy. I think that was a mistake. Flash comes in from the side of Malphite, finishing off Dragoon not before Termi kills the Mastery himself. And he goes 2-0 and 100 goal bounty, doing relatively well in terms of um, creep score, as well as Suo is already 0-3. Not the best game so far from his side. Has the Boots of Swiftness completed, is going to lurk around this mid side, clear mid side, and clear the vision for his mid laner. In terms of items, Proto Belt going to come out pretty soon for the side of Nico. Thornmail as expected for the Rammus, and Blade of the Ruin King for the Mastery.
Yeah, that's game picked up, but here Malphite is going digital. The Gwen second ult does not connect onto him, so he will.
I think
still have a
Malphite
bunch
could
of
kill
HP.
Argus here if Argus steps up
Can
too
go
far.
in because the Malphite does have his ultimate, especially what he can
Yeah.
go for. He is maybe looking for. That's why exactly what the Gwen is backing right now. Has the TP to come back into lane, and that's the option that he's looking for. At the end of the day, bot side, you can see that the Caitlyn is up in CS 6 CS compared to the Severe, but it's a big difference in CS numbers of the Cass and the Nico 10 up for the Cass right now. But that's after Nico was fighting quite a bit. She did end up burning her flash trying to catch the Malphite after the Grubs fight and was not successful. There was
Yeah.
a flash burn, but essentially nothing at the end of the day over there. So he will be regretting that quite a bit. But now you can see that Malphite is trying to get as much damage onto Argus right now before he has to maybe TP back to his own lane. He has gone for many backs after starting, but he's still quite a bit up in camps compared to the Rammus right now. Rammus does have his raids and his red buff up that he wants to take, and they was delayed in his pathing because of that first dive he did on the bot side over there. Drake coming up in 30 seconds time. I believe it's a Hex Tech Drake as well, so the teams will be trying to fight for this, especially G2R, because if they secure this, they will get one of those feats of strength in the term of the three epic monsters.
Yeah, and I mean, look at the items as well, though, right? The first items have started to come in. It looks like the Malphite is going for the Malignance. Nashers, of course, for the side of Gwen, pretty standard. Proto Belt has been completed for the side of Nico. Thornmail for Rammus. Uh, Blade of the Ruin King for the side of Mastery. And Seraph's Embrace also picked up for Hammy on this Cassiopeia, who has been farming pretty well. 98, 99, make that 100 CS at 10 minutes, as Dragoon has taken uh, The blast cone has jumped in, will go in, but he might just get burned down by this Cassiopeia. That's exactly what's going to happen as Nico Ults finds two. The Master E, but the Malphite is here. He had the TP advantage. He made it count. Uses a beautiful ultimate, and Crixus might end up going down to the Master E as well. That's going to be a double kill for him. 4, 1, and 3 already on this Master E, and that's going to be a one stack of the feats of strength for the side of G2R, who have now picked up all three uh, objectives on the map. That's going to be 2 dragons and 3 grubs for them, and that was a disaster for the side of Infamous.
Absolute disaster for them side. They looked like they could maybe try and come in for it once the dragon was started up by, but a nice Nico all gets 2 members, but was just not enough for them. He's not getting most of the backline. The Cassiopeia was free to hit over here. Nice gas all, but was blocked by Shuvo as well. Galio saves himself with his own ultimate. Here comes the Yi. A nice Malphite ultimate. Gets 3 members in the backside. Once Termi and Caitlyn are locked up with the Braum like that, not much you can do. The Yi's allowed to free hit. Essentially goes into the Caitlyn. Caitlyn cannot do anything there. That's 4 members going down for the side of Infamous. They lose the Drake as well. They couldn't have to fight for the next 3 grubs, so they don't give all the first initial jungle objectives to the side of G2R. And when we were doubting a bit on the picks of G2R right now, at least early game wise, they are doing pretty fine, especially with the Malphite still going AP. So he's doing a lot of damage with his ultimate when he's trying to launch himself in the backlines.
Yeah, I mean, I still don't like the draft coming in from G2R, but if you can make it work, it really does not matter, right? Hammy playing really well on that Cassiopeia, always finding the target. Just he is the one who's burning the Rammus so quickly, and once the Rammus is dead, the Master E gets full access towards that backline, as we already saw. Him running behind the Caitlyn and trying to finish her off, getting the double kill for himself. And yeah, TP advantage as well. Argus did not have his TP available to him, and the Malphite did, and he came and landed his ultimate onto 3 people, and that was that. That was the wrap up for the team fight and feats of strength stack for the side of G2R.
Yeah, absolutely. And it was a bit of also Termi not getting the crucial members of G2R side lockdown with his ultimate when he did.
He did get the Master E right there, but again, Rammus was grounded miasma onto him, so Rammus could not use his ultimate to get the Master E, taunt him, and then finish him off. So yeah, he did get the ultimate, but as you said, not into enough members. They need to try to focus the Cassiopeia down first, and then move on to the other targets.
Because the Casio was a bit on the peripheral of the ultimate, gets his own ultimate off. That does a lot there to delay enough time for the Malphite to TP in, get the ultimate off. Does work for them. And it's a very strong start for G2R after a bit of the disaster of giving over the first blood on the dive that was done to them in the bot side. So now they're equal in numbers of strength. 1 to the side of Infamous 2 in terms of first blood, 1 to the side of G2R in terms of the first 3 epic monsters. Now it's up to see which team will be getting the first turret, and that's all that she wrote about who will be getting the entire feats of strength. And Malphite, as you said, we expected him to go a bit more tanky side, but he's going full AP, so he's trying to play a high risk, high reward kind of strategy for himself. And you can see the last 3 grubs of the game are being picked up by Infamous 2.0 currently right now, and I think G2 are happy to give it off after they've got everything else, and they weren't just enough in time to even reach that point.
Yeah, 100%. They have their stack of feats of strength completed. Now it's down to who gets this first turret and who gets the feats. Now Fated Ashes picked up for the side of Cassiopeia. He is going to make that Lian Reese pretty soon, as we see another fight towards that top side of the map. The Malphite is very squishy. Argus can go all in, but misses the first R, and that is going to be that in terms of the all-in coming in. Again, dealing a lot of damage, though the Malphite can't live happily, but the Master E is towards the top side of the map. So is the Rammus. So if there is a fight that happens there, and there you go, it has begun. Argus will end up dying again. Hoka goes on a killing spree, 5, 1, and 3 now. Argus just not respecting the Malphite ultimate right there.
Yeah, and not anticipating the jungler would be close by. I think even without jungler coming in, Malphite was enough to maybe even go on him with the flash later on in his arsenal. But yeah, Argus just not respecting that his ultimate's gone, Malphite's ultimate is still up. He can just go in. Oh, the ultimate hit in by Hades over there gets him locked down. He is close by enough, comes in with his ultimate, gets his fifth game of the game, goes on a killing spree. And this Yi pick is looking like the supreme pick right now for the side of G2R at least. I think Argus has to be a bit more careful, especially now he's not dealing with a tank Malphite, and it's an AP Malphite that he is facing, so he has to keep that in mind. The Cassiopeia has picked up quite a substantial lead in terms of CS, 135 CS to the 111 of the Nico right now. On the bot side, it's even there for the Severe as well, 120 to the 100, almost 10 of the Caitlyn, or 10 advantage for her. Already has the Essence Reaver completed, has Berserker Greaves in her bag, so she can keep on using her abilities as much as she wants without losing that much mana.
Yeah.
Shuvo has had a bit of a rough start to the game, 0-4-3 after that excellent start where he burns the flash of the Galio early on in the bot side.
Yeah, 100%. But look at the mastery. He is looking towards that top side of the map. Again, the unstoppable forces up. The Rammus comes in, uses the ultimate, denies the Galio. Jump right there. Crixus has his ultimate, so I think that was a that kill was secured regardless. Great interrupt coming in from the side of Dragoon. Argus also getting out with his life, not overstepping his bounds in the top lane. That's a pretty clean kill, and that's what we want to see from the side of Infamous happen more.
Yeah, definitely. And Argus now finally respecting that the East trying to look for him time and time and again. And he's completely respecting that. Nice gang there, flank in from Dragoon's side. The Severe gets out of it, but unfortunately the Galio cannot get out in time. Yi is going to be picking up another red buff over here, going up around 14 CS onto the camps of the Rammus right now. The next objective will be that Rift Herald in 1 minute's time. So is the Drake also coming around the same amount of time. So it's going to be to see which of these teams going to want to go for which kind of objectives. The Dragon has to be focused a lot, because if G2R pick this up, they will be on
Yeah.
Soul Point as well. But here comes the Braum ultimate. They're trying to go in over here. As soon as the Caitlyn goes back, the taunt does land on the TP coming in from the cast, very under the turret. And the first turret does get picked up by G2R. That means they get the feats of the strength, as you can see by the upgrade tier 2 boots of the Severe currently right now. And the cast was just coming in there just to try and secure as much as she can from them. And the bot side of the Caitlyn and Braum have been in the back foot after trying to get the advantage early on.
Yeah, a beautiful R flash coming in from the side of Hammy right there. Not able to get a kill though, and now Dragoon is here. He has the taunt, he has the ultimate as well. Crix is going to damage as much as he can, as Malphite is TPing here as well. Nico is here with her own TP and flash, but not enough damage to finish off the Cassiopeia, who had Archangels completed. The shield came in. He ends up dying. The Malphite is here as well, uses his unstoppable force onto Dragoon, kills him as well, and that's going to be a 2 for nothing, as the Malphite goes on a killing spree as well, while the mid turret was being taken down from the side of Sivir. So disaster everywhere for the side of Infamous, but G2R now almost 7,000 gold ahead, going to get the soul point as well, and it's looking like it's their game to lose.
Yeah, and they are trying to back away here. They're trying to get some space from the side of Infamous, but I think it's a bit too late. Mountain Drake picked up by the Yi solely by himself in that Drake pit. Now they're on Soul Point for the Mountain Soul as well, doing fine in terms of objectives. Severe in the meantime was getting the top side turret, but the Gwen is steeping in. Severe has to be wary about this Gwen. He's at the same level as their top laner currently, so he has been having a lot of XP pushed onto him, has the Zeal and 2 more daggers, so has that attack speed to his name. Yeah, but that's everything embrace did save the cast in that fight. That she did come in clutch. The Malphite TP'd in, flashed ulted, got his own kill onto the Rammus, and Dragoon just not having as good as game you thought this man would have on this character right now. Rift Herald has been started up by the side of G2R. I don't think it can be matched, but you can see that Infamous are trying to go there. They are trying to put the ward, but you can see the Galio sitting in that bush right there alongside the cast nearby, that's preventing Infamous 2.0's members from even trying or attempting to walk up. But the
The
Dragoon's
Dragoon
going to go in with his ultimate. He lands it completely onto two members, but the ult from onto that does land on the Caitlyn. Caitlyn will be going down. Caitlyn had no option. Malphite ultimate coming in as well, and it just looks like disaster from the side of Infamous. One by one, their members fall. That's a 3-4-0 in the favor of G2R, where Argus, Dragoon, and Crixus fall down. Crixus completely ate that cast ultimate to his face. G2R even picked up the Rift Herald, and as you said, it just looks like G2R's game to lose at this point.
Yeah, even more so now. And what was Dragoon thinking there? Not too sure. Decides to jump in, instantly dies. Crixus as well mispositioned right there. Walked too close to the snake and got petrified right there. And his game was done as well. Got one-shotted shortly after. As you can see, 3-1 and 10. 300 gold shutdown. Bounty 176 CS at 18 minutes and 2 completed items for the side of this really fed Cassiopeia, who is going to pick up an Amptome and Blasting Wand, as well as he is going to make the Rylai's Crystal Scepter pretty soon. This game looks as good as done. 5 to 16 on kills. All the objectives have gone towards the G2R side. -3 grubs, and this has been a very one-sided game right from the start.
Yeah, it was looking a bit maybe inferior if it was given. They had got that first one, but after that, G2R just completely blew it apart. They have gone so up in goal, almost 8k goals lead for themselves, and now Infamous completely on the back foot. None of their members even crossing the 3 kills mark. They have 5 kills in total for the team compared to the 16 kills of G2R. G2R have 4 turrets, got the Rift Herald, got 3 grubs, got 3 drakes, soul point for Mountain right now, and it just looks like Infamous are just dying a slow death at the pace that they're going at. The Gwen pick just not coming into the utilization that they do want. Missed a couple of hours onto the Lenifis against the Malphite, gets caught out by his ultimate, ends up dying with the E picking up. The E is 6-1 and 3, has a Wit's End completed also as well for the MR. And the tenacity that it will provide to him. The malignance completed by the Malphite, so almost every single fight his R will be coming up at a very fast pace, and it just seems like they don't know what to do in the side of Infamous at all. The Gwen is down to a level, the Severe is up a level on the Caitlyn as well, and they're just getting suffocated in terms of XP and cooldown. And Atakan is also getting started by G2R, and there's no way that Infamous can even look for an answer over here.
Yeah, I think this game is done. More than 8,000 gold lead. The Atakan will be picked up from the side of G2R as well, and it is the voracious Atakan, if I'm not wrong. So that is going to give them the GA-like buff. You know, you die but you spawn back. So that is going to be like, you could already not kill the Malphite, the Mastery anyway, and now it's going to be even harder for them. The turret dives suddenly become very juicy for the side of G2R, and yeah, it's up to them to close this game now, but this is as good as done. It's a very slow death for the side of Infamous now, unless Termi can pull the rabbit out of the hat and connect a 5-man ultimate, as Dragoon is going to dance in front of Sever and gets chunked pretty hard right there.
I think he's also given up mentally a bit compared to what this game has been going on for him. They can go in as much as they want, but these members have that Guardian Angel as well.
Yeah.
You try to get the cast, she's just gonna go back to base and come back as healthy as she was before. And what do you get from it? Oh, nice flash ultimate by the Malphite. He does go in over here. Termi is gonna use his own ultimate to try and delay it as much. The Caitlyn has already fallen. Shuvo is also going to go down at the end of the day, and they're trying to get Termi at the back foot. Dragoon is trying to blade himself in, but the Master E is onto him. Won't get the final Q off in time. The Guardians are enough for the respawn, and with this kind of reset, they're getting very fast. They can even go straight away to the Soul Drake for themselves and pick that up with that added resistance that they will get. It's just looking like Infamous 2.0 have to start thinking about Game 2 right about now.
100%, it's a 10,000 goal advantage, even more now since the T2 turret has been picked up from the side of G2R as well. The Soul is going towards the side of G2R as well. It's a bashing right here. It's a very one-sided scenario. 3 items on the Sivir right now. LDR, Essence Reaver, Navori's flicker blades completed, along with the upgraded boots, of course. Two items on the Malphite. The third item is going to come in for the Mastery, as he looks to be making. Uh, I'm not too sure what he's making. Looks like the Titanic Hydra, but I could be wrong there. Uh, yeah, that this is as good as done. Maybe they wait for the Baron buff to come in and just decide to take that as well. But I don't think they need it. I think they can just dive the side of Infamous. The Caitlyn is too weak, does not even have two items completed. Termi has two items completed, but again, on Nico, you need to be ahead and you need your team to stay significantly close as well and not be 12,000 gold behind. So, not sure if he can do too much about it. Ramis, of course, has been melting very easily in these team fights from the Cassiopeia, who has now picked up her Rylai's Crystal Scepter as well. And the Gwen has been a non-factor throughout, so it's looking very bleak for the side of Infamous. And yeah, as you rightly said, they should be thinking about game 2 already.
Yeah, just looking like it's a bit done deal from Infamous, especially when we saw Dragoon dancing in the mid lane over there. It just seems like he was just having a bit of fun as much as he can at this point. But this Yi pick coming in pretty clutch for G2R right now. He's picked up a significantly 8-1 and for 200 CS to the 140 that's currently sitting in the hands of Dragoon. Has a Giant's Belt, has the Tunnelers as well completed with his Blade of the Ruin King and Wits. And the Severe has 3 items completed, well as the Kit, as you said, did not even have 2, has still not even getting her Infinity Edge on the last pack, which he went for, only could pick up the Cloak of Agility. This Malphite, even though his AP is also looking pretty tanky as well, maybe he doesn't have that armor or magic resist, but has enough health that he is a good enough beat shield once he goes in with his ultimate. And it does look like G2R are pinging towards that Baron that's spawning up in 15 seconds time, and they're trying to maybe use that to end it completely and not give anything up to chance. But I don't think even if they make quite a series of mistakes, there's no way they can end up throwing this kind of a lead where Infamous just can't go for any objectives at all.
Yeah, and the Baron is up. I don't think Infamous can, contest it at all. An extra BF sword picked up for the side of Sivir as well, who has perfect CS so far. Mastery picked up the Titanic Hydra. Uh, yeah, just end the game already. It is done. 3 levels up on the side of Hoka right there. One level for the Cassiopeia, 2 levels for the Sivir. So yeah, this game is as good as done. I'm not too sure why it's taking too long. Well, so long for the side of G2R to end this, as Sivir is standing alone in front of the Baron, waiting for his team to come in. And there you go, the team is going to come in now. The Cassiopeia is going to TP as well. And yeah, this game should end in the next 2 to 3 minutes.
Yeah, definitely. They're going to take the Baron 1 minute after it does spawn up. Pick that up into their pocket. And you can see all of Infamous members are just near their base. Only Ramos is a bit far out trying to just get some camps for himself, because they know if they wander out too far and get caught out, it's just over at that point. Ramos is just trying to pick up as much camps as he can, but in no way he can catch up. You see Argus try to even help him out, reaching his jungler at the 26th minute over there, helping him get some fast in. But look at this Severe and Cassiopeia look deadly in terms of the chain they provide. So it's going to be a 4-1 push coming in from G2R with the Malphite alone on the top side, with the rest of their members here in the mid lane. You can see the Kate is trying to set up with 5 traps placed right here in front of her own turret. I don't think there's any problem if G2R even walks into it, with the tank members just taking it for themselves. Mastery goes instant meditate. Here comes Dragoon with his ultimate. He's trying to go in. Derby comes in with his own flash ultimate as well. But here comes the Malphite. Here comes the Gwen. But they're getting chopped down quite significantly, but it's just not enough in time. All 5 members of Infamous 2.0 see the gray screen. Only the Galio has to sacrifice his life for that. And this is definitely what we thought maybe 10-15 minutes ago. G2R ends up winning game 1 of this best of 3 series in the lower bracket, round 2 over here.
Yeah, the Hail Mary comes in from the side of Dragoon, but to no effect at all. Only the Galio going down. That's going to be game 1 in a pretty one-sided affair for the side of Gear to Revolution. They were at a pretty big draft disadvantage and they made it look easy. So I'm not too sure how it's going to look like when they actually draft better, but regardless, Infamous not up to the mark today, at least in game one. So they will be going back to the drawing board and thinking what they can do better. But for now, Get to Revolution 1-0 up already in this lower bracket. Round 2, one victory away from facing the winner of Phoenix versus Old Gods, and that is going to be a great series as well. But for now, that's going to be game 1.
Yeah, and it did look like, draft-wise, Great Revolution did poorly, but hey, as we said before, time and time again, it's not about what's on paper or what's in theory, it's about what happens on the Rift, and it was complete domination after only giving up that first blood to the side of Infamous 2.0. Chivo did look a bit lost towards the mid parts of the game when he was going for runs and was getting caught out a bit. Other than that, it was just an excellent masterclass coming in. The Malphite had some crucial ults going in. Cassiopeia did very well. Hamify doing very good. Yeah, doing very good on that champion. So a good option from him, going for the high risk, high reward. He does get paid off this time. It does work out beautifully for their side, and they will be taking that 1-0 very definite for themselves. And Fearless Shove, at least Infamous 2 don't have to worry about these champions, at least in the next game, for themselves, and can maybe focus on something else. And they've already eliminated the Rammus from their pool, which was most likely never going to get played again, especially after a bit of a dismal performance from Dragoon on the champion. He did have one good gank on the bot side, but other than that, I don't recall any important moments from him this match.
Yeah, and let's look at the Nexus knockout moments, because they are going to be pretty crucial in this one. Great first blood coming in actually from the side of Infamous, but I think this was the only spark that we saw from their side throughout the game. There was a fight towards the top side of the map where the Nico ended up getting kills, but Dragoon getting caught out so early on kind of ended this affair very early. Termi gets a great ultimate, kills the Galio, but Hammy, again, to his credit, connects his ultimate onto 3 people as well. Dragoon comes back from the dead, taunts the Cassiopeia, gets the kill. Now just hit the Malphite here. I'm not too sure why they were focusing so hard onto the Master E. Dragoon ends up going down. Termi picks up the Master E right there. This was another fight. Look at that. Dragoon flashes in, ends up dying instantly. So a lot of misplays from the side of Dragoon in this one, and he was the one who needed to make the plays. TP disadvantage, of course, and the game was as good as done right here when the Master E got to the point where he was 4-1 in 3 with a completed item.
Yeah, it does look good, and this is like an example of another good Malphite ult. After that one we saw previously, he does go in after the Gwen uses his R. This is the one saving grace of Dragoon of this game itself, where he goes in, gets his Galio killed for his Caitlyn after denying Galio the path of escape. Show was there in case he did go down. Here Termi does flash in, does ultimate in, but the Seraph's Embrace is enough, plus the Galio ultimate does come in time. Cass picks up his own, Malphite TPs in, flashes forward with his ultimate, picks up the Rammus instead, and Dragoon honestly did have a very rough game. This was a very crucial decision from this man himself, where he tried to go back in, but it was just not the desired outcome over there. The Caitlyn gets done up by the Cassiopeia ult. Malphite comes in with yet another crucial ultimate. Gwen is left on her own devices. She goes down, and it was just a slow, methodical, piece by piece taking apart of the side of Infamous 2.0. This was the last effort that we did see. Another great Malphite ultimate comes in, and this man was really good on this Malphite. Props to Hades to play of this, and Hoka also did phenomenally on the the unusual E pick that we usually don't see in this level of competition. He made it work completely to himself, and so did Hammy on this cast. He did very good as well. Just a very solid performance from the boys from Pakistan right here.
Yeah, and let's look at the scoreboard right here. A huge gold advantage, almost 18k right there. Drake's 4-0, Barons 1-0, Rift Herald 1-0, Void Gloves were shared a piece, Bloody Petals, as you can see, almost 40-12. Of course, the Atakan was picked up from the side of G2R 24-6. So that was a very, very one-sided game.
Yeah, was definitely very one-sided. Just look at the goal difference, 17k at this point again in 27 minutes. You can see that only 3 grubs were given over to the side of Infamous. That's all they could manage for themselves. Everything else was whitewashed by the side of G2R. They took everything. And with that being said, let's look at the Rift Renegade MVP for this game 1 of this best of 3 series. I think it has to be that Cass Hammy, by playing this champion to its utmost perfection, 5-1 in 13, was always there, was even going for dangerous pushes, but the Seraph Embrace was coming in clutch for him, and with the support that his team was giving, I don't think there was any doubt that G2R was winning this match over here.
Yeah,
At the 15-minute mark.
no doubt about it. When Hammy plays like that, I don't think any team stands a chance. He was connecting multiple, multi-man petrifying gaze. So that was the defining factor for sure. And yeah, deservedly Rift Renegade MVP for the side of Hammy once again. He's making a habit of this.
Absolutely making a habit of this. And with that being said, we will be taking a very short break before we head into game 2 of this series over here, where Infamous 2 have to make a bit of a comeback unless they want to be eliminated from this tournament over here. So please don't go anywhere. We will be very back in a very short amount of time.
me out. Next time pick a higher number. Next time you should run for cover. Next time let the giants slumber. They wanna keep me down. No amount of your words get humble. That spirit that refused to crumble. Got the wrong line reduced to mumbles. 2 a.m. on first. Imitate vultures how they lurk. 10 toes with it, I'm out of eye with you, boy. Challenge the best with your worst. This is my turf. Way I move is inertia. Can't be stopped, it's unheard of. From the dirt, sweat got my feet muddy. Spin my wins, they might search you. On my word, path took plenty turns. And broke my confidence in cursive. When submerged, I found resolving my purpose and tell you about it back on surface. I survived. I survived. Ever been lost in the woods, praying that it don't get dark? Ooh. Ever been in a situation couldn't win, but you still had heart? Yeah, if you anything like me, evolve from chum to shark, the hunger starts to grow apart you didn't know you had. It's like that, flip the switch, turn it up, and I'm giving it gas. I lock it in on free, adrenaline double my percent. Made a home in the unknown, I swear I never fear again. I got ice in my blood, big enough to down this shit. I don't care how bad it get, I got 10 toes down, don't forget, I survived. I survived. When you on the brink and you in too deep, when you feeling weak, when it's hard to breathe, you gon' take a knee? Never. You gon' keep it G forever. Stand up and face whatever. I'm built unique, I'm better than the hard times I seen. Crime scene, obscene, face the ugly, cover up like Maybelline. Had a certainty and urgency, cut from me like surgery. Formed again more sturdily, personally. I don't see nobody stopping me. I don't see nobody topping me. I don't see nobody honestly. I run you over if that's what it's gotta be. And it's gotta be what I look like, having fear still haunt me. What I look like, having regret haunt me. Pay that price, I don't care what it costs me. All my life been me against the army. I'ma push the red button on them like Atari. I'm big dog with a human like a Maltese. See more fall off than 03 tall tees. Not sorry for the way I am. Learn to ball them up with no one holding your hand. Never back down, never hide in the sand. If you ain't hear the message, let me say it again. Yo, let me say it again. I survived. I survived. I survived. I survived. I survived.
Barely breathing, don't let go. Hear the whispers, listen close. I know you've never strayed from the fold, but that's how freedom begins. Bended knees and broken bones, a bleeding heart never bleeds alone. I am one of many cries. We are far from the ashes. Rise up, break the cage, be the lion, be the storm, be the strike of the lightning. Rise with the dawn, rage like the sun. This is what we came for. Revolution. Burn your bridges, make your choice. Fight your demons, raise your voice. They're only silent if we're making noise. So let the battle begin. Bended knees and broken bones, a bleeding heart never bleeds alone. I am one of many cries. We are far from the ashes. Rise up, break the cage, be the lion, be the storm, be the strike of the lightning. Rise with the dawn, rage like the sun. This is what we came for. Revolution.
Guys, we're back with the League of Legends, the Esports Community Clash. We're currently in the lower bracket, round 2. We're in the best of 3 series between G2R and Infamous 2.0. G2R in a pretty dominating fashion taking game 1. It's currently heading into game 2. It's me, Manus, alongside Kaka over here. And any thoughts about that first game over there, Kaka?
Yeah, I mean, very one-sided draft for the side of Infamous, very one-sided game for the side of G2R. I think that was the story of the game. It was never close except for the first 2 minutes where Suo and Crixus did burn, coin flippers flash early on and then punished him, getting the first stack of feats of strength by killing him for first blood. But that's about it. I think that was the only shining point for the side of Infamous in that one, but the sides have been swapped rather in this game too. Now Infamous moving to the red side, G2R will be blue side for this one, and let's see if anything changes. The ban seems to remain the same. The MF will see the deck. Irelia has to follow pretty soon. I believe that is not going to be left open. There you go. And now let's see if there is any adaptations to be made from either side.
Yeah, and last time the Nocturne was also banned out, so that's what G2R follow up with. It's up to what Infamous won. Now they don't want the Wukong. It was not banned in the first game itself, so that was open now with more limited pools in the jungles in a row. But it was 2 junglers that we usually don't see, a Rammus and a Yi, so maybe that was not neutralized. As you said, you don't see Termi playing much of Echo, but that's seemingly what keeps on getting banned against him. Maybe they're worried about an Echo jungle from the side of Dragoon, and now the famous Garner also gets banned, or was left open in game 1 as of that being there, so that all the 3 bans coming out from both teams. A bit adaptation on Infamous' side. G2R keeping the same bans that they went for, and now more importantly G2R have the first pick being the blue side. It's up to seeing what they pick for themselves. It looks like that Vi will get locked in for Hoka, so Hoka will now be playing built over Vi there for themselves, and we want to see more out of the boys from Infamous 2.0 because we know that they have a lot of potential that they need to live up to, just did not manifest at least in game 1 for themselves. And it's up to see what Infamous will pick for their first 2 this side. They're taking their time, and we did talk about Argus maybe locking the Maokai game 1. It didn't come out. Now it's gonna definitely come out here in game 2 for this man.
Yeah, again, a flex pick, could go support, could go top, definitely playable in the jungle role as well. But the Vi has been logged in, so I am sort of expecting Suvo to come out with the goods and pick the Morgana for himself. The Viligo gets logged in instantly right there. And yeah, that's the jungle answer for the Vi.
Yeah, definitely. That's what the Viego has been answered back in hands of Dragoon. He did have a bit of an abysmal showing in game 1, hoping for a bit of redemption for himself. Last time, Infamous were the ones that picked up the Caitlyn. Did not work out the way they wanted, especially with the Yi Gaming jumping onto him. So G2R will be picking up that for themselves, which will be also matched with Amelio in the bot side in the hands of coin flippers. So now you have the junglers and the bot side for G2R completely locked in for themselves, up to Infamous to pick up their matchups over here. Last time we did see a very good cast in the hands of Unto Death. Unfortunately, due to Fearless Shaft, we will not be seeing that, but his Orianna has been left open. But Termi does lock in the Syndra for himself, so let's see if this man can have a better performance on this champion at least.
Yeah, and now I'm expecting them to ban the Yasuo and the Yone. I don't think Termi wants to play against those champions. Speaking of bot lane though, Caitlyn and Milio are really strong lane. Milio is a pretty underrated champion, but he is pretty good when paired up with the, one of these hyper carries. It's a good enchanted champion. Syndra so early on is very interesting. They still want to keep the flex of that Maokai, so the supports have not been locked in just yet. Aatrox ban coming in from the side of G2R. Expect one more top ban to come in from their side, and this hopefully should be the Yasuo ban that comes in. But if it's not, then I'm not too sure what Infamous is trying to ban here. The Yone instead will be banned. So I think that's okay as well. Hammy can play a pretty great Yone himself and the Mordekaiser from the previous game gets banned once again from the side of G2R in the second rotation of the draft. The AD pickup should come in for Crixus. Wouldn't be surprised if he goes for the Jinx. Wouldn't be surprised if he himself goes for the Sivir against the Caitlyn. But it looks like it's going to be Varus. Could be Poke Varus, should be Poke Varus right now. As you can see, not a lot of tanks drafted for the side of G2R. And up to G2R now to show their hand.
Yeah, and G2 are completely staying all 5 of their same bans from game 1 for themselves because they didn't want to change anything in their game plan given how much of a dominant fashion they did go for them. We're still keeping that support a bit of a mystery in the hands of Infamous given that they flexed that Maokai as their first pick. Now it's up to G2R to lock in their top and mid laner. The top going to be the tanky Cassante in the hands of Hades. He will be having this to play with. Last time they had banned out the Darius against him, but they chose to leave it this time open. Now with the Akali is still not banned, it might be a good choice against the Syndra. He can go in for those assassination attempts, can put a lot of poke onto him as well with his Qs. It's up to see, and that's exactly what gets locked in over here. Now we will at least get to know if Infamous have been thinking about putting this Maokai as a support or will be, taking him in the top with Argus, how Argus did in their game 1 in their upper bracket semi-finals. But the Argus will now be taking the Gale. That's what gets locked in. Shuvo will be having the Maokai in his hand, so we're having that flex being used to complete fruition over there. Now we have both drafts locked in over here. Any side you are particularly favoring over here, Gaga?
I really like what G2R have going on for themselves right here, but Kale Argus used to one trick that champion. It is one of his most played, if not his most played champion right there. Feeling pretty comfortable playing it against the Cassante in the top lane. Should be scaling just fine, but the Akali has come in for the side of Hammy, and we know what he's like when he plays these assassin sort of champions. Well, he was almost an assassin on the Cassiopeia as well, who's a control mage. So real concern for the side of Infamous. I would say this is still a better draft from G2R compared to their game 1 draft, and that does not really bode well for the side of Infamous. But both the drafts are pretty good. If it goes to late game, of course you can't rule out the Kale just killing whatever is in front of her. But the question is if we will get there.
Yeah, absolutely. It's all about the talk about getting there. We're not having that many late type of games. Maximum going to the 30-minute mark, usually ending by the 25th. So it's up to how G2R want to go. Now have way more balanced out column with more meta champion picks for themselves. Will be looking a lot more dangerous compared to the game 1 where they were a little bit lacking. They still came out as a destruction force with the comp that they had selected. Now Argus on this scale will be doing a lot late game, but it's up to G2R not to let them reach there. And now Infamous, once they get that first blood, or if they even get that first blood, they have to push for that, because last time when they did manage to get that 1 feet of strength, they could not convert it for themselves when G2R took all the early jungle objectives and the first turret to themselves, followed up by multiple turrets across the lanes. So they have to keep this in mind when they go for it and not just focus on just getting one of the feats.
Yeah, 100%. They can't give up so many objectives early on. I'm very interested to see the Viego though. Dragoon played that Viego, I believe, against Kakao Gaming as well, and was able to carry that game single-handedly. That was game 1 of the series. So he has looked really good on the Viego whenever he has gotten the chance to play it, and I think we all expect great things from this guy. So let's see how he shows up. But that's the draft log then. Now, guys, do let us know who do you think is going to take this game to, if Infamous can produce some sort of fight back and take us to game 3, or will G2R just finish them off right here 2-0 and move on to the lower bracket round 3 to keep their hopes alive and Pakistan's hope alive, since they are the last team from that country and to win the whole thing. G2R has been really good. They have done relatively well against Asterisk as well. They are in for a shout of being the second best team in the region as well, along with Kakao Gaming. So A lot of pressure on G2R as well to show what they are all about, but so far it has been really good from their side.
Yeah, has been good from their side, but now we have Dragoon on that Viego does a lot. He was kind of the MVP on that off-stream match that was done against Kakao Gaming. So watch out for this man to make kind of those plays that he could not do on the Ramos. Now we'll be getting resets in these team fights, which would be allowing him to excel in those team fight kind of scenarios. It's up to G2R now with a bit more standard kind of comp to try and take us all the way. Because if they go to Game 3, locks away more of their champions. They want to try and get it over with here, while as Infamous have their backs against the wall. If they lose this, they are unfortunately out of the tournament, while G2R will advance to that lower bracket round 3 to face whoever wins in our next matchup of the series that will be coming up in the future. So now it's up to the boys from Infamous to try their hardest here to make their mark in this community clash, because this is where the boys will be looking to shine and try to get it all for themselves.
Yeah, and if they can win 2-0 against Infamous 2.0, I think they should be favored going into that lower bracket round 3 as well. No matter who wins between Old Gods and Phoenix Gaming, that's a cracker as well, by the way. That's going to come in a little bit later. I wish I was casting that game as well, but that's going to be I think that is going to be the match of the tournament so far. Of course, the Sri Lankans do come in numbers as well to watch the stream, so that's going to be pretty fun. But for now, talking about the game in hand, I really hope Infamous can produce the comeback, can get this game to take us to that all-important Game 3, increase the stakes as well. But of that Game 1, how do you doubt the side of G2R, and how do you with a straight face say that this might be a close series?
Yeah, definitely, because G2R have been putting in the dominant performance, especially Hammy on the Cassiopeia, getting that MVP for himself. Now on an assassin, an actual assassin, major assassin for himself, will be doing a lot more damage and be trying to look for more kind of plays that are more of his style. He was doing the same, as you said, on that Cass as well, going in, trying to get as much deep into the thick of it, trying to get as many kills for himself. But yeah, it's going to be a tough battle. Still, I would still be rooting a bit for the boys of Infamous to take us to the Game 3 so that we can see the best of these teams. Remind you, Infamous were the ones that did knock down Phoenix Gaming to the lower bracket. So that shows you a bit of their mettle and their strengths that they continue display, especially also their upper bracket semi-final against Kakao Gaming, where they were just a bit shy of trying to qualify themselves in continuation in that upper bracket. So really want to see these boys live up to the potential, especially Dragoon now once again get on his Viego.
Yeah, and we haven't seen that team today, at least in Game 1 at least. So hopefully we get to see it in Game 2, or at least I'm saying at least a lot just realized that, but I really hope they can show up. I really hope they can produce some sort of fight, as I said earlier, and take us to Game 3, because I know what these players are capable of. And now Argus is playing his famous scale. Well, again, one for the nostalgia boys right there who know Argus and what kind of a player he is. He used to favor the Kale quite a lot. He used to play the Aatrox quite a lot as well. Having said that, we will be jumping into the game to find out if G2R will be taking the series 2-0, or if Infamous is going to produce the comeback and take us to Game 3.
Yeah, definitely. And like Game 1, there's pretty standard parallel across the river for themselves. Neither one taking advantage or trying to give it away for that first blood kind of feat of strength. Sure, with his Malka can put some saplings deep in as, pseudo wards for himself. You can see the Vi cannot walk in to put ward deep in Infamous Zone, because there's a ward that will mark him if he does try to walk up. That did happen for Dragoon last time when he was on the Ramos. Both junglers will be starting in the bot side of the map. Only that one ward put out by Dragoon in the top side to prevent, kind of late vision denial for his own team. Vi will be starting her red buff while Viego starting his blue. They're going from bot to top. Kale is here against the Cassante, going head to head, trying to get as much damage early on against this. Cassante a bit whipping that ability at the end over there, and Argus getting a better of the trades, but he walks back. He's still getting a bunch of damage. Kale here again, Caitlyn here against the Varus, putting a lot of damage. This is going very dangerously. The barrier is being burned from both the sides. Nice over stop there. He flashes forward, flash followed by by Trixis as well, and Melio's left to his own devices. He's trying to run away, but he gets stuck up and rooted up, and that's first blood going into Infamous in a bit of a clown fiesta on the bot side.
Yeah, I am not too sure what G2R was thinking right there. The Maokai is really strong at level 1, especially with the Ignite, especially with the Aftershock. Even the Varus has the lethal tempo, so he will be stacking that off. Usually more valuable at level 1, compared to the fleet footwork. And first blood already for the side of Crixus and Infamous.
Yeah, yet again, Infamous to getting that first blood for themselves. The Varus on his first back will be picking up the cull for the added goal later on. And unfortunately, Caitlyn can't actually pick up anything on her way over here. She's still staying lane. Sorry, the Melio couldn't pick up anything itself. Hammy putting on some pressure into Derby the side over there. Otherwise, they're pretty much even Stevens in terms of CES. Derby and Hammy just continue to run a nice carry of the wind. Pushes back the Akali over there. Argus has to dodge away from the Cassandra in the top. So Cassandra going a bit too low on the mana side at least, while Argus has plenty for him. The shield forward gets a bit more trade. Now is winning in terms of HP advantage against the Kayle, but he's already burnt his helper while the Kayle still has that. Now chooses to pop it for herself. But yeah, a bit of a very fast start at the bot side to slow down the match a bit later on over there. You can see where the Viego is currently. There might be a fight near the Scuttle pretty much soon over here if he meets the Vi as well. They're going to be walking into each other at that point. The Viego is going to be chasing the Vi away, but on the top side, the Kayle is going against the Cassandra. Cassandra has no more mana for that fight, so cannot do anything. Shuva going here into the Melio. Melio does have his flash. It was safe from the last fight, but nice piercing arrow from the Varus, picks up his second kill of the game. I think that was a W empowered as well. But here at the top side, a dive has been set up. But Dragoon and the Kayle are thinking better of it. The wave is not strong enough for them. They don't think they can actually pick up the kill. Maybe a bit of a 50-50. They were thinking that they don't want to give anything away, given the lead their bot side has already achieved.
Yeah, 100% right. I mean, that was a beautiful kill coming in. The smash could not exactly, flip the Melio back enough, but Crixus with a beautiful snipe had the blight stacks onto the Melio as well, and he is going to go 2-0 already, has the cull stacking. Suvo controlling the bottom side brush beautifully right here. Level 2 Melio, and the wave is going against him. He is so far behind. Look at the experience difference already between the Melio and Maokai. That's 2 levels in the bot lane at 4 minutes between the supports and the wave to catch. I mean, that is horror for the side of G2R.
Especially because due to his 2 deaths over there that have neutralized in the Varus picking up for himself. The Kayle taking quite a beating against the Cassandra in the top right now, but that's expected with that champ trying to scale as much as he can. Syndra on the first back did pick up the Darksteel, is thinking about putting on some stats and trying to win this fight against Akali. Is down in CS numbers compared to his opposition, that is Hammy over the Kayle getting hit by everything and the kitchen sink, while G2R do start up the Drake for themselves. This is like a bit of a kind of, throwback, given that Infamous picked up the first blood last time and G2R picked up the first Drake. They might even try to pick up first Scrub. Depending on how movement is going. Viego is on the top side. Cassandra is pushed up very forward, but there is a pink ward in the push that would spawn out of Viego if he does come by for a gank. The Akali and the Melio has already started for his roam towards the side of the grounds. The Maokai a bit slower in terms of tempo to try and go over there. But as we were talking about the gang on the top side, Dragoon's trying to go in here on the Cassandra. Cassandra ults to try and save himself. The Kayle ultimate does come in. The flash forward by the Vi does forces the Kayle to flash out as well. Kayle ends up going down. Dragoon is trying to save himself. Dragoon gets saved by the scatter of the wind by Termi. Excellent flash forward by him. He picks up the kill onto the Cassandra in return. And that was a bit of a bloodbath over there on the top side. 1-for-1 exchange, and it looks like G2R really do want all the jungle objectives earlier on. They're looking to start all these grubs, and I don't think Infamous actually yet they cannot answer it anyway. Shuvo is here, he's just walking around, not much he can do. And we take a look a bit back at the fight that went down over here.
Yeah, that was a very extended fight. Argus ends up dying, had to use his ultimate onto the Viego to save his life. And look at this flashy play coming in from the side of Termi. Flash scattered the weak onto the Cassante, finishes him off. As we have another fight in the picture-in-picture where Termi has picked up one more kill for himself. Coin flipper going down yet again, and I am not too sure what we are fighting for anymore. Right here, Dragoon is going to collect the scuttle crab. Uh, and yeah, 4-1 in terms of kills, and the kills are so, I mean, they're so well placed as well. Two for the AD carry and two for the mid laner of the side of Infamous, as Crixus uses his ultimate, is stacking those blight stacks conveniently, is going to hold his arrow. The barrier comes in from the side of Caitlyn, and that is going to be the end of the trade. Crixus coming out on top yet again in the bot lane.
Yeah, well, that's expected given the kind of lead that the man already has. He has Vampire Scepter, has Boots, has a Dagger, has the Cull as well. In the top, in the mid side, you can see that Hammy's trying to go in as deep as he can, but the Dragoon Shroud is enough to persuade him from going in.
The
It looks like
scatter
they're
of the
trying to go
weaknesses.
into him over him. Does miss, so does the stun, the W of the Viego, so now they have to think better of it. But in terms of gold, 1k up advantage for Infamous already. They have picked up First Blood, have picked up 4 kills to the 1 of G2 War, but unfortunately G2 War have also picked up 2 of the 3 epic monsters for themselves. Cassandra using his ultimate to put on the pressure on Kale here at the top. So Kale's ultimate has not come back up yet, so can't go in for the all-out trades that she is hoping for. Is putting on some quite a bit of damage onto the Cassandra. Cassandra has to be aware of this. Doesn't have his TP if he wants to come back to a lane with a reset as well. Argus's ult is coming up very shortly. Can look for maybe pushing this in onto him. Casante does think that he has to recall. Levi is currently stealing the red buff away from the Diego. Nice positioning from him in terms of that. And he's trying to put in as much pressure. The TP coming in from Termi back into the mid lane. The Caitlyn Melia finally putting on, getting some plates for themselves on the bot side and has slowed down. But look at this. Shuvo's coming in from around the corner over here.
Yeah, but nothing to be done towards that side of the map, as Hoka is going to help Hades out, push his lane right there as Hades almost goes down. Look at that blinking HP bar. Suvo looking to go in right here. The Caitlyn has to burn her flash to get out of that situation. Crixus did use his ultimate. While all of that happens, Argus just chilling out towards that top side of the map, going to freeze. And I have to say, just looking at the trades coming out from Argus, this man is sidestepping almost every single Q coming out from the side of that Cassante. And I don't think he has been, he has gotten knocked up at all from the Q3 so far. So props to him. He is playing really well on his champion, but the sidesteps have been really, really good to watch so far from him.
Yeah, he has been putting on the fancy feet definitely over there, and it's giving him a bit of advantage. You see that Hades almost ended up going down in the last bit over there, but just about surviving with a slither of HP. Shubo is keeping control of this bush. He does have a ward put onto him, so has to be wary about that. He will be taking free hits from the Caitlyn if he continues like that. They're trying to freeze the wave for them as much as they can. Dragon coming up very soon in 5 seconds time, and you can see the vehicle's already positioned right there to try and take it and deny G2R from getting their third of the epic monster so that it won't get one of those feats of strength for themselves. Infamous this time are trying to deny it. Last time we're not in a position. You can see the Akali is also moving, but so is the Maokai and the Varus, and they have complete prio on the bot side, so I don't think there's any way that G2R can even look to contest this. Maybe try and sneak in the grubs in the meantime is the only option they have, or maybe trying to get the piece of strength. The dragon has been neutralized so fast that's not even an option anymore. A fight might try to break down in the mid lane over here. Shuvo is going in onto the Akali. Akali's caught in her own shroud. Here comes the ultimate from Termi. It's just not enough. But the Vi is gonna go down. Maybe, yeah, he does, but he traces his life with that jungler. But so does Hammy go down to the walls of Termi over there. So that's a 2-for-1 trade going in favor of Infamous while we pause in a very crucial moment in the bot side where it looks like the Caitlyn might also end up going down over here, Kaka.
Yeah, 100%. As you said, that Termi goes on the killing spree, 3-0 and 1. Beautifully played right there, after getting the dragon. making full advantage of it. As coin flipper unfortunately did disconnect, but we have a fight in waiting in the bot side of the map as well, where Crixus and Caitlyn are going, at it. But Suo coming in, connects his twisted advance, roots the Akali down, smashes her into his team. Look at the Y. Now his Q is going to come in and flash from the Viego. They trade one for one right there. Hammy flashes away, but Termi with his Q finishes that kill off as well. And look at this, we are just locked in here. The Caitlyn has used the ace in the hole onto Crixus, but I think she is going to die very, very soon.
Yeah, I don't think there's much she can do, especially with Crixus being so up. She only has the pickaxe and Sir Dirk in her name. They are pretty much equal in CS, but after this, I think the numbers are going to change quite a bit. That was just unfortunate what happened in the mid lane with the members of G2R. They're the ones who tried to initiate it, and they're the ones that ended up failing, especially with Shuvo coming up close by. Unfortunately, the Milio had disconnected, so had gone back to base. But now there are pings towards that Grubs over there. The barrier being burned by the Caitlyn, but now by the Varus. This next auto is definitely the death of the Caitlyn over there, and she will be going down for the first time in this game, and it will be a killing spree for the Varus over there. Termi has 7 stacks in that Dark Seal, so is pretty strong as well. Completed boots to mark it all off. I think you can see that the Cassante had gone toward the Grubs in the top side of the map, so they know at least if it is going down, and they have to be prepared for that because they don't want to give out anything else more over there, because they really need this next epic monster to equalize that first blood that was picked up by Infamous Argus here to cancel the recall of the Cassandra. As you said, quick feet from the man does not get pushed back anyway. Looks like Termi and Argus will be starting this Grubs up for themselves so they can pick it up, maybe try to pick up at least one of them before. But the TPs are coming in over here. Here comes the Akali. They have to back out from the side of Famous. If G2R pick up even one, it's good enough for them to deny the epic monster from that side. But look at this. After the ult, Argus is completely obliterated from the map over there. The Akali is still going forward, and now it looks like a complete separation of fights going down. They've isolated Dragoon at the backline. Dragoon does pick up the Akali, can get the reset just about in time. Now with the jungler falling down, that's going to be all 3 Grubs pretty much picked up by the side of G2R, and they'll at least get one of the feats of strength in those 3 epic monster category.
Yeah, I think that's going to happen as well. But I really have to say, Crixus needs to be in these team fights. He has 3 kills. As we are going to pause that, the Caitlyn is going to get caught, but she is going to survive without any summoners at all onto her. Shuvo wasting that flash essentially onto the Caitlyn. But yeah, going back to my previous point, Crixus needs to be there for these objective fights. He can't be the one splitting with the lead that he has. 3-0 and 0, 200 gold shutdown, has a whole item completed, has his skull stacked as well. So he needs to be the carry for his team and show up in these team fights, which he hasn't done so far. And as you said, 6 Grubs yet again for the side of G2R. That should never happen with how fed the carries are from the side of Infamous.
Yeah, definitely. But look at this. The Malphite coming in with the Dragoon stun that has landed. Milio has flashed away, has to ult just to save his life. The Vi is going in into Argus. Remember, Argus had blown his ultimate just about before in the team fight. Now Cassante is on a killing spree. After all the good work that Argus had done in the top side, it's just not enough to prevent the tank Hades getting far ahead right now. 3-1-0. He has a bounty on his head. But yeah, going back to your point, Crixus honestly does have to be in these team fights with such a huge lead. With that Borg in his pocket as well, he would be a complete difference, because they maybe had to maybe switch lanes before that Grub fight at least, or maybe just given how much of a lead you have in the bot side, maybe let that wave push in, no problem at all. Get those Grub, secure for himself, at least deny G2R from getting one of the feats of strength as well. Even if you just pick up one of the Grubs, that's good enough in that department. And yet again, the Vi taking away the red buff from the Viego. Viego just coming around the corner to see it's been stolen away from him. Nothing that he can do about it at that point. So Dragoon is being suffocated a bit by the Vi, but is still up in terms of camps. But that's also because the Vi hasn't picked up most of her camps. She's just been trying to deny most of Infamous 2.0's camps.
Yeah, and Vi is a very low utility jungler as well. You don't really need a lot of items on her. As you get two items, he already has one. Sundered Sky completed. We'll be looking to, uh, you know, to get that Sterix gauge going on for her as well, and then the GA, and uh, that's all you need on the Y. But the Viego scales, way way better than the Y. Uh, so yeah, getting the farm or denying any sort of farm from the Viego is always going to be fruitful. Uh, but for now, a very slight gold advantage for the side of Infamous, who are still looking to break that first turret and get the feeds a stack for themselves. Now the platings are down as well, as we are at 15 minutes of this game. And yeah, in the mid side, I think they could go and stack along with Suo and just try to get that, as another dive is going to come in towards that top side of the map. Termi is going to go down, but that's going to be a 1-for-1. That should have never happened, as another fight breaks out in the bottom lanes. Dragoon going to get Y ulted. Kale had to blow off her ultimate. Argus on that champion is going to die as well. Caitlyn picks up a double kill. Suo barely surviving there, and again there is no sign of Crixus at all in these sort of fights. He connects his ultimate, but the Milio ult is going to just remove that debuff, and the dragon has been started from the side of G2R, so they are getting the kills and they are converting it into objectives as well.
Yeah,
uh,
definitely converting it
yeah.
to over there. The Syndra gives up her own shutdown, but picks up the shutdown from the Cassante as well for himself. Now G2R will be getting the second Drake of the game. That term,
Yeah,
in
and they
terms of
got the
mount, is
feeds
another mount.
feed stack as well from the top turret.
Yeah, they did, because of three epic monsters that first started for themselves. So all the feed stacks yet again picked up by G2 went infamous for the ones that got the first blood for themselves. So a bit of a deja vu moment over there. They're up a bit in gold, around that 1k gold mark, a bit less than that. But now with the Rift Herald up, there's objectives that have to be fought around for. The Caitlyn is backing up after a bit of a rough start from the milieu. He's finally got 5 assists to his name after that 0-3 start for him. Termi is putting on that damage on the hand. It's quite a bit of damage each of those balls are doing to him currently. Checked away around 30% of his HP once they landed on his head. Rift Herald up will be the next objective, where they fight around for Dragoon. Had been starved a bit of his red buffs twice at least, and now Vi has already started up Rift Herald, and you can see 4 members strong G2R are right there currently, while Infamous are a bit scattered across the map. I don't think there's any way that you can even try to go for an answer, but look at this. Hammy is going in to Dragoon over here. Dragoon's trying to run away for his life, trying to be as fancy as he can, but the Vi ultimate is just not enough to secure the Maokai ultimate, enough to deter the members over there. But the ultimate from Termi finishes off the lifespan of the Milio over there, so they at least end up picking up 1 kill for the Herald going down. Now Argus is in a tough spot. The red buff is enough to slow him down. He has had the ultimate, but how long will that help him survive? He is trying to run away. The Scatter of the Wind does land, but Dragoon coming to help out his own top laner ends up giving up his life. So at the end of the day, it's a 2-for-1 in favor of G2R.
Yeah, yet again, after getting caught, it's a 2-for-1 for the side of G2R. The Kale pick not working so far, 0-5 and 2. Only the Nashers completed at 18 minutes. I'm not sure if he's level 11 yet. Should be probably. That was a great channel from the side of Dragoon with his own ultimate to get out of the Y ultimate, but again, they are getting kills on the side of Infamous, but it's on to the support, who is just not giving enough gold right now. And you can see 3-1 and 5, 200 gold shutdown for the side of Hoka. Hammy with a 100 gold shutdown as well. He was 0 and 2. Now he finds himself 2 and 4 with a bounty on his head. And the Caitlyn has come back into the game as well. 2-1 and 0 is going to pick her Infinity Edge pretty soon as Argus hits level 11. So that's uh, a big power spike for the side of the Kale, who can now farm relatively safer and faster. So that's something that should be looking at. But right now, I mean, Infamous were looking so good in the early game, but whenever the objectives spawn, they just look like a team that is so disjointed and are just not on the same page. And it's you can see it from their gameplay as well.
Yeah, but at least it's a bit more close compared to game one. Argus yet again getting caught out. Doesn't have his ultimate. Has to
Doesn't
flash
have his
away to
ultimate, yeah.
safety. Just enough that he can get away. And Dragoons come this time to challenge the buy at his red buff. Yet again, there goes down Milio to the ultimate from Termi. And it looks like Dragoon might be getting caught out. He does get the shutdown onto the Vi, does get the reset as well. Goes back in with his Q, gets another kill onto the Cassandra. Another reset coming in over here. He tries to go to the Akali. Akali does finish him off, gets a triple kill for herself. Argus getting a kill in return, and now the Caitlyn might be finishing them off one by one.
That's ace.
It's a bloodbath. After that, 9 members are in the gray screen. That's an ace for the side of G2R. They had to sacrifice 4 members for it. And oh boy, the action is very packed over here. Artakan has spawned up as well. And the Caitlyn's the sole survivor of that bloodbath that took place over the Kara.
Yeah, let's get a replay of that as soon as we can. And Termi needs to realize his ultimate. He has to use it on one of these carries. He cannot afford to use his ultimate on the Milio again and again. There you go. Uses his ultimate, finishes off the Milio, but it does not matter. Look at the Akali that's going to come in from the flank. Finishes off Termi first. There you go. Goes on to Crixus right there. Suo going to flash away, and he ends up dying as well right after. So Termi has to save his ultimate for one of these carries, because if he keeps using it on the Milio will say it's job done for him, because the Fed Syndra is not doing too much except just killing the support over and over again. So that's something that needs to change, as another fight is going to break out. Dragoon getting caught, uses his ultimate, and the Kale ultimate is used as well to get out, but the Vi comes in, uses her whole ultimate, gets the scatter of the week onto herself. The Kale is going to die, but the Milio gets caught, might end up dying here. Never mind, the Akali is in the backline. There goes Crixus, there goes Dragoon. The Syndra is going to die soon as well, and that is another ace for the side of G2R, only losing Milio uh, in the follow-up, but that is going to be Atakan as well. The tier 2 turret is going down. Hammy has moved towards the mid side of the map to push that wave and take that turret as well. And again, it's an objective galore for the side of G2R. Whenever they kill someone, they make sure they take full advantage of it. And I think Infamous is going to go out of this tournament based on this, because they just can't find a way to deal with the Akali and the Vi right now.
Yeah, the Vi causing a lot of havoc. Dragoon having to ult and use the kill ult on him just to survive. In the end, has to flash and get away. That's still not good enough. G2R pick up the Arakan. The Mountain Drake is there up on the map. The Infamous trying to answer back with that before any resets coming in from the side of G2R. This time a way cleaner is coming out from the side of the boys from Pakistan. Only the Milio falling down in reprimand. But now it looks like G2R even want to contest this as well. TP is coming in. Will it be in time? Akali has jumped in over. The Cassante has come as well. The Mountain Drake has been picked up, and it looks like lives will be going in vain. But no, it's because they have the Guardian Angel from the Atakan. They can do these kind of plays. They do burn a TP in the process. Cassante is trying to run away from it. It's just a lot to be said about that fight over there. You can see the Maokai is also going to be chasing, but it's just not going to be what you want. Infamous do end up picking up the Mountain Drakes for their trouble, but are still in the back foot. Around 5k gold, 5.4k gold. Behind Shuvo does block the ultimate, but it wouldn't have been that much from the Caitlyn as well. Caitlyn, talking about items, Caitlyn has the Infinity Edge Collector and Lord Doms completed for herself, while the Varus completely going on. It has the Borg, has the Green Suit's Rage Plate, and Dragoon yet again being bullied in his own jungle every time he's trying to step up to it. Vi does not mind taking any kind of these exchanges, given that she has that Guardian Angel as a backup for the next 30 or 40 seconds or so.
Yeah, 100%. As you say that 3 items onto the Caitlyn, so she is well and truly online right now, and you just have to wonder where it all went wrong for the side of Crixus, who was so ahead on the Varus, but now is one whole item behind the Caitlyn, as the Vi is going to come around ults the Syndra, gets ulted in return, but the Kale is not there to provide protection. The Vi still tanking so much. The turret has gone down. Suvo might end up going
Oh,
down. There you go. He does die to the tip of the Q. And that's another kill for the Caitlyn once again as Hammy is pushing top on his lonesome right there, baits out the Kale ultimate, still has the R2 for himself, is going to use it and finishes off the Kale in a 2v1. And the Viego looks like he's going to die as well, but the flash comes out from the side of Hammy to barely survive. But the inhib in the bottom lane has fallen. The Nexus turrets rather are going down as well. The top inhib has fallen as well, and this game at only 25 minutes looks like it is done. The Maokai is going to engage. They find the Viego, though. That is going to be another kill. The Syndra has gone into stasis, but the Caitlyn picks up that kill as well. 10-1 and 3 now. The support from the side of Infamous, Suvo running for his life, but I think he is dead as well. Uses Ignite but gets headshotted
ooh.
right on his face and goes down to the Collector. The poor Milio is taking the inhib turret in the mid lane on his lonesome. That might take a few years actually. Never mind, it's just going to go down right now. Yeah, I this game is so done. G2R will be moving forward into the lower bracket round 3 as the shutdown finally comes. On to Hammy 8, 4, and 6 on the Akali. He had done pretty well, but look at the items on Caitlyn, man. He went back, picked up a full Phantom Lancer for himself.
Yeah, he does pick up full Phantom Dancer for himself. Chase Shuvo to the ends of the earth. One headshot was enough to secure the kill on the Maokai. They're just gonna pick up the Baron for themselves and call it a day while they move ahead. You see, it's very hard for Infamous to do anything. Dragoon was trying to do a lot early on, but kept on getting denied by the Vi Akali combo as well. You can see that Infamous just even trying to come check if the Baron's getting done. It's already been finished. Termi is just trying to base right now, and as you said before, like Termi, every single time the fights were breaking out, he's using his ultimate on the Milio to secure his death. He had already used his ult in most of those fights, so it's not much you can do right there. It's not the kind of target selection you want to go for. All 5 members of Infamous are grouped up right now. Vi just queues over, has to instantly flashback. She's like, oh no, I did not want to be in this neighborhood at this time of the night. Goes back across the wall, has to be flashed away. Dragoon again dancing right about there like he did on the Rambus. The kill instantly shot from the skies. The ace in the hole triggered as well. The Sun is going forward. This is the end pretty much from the side of G2R. Just look at the amount of damage that's being put out. The Vi ultimate onto the Viego over here. His life is gone as well. And now only the Varus and Syndra can just watch from their base as their base is in shambles. And G2R will be marching on forward to lower bracket C. While unfortunately the journey for Infamous 2.0 at this tournament at least has come to an end.
Yeah, deserved victory for the side of G2R. Had full control on the map, onto the objectives, and in the team fights, just playing so perfectly. Hammy on the Akali, Kubeb on the Caitlyn, showing us why he is one of the better AD carries in the tournament as well. And yeah, 2-0 for the side of Gear to Revolution. Not sure if anyone expected that except for the boys from Gear to Revolution themselves, but that was a pretty one-sided series in both games. Infamous, showing us sparks of brilliance, but then falling off eventually. I think that has been the story of their tournament. Just even in games that they get ahead, they are not able to close it. And yeah, really unfortunate for them. But Get to Revolution looking really solid, and might I just add, they should be the favorites going into the lower bracket round 3 as well. No matter who moves up between Phoenix Gaming and Old Gods, I think Get to Revolution have definitely stamped their authority in this tournament, and yeah, they could go all the way if they keep playing like this.
Yeah, especially against a team that's the one that too old Phoenix Gaming to push them to the lower bracket, right? So that's quite a statement coming in from G2R. They slowly but surely once again disassembled it. It's pretty much a repeat of the first game where Infamous 2.0 managed to get the first blood for themselves, get a bit a lead, but it's just not enough. Crixus wasn't there in the crucial fights earlier on. That leads to G2R getting more objectives that way. They end up getting the feats of strength and they end up winning the game too as well, take the series 2-0. We'll take a look at the Nexus knockout moments from this game too, between G2R and Infamous 2.0.
Yeah, and as I mean, this is just a replica of game one. Infamous doing really well in the early game, getting that first blood, getting 2 kills actually, two 2v2 kills in the bot side, but just not able to take full advantage of it. Crix is not sticking with the team in these crucial early game objectives and team fights, and I think that was the defining point that came back to bite them on their backs right there. And yeah, I mean, a beautiful team fighting coming out from the side of G2R, really understanding their roles in these team fights and doing so well, as you will see in these Nexus knockout moments as well. Hammy playing the Akali really well in these team fights that are going to come. Yeah, this was just it was a stomp really.
Yeah, and unfortunately, Argus wasn't led to reach that place where he has that late game kill, shutdown potential. The Akali and Vi combo was just doing havoc on the backlines of Infamous, and they couldn't do much about it. Shuvo tried to come for a couple of engages that did not just work out for him. They kept on diving under turret again and again. The Viego was, starved a bit by the Vi earlier on. Every time he showed up, the Vi tried to go for him. He was even trying to queue over the wall over here. The Magai ultimate didn't interrupt. You can see Termi yet again goes for the ultimate onto the Melio to try and shut him down, but that opens up so many more avenues for G2R to go for pounding again. And again, the ultimate used onto the Melio, but that's after his ultimate has been triggered. You can see the rest of the members of Infamous are trying to fight around. This is the bloodiest fight of the series so far, where it was a 5v5 and only the Caitlyn is the one that survives. Even here, Hammy manages to pick up a triple for himself. There's not enough damage from the members of Infamous after that, with the Caitlyn 1v2s, the Maokai and Argus over there. Pick it up, another fight around Atakan. You can see Kale uses the ultimate onto Viego. Viego still uses his ultimate to get out. Flashes is as well, but will still end up getting caught out by the members of G2R that have come around from this tribush over here. And this is much more cleaner is from the side of G2R. They only lost the Melio in this fight, while as completely whitewashing the members of Infamous and taking the dominance. And this is where you can see G2R firmly take the reins of the horse for the winning of this matchup. Here you can see, because of the Guardians just going so aggressive, where you can take complete advantage of that Atakan buff for themselves. And just one by one, they keep on taking down turrets, keep on taking down players. With the last Baron, they just go for the kill and end the game and take it 2-0 to meet up against whoever wins between Phoenix Gaming and Old Gods in the next series.
Yeah, and this game, like it was on G2R's terms all the time. So that's how it ended. Let's look at the scoreboard as well for this one. Not again, not a close game really. 14k gold advantage for the side of G2R. 10 turrets to 0. Drake's word shared a piece. Baron, Rift Herald, Atakan all picked up from the side of G2R, along with the Void Grubs, all 6 of those. 26 to 12 on Bloody Petals. It's just a one-sided game. Yeah, sure, the kills, 29 to 17 might look like it was a relatively closer game, but it really was not. And G2 are just doing really well.
And
now let's look at the... Yeah, go for it.
We'll look a bit at the Rift Renegade MVP over it. It has to be Caitlyn, right? Given the amount of damage this man was doing from the backlines. 13-1-4, only dying one time in this, and that was to Crixus in the bot lane when he was doing the 1v1 against that Varus. The Varus was already overpowered. 4 CS per minute, but we'll neglect that given how much fighting
that stat is definitely wrong. There's no way he was 4 CS per minute. He was well above 8 CS per minute, so that's a wrong stat right there. Apologies for that. But 13-1-4, as you said, over 1300 damage. almost 16k gold for himself, like well deserved. He struggled. I just saw his IGN, that's Babu Moshai, but struggled early on with his support in the laning phase, but after that, like every team fight, he was playing it to perfection. So really well done from our Rift Renegade MVP Babu Moshai.
Yeah, just well played from him. And he did have a lot of the Akali and Vi diving forward, so there was not much attention onto him, so he was just free firing for a lot from the back line. But yes, a lot of damage being put out by this man. Well played from him, well deserved to the boys from Pakistan. Moving on to lower bracket round 3, and to see who ends up against them, we will be showing the next series. Just before that, we will be taking a very short break.
Was undercover, wrote me off like the others, but I had secrets inside. You didn't pay attention, like an experiment. No, you're gonna pay for your crimes. I'll change your perspective, I'll teach you a lesson. Making my mission, oh yeah, I'll have you wishing you could go back in time to never test my limits. Nothing you say will fix it, I'm too out of my mind. You're riding high, but I've got you this time. Oh, look at me now. Oh, look at me now. Try to take me down. Lost but now I'm found. Used to be the victim in the dead of night, but I can be a villain in the moonlight. Look at me now. In the moonlight. Got you this time, got you this time. You can't hide. Pay for your crimes, baby, that's right. Got you this time, you can't hide. Pay for your crimes, baby, that's right. Oh, look at me now. Oh, look at me now. Try to take me down. Lost but now I'm found. Used to be the victim in the dead of night, but I can be a villain in the moonlight. Look at me now. In the moonlight. Like empires, we rise and then we fall. Can the tides calling through it all? Titans watching, waiting. Once rivals, now we sit patient. At the end of the world, empire. Take over control. Anytime you leave me, aching in my bones. Morning to the evening, I'll give all of myself, even if it hurts like hell. You just love to watch me bleed. Rip my heart, give it a squeeze. Grip my lungs, won't let me breathe. No, you do it cause you like to see adrenaline run through my veins. Drink my tears like it's champagne, but I still love what you do to me. Insanity, what you do to me is insanity. What you do to me is insanity. What you do to me is insanity. Cutting up my soul, give away the pieces when you pull me close. Fall into the feeling, I'll give all of myself. Don't want anyone else. You just love to watch me bleed. Rip my heart, give it a squeeze. Grip my lungs, won't let me breathe. No, you do it cause you like to see adrenaline run through my veins. Drink my tears like it's champagne, but I still love what you do to me. Insanity, what you do to me is insanity. What you do to me is insanity. Yeah, it's insanity. What you do to me, how you watch me bleed. No, it's not heavenly. Yeah, it's insanity. What you do to me, how you watch me bleed, but it's perfect for me. Insanity. You just love to watch me bleed. Rip my heart, give it a squeeze. Grip my lungs, won't let me breathe. No, you do it cause you like to see adrenaline run through my veins. Drink my tears like it's champagne, but I still love what you do to me. Insanity, it's insanity. What you do to me, how you watch me bleed. No, it's not heavenly. Yeah, it's insanity. What you do to me, how you watch me bleed, but it's perfect for me.
fire. Through the ashes we will climb. The dust will settle. We will not. All together we will rise. Out from the shadows into the light. All together it's our time. We will rise. We will rise.
Guys, welcome back to League of Legends, the Esports Community Clash. We are still in the lower bracket round 2 with the second matchup of today. All Gods versus Phoenix Gaming. It's me, Madness, alongside Fireball. And Fireball is looking very chic today. Look at this man.
Yeah, I'm in the HQ where all the magic happens, the Esports Club office, and it's honestly insane setup over here. So feeling quite excited to cast from here, and the matches till now were really good as well. We saw Infamous go up against G2R, although G2R did kind of turn it around and kind of stormed them towards the end, unfortunately, but it is what it is. Now we'll be dealing with the lower bracket round 3 though, which is going to be between Phoenix Gaming and All Gods, as both of the teams have put their marks on the tournament already, unfortunately are in the lower bracket, but we do know the qualities that these teams have, Madness, and we can always expect a high quality League of Legends matchup from these players.
Yeah, absolutely. And Infamous 2.0 was the one that knocked down Phoenix to this bracket, and unfortunately, they are out of the tournament. So now Phoenix Gaming are looking for a bit of revenge coming up, but their opponent is nothing to be laughed about. Old Gods were one of the teams that knocked one game off of Asterix as well. Are now one of the grand finalists. So they are something that you have to take very seriously. So this is going to be one of the most highly anticipated series of this tournament so far. And with that being said, we're going to jump right into the champ select. The gas is taken out from the hands of the Unseen Blade by Phoenix Gaming right away over here, Fireball.
So Phoenix Gaming will be starting off on the blue side as Old Gods will take the counter pick with the red side. Cassiopeia taken away. We've seen this happening against Old Gods a lot. I think Asterix were the one who constantly kept banning Cassiopeia against Old Gods as well. So definitely do not want the Unseen Blade to be playing that champion against them. So they've done their homework with that. Old Gods will take away the Zyra. I think Dew, who was known as Tony Cruz before, played that on support, as well as the Shy Boy took that in the jungle. So taking down two roles at once with that ban, can never go wrong with that. As the next ban would be the Lissandra. I think against Asterix, Old Gods did play Lissandra a lot. I mean, the one game that they did, and Unseen Blade did pretty well against Katrina Bot of all people. So I think Phoenix Gaming saw that one and are taking the Lissandra away, followed up by the Nocturne, and Old Gods finish off the first phase of banning by taking away the Lulu.
Yeah, definitely. And with that tag also out of the picture, it's one of Dew's favorite picks as well. Instantly locking in the Wukong for the side of Phoenix Gaming. If this champion is not getting banned out, he's getting picked a lot of times as the first pick. So he's going to be in the jungle or can top. It can be flex, but most likely in the hands of the Shy Boy in that jungle role. And as you did say, the Zyra ban, very influential, can take out two roles at once. Shy Boy does like to play these AP type of champions there. And you can see W might be locking in that Amumu for himself, very nicely so, as his first pick. So both junglers seem to be already in the picture for what these teams are dishing out right here. You can see they are still hovering for their second pick right now, but the Nocturne ban is also very crucial because a lot of these teams, if it is left open, do end up picking it for themselves. The Lulu ban also neutralizes some of the enchanters for themselves, but it looks like the Silas gets picked up in the mid lane for the Unseen Blade. This Silas has been wrecking a bit of havoc currently in this patch, at least in these teams' hands, and now it's up to Phoenix Gaming to reply for their second and third pick and see what they can do with it. It's currently still being at the last second. It looks like the Ezreal gets locked in here for Booyah right away over here, Fireball.
I mean, I've been a fan of Booyah for the longest time now, and the champion Ezreal is just so fun to watch as well. So I'm really excited to see how Booyah navigates this one. Such a high scaling champion, and the plays that you can play with this are just amazing to watch. So I'm really excited to see what Booyah can pull off with this. As the Akali, you can say the same about Akali, flashy plays all around. We saw in the last game Hamza Harun going absolutely bonkers on that Akali, making sure his team did get the win. Q2 would be expecting to do the same, and we know he does have the quality to do that, but Old Gods reply with strong picks of their own in the Silas and the Kaisa.
Yeah, the Kaisa, not the one we usually see at this point of the game, but they locked it in. Last series itself, we saw Akali in the hands of Hami by himself doing a lot of work, so let's expect something of that from a player like you two who does like to play these assassin AD or going in their face kind of champions early on in the middle lane. Already looking like a pretty strong comms from both sides. Essentially, Silas not having the best of ultimates to steal, only probably just the Wukong ultimate at this point that he is looking to steal for. The Nautilus in the second phase of banning does meet the deck. He is no longer playable over there, so you're not going to see Dew have that in his hands. With the Ezreal, you want something like that. Even some enchanters also do work. The Braum has locked out because with Kai'Sa and Braum, especially the Lethal Temple Kai'Sa, does a lot for your team, can lock in a lot of CC as well. The Karma does end up meeting the deck as well because Ezreal Karma, a very strong combo in the bot side, and it's up to Phoenix Gaming for their last ban of game 1 over here to see what they're going for. Guys, to remind you, it is soft fearless draft. Anything these teams do pick, they cannot themselves pick it in the next game, so that's also playing into effect in their minds of what can be done over here. Directed gets banned. It is a very good blind pick, so that option has been removed as well.
I mean, I'm just looking at Old Gods bans, and from a far away perspective, you can just think of them as like 5 support bans altogether. So Dew's champion pool really taking a hit over there. Let's see what he ends up finally picking for himself with them banning Brom as well. So total of technically 6 support bans coming in this draft pick as Old Gods lock in the Maokai. So Maokai really good with the Kaisa as well. The point and click CC can hold down targets, can apply the stack of Kaisa's passive as well, the W into the Q, so 2 insta stacks already. If you throw in the ult, so 3 stacks for the Kaisa can make the Kaisa use their ultimate on point as well. So good synergy coming out over there in the bot lane with the Maokai and the Kaisa. Let's see what Ezreal tries to pick for himself in the support lane, as the Leona is being hovered. Top lane has been picked up with the Gnar. So Gnar will be going up against Zuko's pick, which Old Gods have decided to keep as the last pick for themselves. And Phoenix Gaming really hovering this Leona and finally ended up locking that in. So it's going to be Ezreal Leona against Kaisa and Maokai. I feel both range support, it will just come down to how they play it, and I feel both of them should be pretty comfortable, as Ezreal is much more safer compared to the Kaisa, and should be fine.
Yeah, and that being said, it looks like it's the Urgot that gets locked in for Zuko right and there and right now. So yes, the Kaisa Maokai bot against the Ezreal Leona bot might be a bit of a tough skill matchup depending on. We usually don't see Kaiser now, given how her evolutions do take a bit more time in her hands. But yes, so the first Urgot we're seeing currently in the champion pool, at least in this main event we've seen or streamed so far. Phoenix Gaming have that Gnar as their top laner, does have that added range advantage against the Urgot, but Zuko knows what he's doing because he knows he was playing against Gnar, depending on how he wants to play out this matchup. The Wukong always a staple in the jungle if he's left open, not banned or not negated due to the fearless draft. So that is how that works. Q2 will be playing against this Silas. It's up to him to try and assassinate him or try to shut him down as fast as possible as he can, because now Silas with this Leona ult to be stolen as well as the Wukong ult has a bit of picks between which he can go for. W with his move will be looking to go in for engages and stun up everyone with his R if he does get that off at a crucial amount of time. Plus you have the Maokai ultimate as well as backup, can provide a lot of CC towards your team. But yes, we are seeing some champions we haven't seen at least in the last series. The Urgot, the Kaisa coming out, especially also the Mumu. Last series we did see Aramis Yi, so anything can be expected at this point of the tournament, especially with fearless draft on the line. You want to get some of the junglers out of the picture, so later on you have more up to your alley, given that you're taking a bit of the unconventional, at least on the side of Old Gods right now. And it's yet to be seen what else will be going on in the matchup that will be taking place. Remind you, whoever does win this will be facing against the G2R tomorrow onwards. So that is something that G2R will also be looking at. Phoenix Gaming, remind you, were knocked down by Infamous 2.0 towards the lower bracket in a 2-0 deafening fashion. So Phoenix Gaming will have that in the mind. This is their back against the wall. This is the lower bracket. Any team that does lose 2 out of these 3 games will be going out of the tournament. Unfortunately, whoever wins will be facing against G2R. And you can see we are currently just waiting to get into the game, and it's very nicely put by Fireball. 6, if you can see properly, 6 supports being banned out. So Dew had to dig deep. He does come with Leona, a pretty standard support that goes alongside the ADC role. So I want to see what Puya does as well. If he does well on to this Ezreal and he does put in the poke damage that he can do against the short range Kaiser.
Definitely, as we'll be jumping into the Rift pretty soon, and these teams have set up pretty nicely as Urgot into the Nar is definitely going to be one of the matchups I'm looking forward for. Nar definitely a champion that we do see often, but Urgot not something that we see all that often in our region at least. So Zuko will be navigating that one, and let's see what he has in the bag for us as Booyah is gonna keep doing Booyah things. I hope just such a good ADC player and always a treat to watch. Still, so by the time we got into the champion select, I would like you guys, as always, to jump into the Discord server. Make sure you join us in the League of Legends in SA Discord. All of these fun events that we keep hosting, you have chances to win free skins of your own choice, take part in fun community events, and we have a good looking for group channel as well. So if you want to take part in future community clashes, you can take part in those as well, as soon as you find a good team or you just know play a few flex games, solo queue games with the community. It's just a fun way to pass your time. And make sure you check that one out. Join the Discord server, as we will be jumping into the game pretty soon. Madness, what are your expectations going into this one and some predictions?
I'm looking at a Phoenix 2-1 because they are the ones that have their backs against the wall. Given they were knocked down pretty early on, Olgon still did have a very good showing against Kakao Gaming. But yeah, liking a bit more on the side of the Booyah with his Ezreal. He is one of the top 5 summoners currently as well, sitting on the number 3 mark. So he is someone you have to look out as the star player for the side of the Sri Lankan boys. But without further ado, guys, we will be heading right into the game, and a bit slow pace. They are between parallel across the river. They're not going for anything aggressive because that first blood is there to play for.
First Blood is there to play for with the feats of strength. None of the teams would want to do something stupid and give that one away for relatively cheap. So we do see most of these teams shifting towards just guarding the jungle entrances. This tournament around. Previously, we did have a few teams opting for those 5-man stacks, trying to go for the invades and whatnot. But since the addition of feats of strength, I think that aspect of the game has kind of calmed down a bit. Still, nothing significant happening in terms of vision. We have a red ward at a very shallow spot in the side of the jungle, of their own jungle, pretty much. Maybe expecting an invade coming in from that side from the jungler, so just to spot that one out. And for the side of Phoenix Gaming, they have not gotten any deep vision, so no information on where the Amumu is going to be starting.
Yeah, but Wukong is starting bot side of his own jungle while Mumu is starting top. So top to bottom for Mumu, bot to top for the Wukong. On the bot side, Booyah is starting off really aggressive, gets two autos off onto the Kaiser as well. Hydra will have work cut out against Zuko on the top side. Don't honestly know what Zuko was thinking with the Argon, but let him prove me wrong at least, because we usually don't see this champion that often, at least in our region, in the top side or in general anyway. Looks like, yes, OGs do hit that level 2 first. Here goes the Maokai.
As Maokai is going in, the Kaiser passive damage is stacking up. Booyah and you hit level 2 as well, so escaping relatively safely. They take down Leona's HP bar to half HP. Booyah is still healthy, did not use any summoner spell, so they should not be complaining about that trade, as Booyah picks up the entire second wave for himself as well. So sitting at 12 CS, well, Vortex missed 2 minions in that trade. So I think at the end of the day, Booyah should be pretty happy with that outcome.
Yeah, definitely. He is going to be very happy with that outcome. A strong start for their bot side, and now they're slowly get more of the minions for himself. He is up around 2 CS, up into the Kaiser right now after that last wave, especially. In the meantime, Unseen has taken quite a bit of damage against Q2 over. He can't hit the chains, but he does find the gap. Q2 walked up before the minions. Unseen has flash forward, and that's first blood. That's first blood for the mid laner of Phoenix Gaming over here. That's already 1 feat of strength for them.
So Unseen Blade going very aggressive into the minion wave of Q2, but not able to connect those early chains. Did connect the second one, but the damage from the minions just adding up along with Q2 hitting all of his skills as well. And Unseen Blade, unfortunately, will be giving away first blood to the side of Phoenix Gaming. Akali well and truly on her way. Picked up the Oblivion Orb with the backup, will be teleporting back into lane, and this lane just got so much harder for the Silas to play now.
Yeah, absolutely. In the meantime, OGs are putting on the pressure on the bot side, forcing the Ezreal and Leona under her turret. Nice W from the Ezreal, plus the auto does get some damage off onto Vortex. Hydra has walked up pretty forward. Zuko tries to jump forward, couldn't get in the range to push the Gnar into his own turret. Gnar jumps forward, gets a lot of damage, has that fleet footwork as well, so will start healing up. Urgot already being forced to burn one of his health, but hold up that thought. In the meantime, in the mid lane, Akali getting all the stacks over Conquer off, and Unseen Blade yet again below 50 HP. As soon as he TPs back into the lane, Amumu is close by topside. Hydra has to keep that in mind. Might not have an idea that he is there, but it should be play on his mind. He doesn't have a ward. He does have a ward actually to put out, but he's choosing not to. Instead, Unseen Blade is being forced underneath his turret. Q2 is showing his dominance in mid lane. Look at the CS difference. Though it's a big wave crashing into the Unseen Blade, he has to try and pick up as much of it as he can. The Oblivion Orb will give that added advantage, reduce the healing the Silas will get in when he tries to go in for his combos. The Maokai has gone to put a ward over to the side of Phoenix Gaming Jungle through that Dragon Pit. And you can see now that Hydra is going for his reset as well. Picks up a cloth armor, picks up a longsword and his boots.
5 minutes into the game's first blood for Phoenix Gaming, as the Dragon is relatively safe for now. None of the teams planning for that objective. We do see the Amumu walking towards the bot side of his jungle, so maybe has his eyes over there, as the Wukong might look to trade it with the grubs on the top side when they spawn in about a minute. Gold lead, negligible 400 gold. All of that should be from that first blood. Looking at the CS numbers, pretty even across the map, except that mid lane where Unseen Blade has started to struggle quite a bit against the Akali after giving away the first blood, as you would expect, getting pushed in constantly. And Q2 might be looking to make some plays with the Leona now, as the Leona has moved up into the topside jungle of Old Gods.
Yeah, and Leona has put a very deep vision ward over there into the side of OGs, and looks like they might be setting up to go onto this Urgot in the top side. You can see the Leona and the Wukong are waiting to go in. Gnar goes mega, flashes
Gnar
forward,
ultimate
ult
being
gets
used.
the ward.
The Leona engage will make sure that Zuko cannot flash away to safety, as another great pickup coming in by Phoenix Gaming will be picked up by the Leona, unfortunately, but I think denying Zuko that wave is going to be worth it regardless. So Gnar should be happy with that outcome, as they pick up the grubs for themselves, which is traded out by Old Gods. They pick up the Cloud Drake, and both of the teams 1 out of 3 for the Mythic Monster Feats of Strength.
Yeah, and Phoenix Gaming haven't added first blood as well into their books. And Hydra is also pretty strong against this Urgot after his backing gets his item. Zuko is already 1 level down to that tiny Gnar right there. Finally, the grubs do get picked up by the Shy Boy, but it allows Amumu to walk into the jungle of Phoenix Gaming, take away the red buff from the hands of the Wukong, deny him some camps for later on. And the Leona has that pink ward will be phenomenal later on in the game when they get a bunch of information from it. Zuko does jump forward, pushes Hydra behind in the Mega Gnar form, doesn't take that much damage as he would have liked. Nice W from the Gnar into the Q as well, does provide, but now with that Q landing there, he doesn't have the Q for quite a bit of time. He has to wait for that cooldown reset to try and put on some pressure, and has to keep his spacing as well. The Ezreal has to keep far from the Maokai. Maokai can instantly go on to him. Do has to provide some sort of assistance as well. CS numbers in favor of Vortex right now, 5 CS, a bit more than that Ezreal. Ezreal has got his tier, has got 63 stacks, has 2 biscuits, used the ult to get some chunk damage as well, and they're now slowly pushing that wave further towards the side of OGs.
So nothing crazy happening in the game, pretty slow, pretty methodical. That's how it's being played right now. Q2 and Unseen Blade will keep trading. As soon as I say that, there is a full-on fight which is breaking down in the bot lane. The exhaust use, which will be cleansed away by Booyah. Now Dew finds himself in a pretty rough spot, but he is the Leona with the W, should be very tanky and does survive. Still, both the summoner spells being used for the side of Ezreal should be seen as a victory for the side of Old Gods at least. Only the Exhaust and the Ignite being used for the side of Old Gods. So definitely signs of aggression coming in from the side of Old Gods. Says Booyah needs to be safe even though he's playing Ezreal. The threat of Maokai engage is very real.
Yeah, definitely. And especially now without your sums, you have to be even more wary. Use Ignite is almost back up onto the mark. Next Drake is up in 2 minutes 35 seconds. Q2 narrowly missing out, trying to cancel Unseen Blades recall over there. He does get his TP back into the lane. Bob tried to do the same towards the Leona, could not do it right there. And Leona and Ezreal get their very well deserved reset and will try to head back to the lane. Ezreal has his Sheen in his hand, two long swords and one dagger to go along with his chair. You can see that Phoenix Gaming are trying to maybe put up a trap over here, but the jungler of OGs is nowhere close by. He's on the bottom side of the map, and Q2 is trying to march his way into the Unseen Blade over here. He does shroud forward. Unseen Blade's chains do miss, and now he's on the backhand of it. The E does land, does not take it instead. He's happy with that trade, definitely. Picks up a huge wave as well. Up around 13 CS to his counterpart, Silas, and Duke clears out this vision ward in the Dragon Pit right now. Their Mumu is close by if they want to jump in. Maokai is there as well for support. They might try to catch this Leona if she's trying to get out of here. And that then Maokai jumps forward over here, Fireball.
Flash forward is there from the Leona to safety. Now Shaiba is there for the counter engage if they look to do so, and Dew does go in, forcing the Maokai to flash away as well. Kaisa in the background taking so much damage from the Ezreal ultimate will be cleaned up by the Wukong as the Unseen Blade taking a lot of damage. In the mid lane, we saw Q2 going neck to neck against the Mumu as they pick up 2 kills for themselves, 3 kills for themselves across map in the bot and mid side. Phoenix Gaming well and truly on the way as Unseen Blade very, very low. Is Wukong feeling spicy? He can look for the dive over there, but I think they are allowing Unseen Blade to recall, let him escape this time. But let's have a replay of that if we can, because that was some great counter engage coming in by the side of Phoenix Gaming.
Yeah, definitely was well played from them. You can see Dew based on Maokai so deep into over here, and who falls apart is the Kaiser. The Ezreal does so much. Wukong is so close by. His Q lands onto him after the Kaiser has flashed away. He ends up meeting the Grey Scream. Bob gets hit by the W of the Ezreal. The Ezreal arches forward, but it's the Leona that gets the kill. In the meantime, off your screen, you could see Q2 goes in, gets the kill onto W, has to flash away to get to safety, and this all results in Phoenix Gaming picking up 3 more grubs to get 6 in total, to get 1 epic, to get 2 out of the 3 epic monsters of the feat of strength for them. So they're basically 1 epic monster away from getting the entire feats of strength for themselves.
The dragon has spawned, so fortunately for Old Gods, Amumu has already started that one out. Looks like the Shaibo is running right towards the dragon, and the dragon is at more than half HP, so a full-on fight might break out for the feats of strength. Double teleports are channeling in the Tribush. Amumu positioning himself, looking for an ult. Nar ultimate connects onto the Kaisa. 2 people stunned in the background. Massive choke point fight breaking down as the Shaibo will take the first 2 kills. The Leona securing the 3rd one, and it's Phoenix Gaming running a riot across Old Gods, taking down 4 members, losing none. Gonna secure the dragon for themselves as well, and with that, the feats of strength. What a massive play coming out there for the feats of strength in the bot side river. Definitely want to have a look at that again, Madness.
Yeah, absolutely. Well played from them. They pick up this Drake, but you can see while Zuko's TPing in, he's just off the Mega Gnar bar for himself. The Rage bar is just about it. With that Q, gets enough, flashes forward, gets a 3-man ultimate. There, Ezreal follows, hits 4 members as well. As you said, an excellent choke point fight for these kind of ultimates. The Wukong ultimate follows suit, and there's just not much OGs can do. They've been CC'd for days. The damage is falling off, and they're trying to just run for the hills, and that definitely allows Phoenix Gaming to pick up that Drake for themselves and the feats of strength. So they have a hefty number for themselves and a huge advantage early on into this matchup. All 6 grubs matching that 1-for-1 Drake up in gold as well. 9 kills to 0. OGs haven't even opened up the books right now. They have no kills to their names, and it's just looking like Phoenix Gaming have come out of the barracks so strong in this matchup.
Yeah, they look like a completely different kind of an animal right now. Old Gods not having any sort of an answer to the plays that Phoenix Gaming are making throughout the map. They are left like sitting ducks in their own lanes. Already 4,000 gold behind at 13 minutes. Definitely a big gold margin there. As the bot lane turret has been left unattended for quite some while, Vortex has picked up quite a bit of these plates for himself. As Nar will finally come in, the turret plates do come down, and now they will be looking to trade this damage in the top side turret at least. But the bot lane has shifted into the mid side for Phoenix Gaming, as Q2 will be dealing with this Urgot in the top lane. Leon ultimate does connect. The root should follow. The clean engage coming in by Dew from the maximum range. Saw the Silas use his E. Instant pop on the ultimate. No thoughts whatsoever. And they do pick up another kill in the mid lane, and they can get some damage onto this turret now.
Yeah, he goes in, uses the ignite as well. Q2 is making short work of this Urgot. He is regretting a bit of the decisions of taking this guy. Not too much. Hyde in the meantime will be getting this turret in the bot side. He's doing a lot of damage to it currently. So they're looking to pick up all three of the first feats of strength currently right now, given the path that they are on. Now 10-0 in terms of the kills in favor of Phoenix Gaming. This Wukong is 3-0 in 3. The Leona itself is 3-0 and 4. They all four members of Phoenix Gaming have a bounty in the head. Wukong's going in. He has channeled his ultimate, but I don't think you can do much against at that point without any backup. But he's just showing asserting dominance as the Monkey King over there, just showing it away. Unseen Blade in return cancels the recall the Shy Boy, and now we are slowing down a bit in terms of pace. Kills have been flowing fast and thick, but all in favor of Phoenix Gaming side.
So Wukong just annoying the Unseen Blade a bit there, as he is struggling. Definitely only 83 CS at 15 minutes, 0-3-0 in that mid lane. Has the Rocket Belt completed for himself, but the Akali is just so far ahead in terms of the game curve. Akali does not have a completed item to her name though, because of so many components that she picked up. Instead opted to complete the Mercury Treads first item. Does have the feats upgrade on that as well, so should be feeling very good with that. Mercury Treads definitely a very high value pickup in this game, with so much CC and magic damage coming in as well. So 4 champions essentially doing magic damage, and almost everyone having some sort of CC there as well. So you already see 3 Mercury Treads being picked up. I won't be surprised if the Ezreal opts for the Mercury Treads as well, considering the tier 3 upgrades, the feats of strength upgrades of the Mercury Treads, one of the strongest in the game.
Yeah, and now they're looking to pick up the tier 1 in the mid lane.
Oh,
but
in the
look
mid
here,
lane.
who comes Amumu.
Amumu does flash in, the ultimate did connect, but the Ezreal will use his shift to get away. Unfortunately for the Leona, she can't do that for himself, but Haida comes in, great ultimate connecting 2 people. The Shy Boy jumps on the backline, but someone please feel for my man Booyah in the backline. Left alone for the Sharks to take down, as the bot lane will sacrifice themselves for the greater good. 4-2 in favor of Phoenix Gaming. Booyah and Dew do go down, so first 2 kills on the board for the side of Old Gods, picked up by the Kaisa and the Maokai respectively. Still a massive victory coming in for Phoenix Gaming, as they take down the tier 2 turret in the mid lane as well, and already 6,000 gold ahead at 18 minutes. This is looking like a one-sided stomp.
It is definitely looking like OGs do finally pick up the 2 kills, but that's at the sacrifice of 4 of their members. Only Zuko left alive at the end of that, and he was busy trying to take the turret in the top side for the bounty over there. Now with the 6 scrubs, they can easily melt that tier 2. They take it for themselves. They're even looking to pick up the Rift Herald. Nothing can be matched. The only way OGs are trying to match is they're trying to pick up the Drake instead. For them, it's going to be an Ocean Soul type of map. Over here you can see it's going down. Ezreal Steel was looking to come in, but just in time. Was not enough damage. W picks it up with his smite at the end of the day, and now they at least have 2 Drakes to the name of OGs, the only jungle objectives they currently have. Look at where Dew is roaming right now. He's trying to put another ward down where he had put that vision ward earlier on in the run. Shybo has become a laner essentially right now, the way he's trying to take
Zuko
the turrets.
flash
And
is
Zuko's
available.
in trouble.
Three-man gang coming onto him. Their flash finally being used now with the phase rush will be able to run away. So they did get the flash out of the top laner there and now can easily pick up this outer turret in the top lane, open up the map a bit. And look at the reply. I think right now OG should have been looking to push the Akali in. The Amumu did opt to recall instead. They had the Maokai available there as well. They could have tried to do the same thing that happened to their top lane in the bot side and maybe look for the trade on the turret, but instead everyone just recalls. So Phoenix Gaming got the turret and the flash of the top laner without losing anything in return. So OG is definitely looking a bit lackluster.
Yeah, absolutely looking a bit lackluster. The Akali also has 9 stacks on her Dark Shield. The Shy Boys is a bit behind in camps to W, but the way he's been playing, it does not make a difference. Man already has his 24s, has the upgraded Mercury Treads, has the Phage, has the pickaxe. He's very, very strong when he comes in. And Dew is doing a phenomenal job of getting this deep vision in jungles as well, clearing vision and getting his own vision for his side, that is Phoenix Gaming. And you can see Akali, that leaves Akali free to farm over here without worried of getting ganked at all. And OG is currently completely on the back foot. SGL just ulting for the pleasure of it to get some push down over here and chunk damage as well. They're up around 6k gold on the side of Phoenix Gaming right now. They have 6 drops, have 1 Drake, have the Rift Herald in the hands of the Wukong right now, and they will be looking to use that anytime soon.
Mauritius Atakan has made his way onto the rift at the bottom side of the map as we see Phoenix Gaming making their way slowly towards that, but 4 members of Old Gods are there for the counter as well. I don't think Old Gods are in any position for a full-blown team fight, so if there are equal numbers, it would be advisable for Old Gods to just let this objective go. Looks like they will be trying to contest that, and as they do that, Bob will lose his life, so before the fight breaks down, the support has been lost for side of Old Gods, and I think it should be relatively free for Phoenix Gaming to pick up this Atakan for themselves and just add another objective under their belt, further increasing their goal lead and further increasing their domination throughout the rift, as they will get the Guardian Angel buff and they can just use that for a free team fight, maybe hold it off for the next objective near the tier 2 turret in the bot lane, which is available, as Old Gods
coming in over
have come in. Atakan not being focused down that quickly. Now they have forced to let that one go, as Hydra is charging up his Narbar, will have that available. The transfer should be available now. Q2 in the background gets shut down. The Kai'Sa picks up that kill. Great Nar ultimate will make sure the Silas is not able to do any damage for himself, as Zuko will take in the Nar before he goes down himself. So great trades coming on for OGs right now. 3 for 3 on the board, as Booyah trying to kite away Vortex with the damage coming in. Wukong tries to go back in with the ultimate. Great knockups coming in for him there. Still not being able to, finally the trades coming in. Flash forward from Booyah. The Q unfortunately misses. Bob surviving with a sliver of HP. What a crazy fight going down in the bot side, but still a very huge misplay in my opinion coming in from Phoenix Gaming. They just assumed the Atakan was so free. Took an entire minute and a half to bring him down to about a quarter HP. OGs realized that quickly, put in members towards that bot side, got a lot of shutdowns for themselves, and certainly saved the Atakan from going down as well. And a lot of gold into the pockets of Vortex over there. The Kai'Sa already 202 CS at 22 minutes, 3-3-1, has 3 items completed. That Kai'Sa is looking scary, but that's only the Kai'Sa who's looking scary from the side of OGs now.
Yeah, and they took so long instead of Phoenix Gaming. The Bob who died just before the fight comes back up before the Atakan
round
can
two?
be even completed. Round 2 looks to be in the books. The Urgot is a bit far away. The Atakan is getting melted at a nice rate as well. Mumu is looking to make his last ditch engage and maybe try and steal it away with him ulting and then gain the smite off.
Great
Look at them, they're
zoning
trying to go for
coming on by the Nar. And then again
trying
they
to-
just leave the pit as the Atakan goes down. They do not want to be doing the 50-50, but I can, if they are the ones engaging the fights, they have the item advantages throughout the board. They should be winning these fights pretty easy as Atakan is going down so low. Finally gets reset. Silas ultimate stolen. Gets absolutely annihilated as he was not able to Nar ult onto the terrain. Shy Boy going dangerously low. The Urgot ultimate will miss as it's at the end of the day, it's going to be just the one kill picked up for the side of Phoenix Gaming. Unseen Blade going for the hero play with the Nar ultimate that he had with the flash engage. Was not able to do
Oh,
so. But Dew, where are you roaming around, my man? Looks like that was a bait as Hydra comes flying in. 3-man Nar ultimate again. Picks a double for himself. Booyah goes on a rampage, picks up a kill in the backline, and I think finally the Atakan will be going down as Vortex is running for the hills. Hydra will make sure he is nowhere near the Atakan to try some funny business. Phoenix Gaming do opt for
Look at the TP coming in
Dragon.
from the Silas.
Unseen Blade has delivered back as Vortex will not be able to survive shut down. Nar making sure cue some Benny Hill chase music as he chased him all the way from the Dragon Pit almost till the Rift Herald Pit, which is gonna be the Baron Pit in 5 seconds. So Atakan still on the board was the reason for these crazy team fights, and that's why we love the addition of that mythic monster into the game for those moments there, crazy team fights happening. And now you have the option of flipping either the Baron or the Atakan available for those teams, as both of the mythic monsters have spawned on the opposite side of the map.
Yeah, and that being said, in that fight over there where Unseen Blade goes in after he stole the Nar ultimate, unfortunately, as you said, could not get in against any turn, against any wall. The stun wasn't there from that stolen Nar ultimate, so that just left him alone to be fought against the Wolves. He was so far ahead from the rest of the team, nothing can be done. They go down, and Spartan Phoenix Gaming, instead of going for the Atakan after that fight, they go in. But hold up, the fights are not stopping over here. Maokai is left alone on this. This is a repeat of Bob dying before an Atakan fight yet
Same
again.
place.
And hopefully they can chase it down this time without that Maokai being in the picture, without that Maokai ult available to the members of OGs. I think this time they honestly have to give it up. Zuko is far away. He does have TP up and available to him. And he's doing exactly that to the bottom side
Round
in the
three.
river. And I think the fight is coming here. Round 3, as you said, is coming right here, Fireball.
So let's see who gets the knockout this time, as a Shy Boy is going dangerously low. He needs to be alive as he has the all-important smite. Booyah gets flipped around, will use his cleanse and shift away, and the kiting is there. Hydra in the background taking down the entire backline as Booyah using that Ezreal to perfection to make his space for himself. Goes 9-1 and 11 and make sure that his team might finally secure the Atakan. I'm tired of saying that sentence again and again, and looks like it's not going to be the case as Hydra is trying to chew a lot more than he can handle. As Vortex, they need to respect him. He still is very, very strong on that Kaisa. 3 items completed. The Atakan was finally picked up for Phoenix Gaming, though do have the Guardian Angel respawn for that, and they can use that to go for the Baron pickup. And OGs can do nothing about it. Even if they get the kills over there, it's going to be an instant respawn for Phoenix Gaming, and OGs don't even get the full gold for that kill.
Yeah, and they've delayed this Atakan so much. The Baron has come up as well. So now, like you said, for the next fight, they have this additional Guardian Angel onto them. Bob, unfortunately, getting caught twice exactly in the same position, goes down before that fight. They tried to go and engage as the members of OG, but nice Wukong clone away from the Mumu bandages secured them winning the fight essentially, because they have to ban out, and Zuko getting caught out, so again, on the top side, you can see the Shy Boy is going in onto Zuko, cuts him down quite a bit of HP. Amumu's there for some reprise as well. The Leonard comes in, forcing the little mummy to flash away from that exchange. This is going to open up all avenues for this fight around the Baron side, and I can see all the members of Phoenix Gaming are trying to go towards there. W doesn't have his ultimate up for such a crucial fight right now. I think OGs honestly have to think about giving this up as an objective. There is no way they can contest in their kind of fight, because 3 times the fights were done, 2 out of the 3 times, or actually 3 out of the 3 times, Phoenix Gaming ends up winning it, and it's not much. The OGs honestly know where they stand in the terms of a 5v5 kind of power shenanigans that are going right now. Mumu is 0-6-5. Unfortunately, could not be doing much. W is unfortunately falling behind quite a bit. Drake will be spawning up in 50 seconds time, so that's going to be the next thing we fight for. But in the meantime, it's like a 4-1 push for the Kali left for Onras in the top side. Here a fight is about to break out. Nars going mega, has the ultimate. The Bob is caught out yet again, has the flash, does try to get out, but it's not enough. The Leona ultimate plus the damage from Booyah causes Bob to fall yet again for the 7th time in this game so far.
Booyah goes legendary, and then the top lane we did see Zuko actually did manage to 1v1 Q2, did get the execute with his ultimate, but because of the Atakan buff, Q2 is right back where he started, and he will be looking to get the push in again, as Zuko is not done with him. He's like, I killed you once, I'll kill you again. Q2 learned from his mistakes, will use the flash to run away, as he is not able to stand in lane with the Urgot anymore. It's definitely a lot of damage coming in from the side of the Urgot. Hydra getting caught out little bit with the Amumu, but they do flip it around with the Leona. Q2 will take that kill for himself, as the base has been opened. Mid lane tier 3 turret in the history books. The inhibitor about to be next, as Q2 will keep on pushing the top side, will pick up the tier 2 turret for himself, and I think the entire team of Phoenix Gaming will focus their attention on the tier 3 turret on the top side. 30 minutes into the game, 29 kills to 7. 11,000 goal lead for Phoenix Gaming, playing very methodical, definitely not taking any risks to try to end the game faster. I'm pretty sure they could have by this point with the amount of lead that they had, but just play it by textbook. You're already in the lower bracket, do not want to be making any mistakes. All important game 1 to take as well, do not want to be starting the series 0-1 down, but it just looks like some moments before Phoenix Gaming finally take the Nexus of OGs.
Yeah, it's like a slow, methodical taking a part of the side of OGs currently done by Phoenix Gaming right now. They are playing very well. Booyah 10, 1, and 11 has 3 items completed, has the upgraded Ionian boots as well. Zuko on this Urgot pit is leaving much to be desired. The only one actually doing damage on their team is that Kaiser, the Vortex as well. He's trying to get the red buff to his name, and yeah, 30 minutes in, one of our longer games are going on. 29 kills to the 7 only of OGs. That's a lot in difference of that. And Phoenix Gaming are now currently on soul point for the Ocean Soul as well. So as you said, very slow, methodical end kind of to the game, given how OGs are playing. It's going to be very tough if they try and come back from it. W is being bullied in his own jungle over. He has to run away from that blue buff. There is no chance of him picking that up just by the sheer numbers of the members of Phoenix Gaming right there. They're going to be picking up the tier 2 in the bot side to themselves. Hydra's having also a game as well. 5-2 and 12, has the cleaver, has the stairs gage, has the Trinity Force, so does a lot of damage as well. Upgraded steel caps to his name. They are marching it in. All turrets, all tier 2 turrets have been destroyed, and the tier 3 and the inhibitor of the middle lane have been going down. Booyah is strong enough to fight in the side lanes by himself as well against Zuko. Zuko has to be aware not to get hit by so many Qs, as well as that W. The Booyah is level 16, that matches the same level that is Zuko, while as the Nar has already hit max level of 18 to his name. A lot of confidence, arcing shifting forward as well, and Bob is also having a dreadful game as well.
Bob definitely one game to forget for himself. 1-7. I mean, game to forget throughout board for Old Gods. Not a good showing in this one. As the tier 3 turret in the top lane under some threat, Zuko does go in, flips the Leona. That's not the target you want to go into. Maokai ultimate is connecting. Vortex does jump onto the backline. Booyah in danger. Someone needs to wheel for Booyah as Vortex will take down the Ezreal in the background, diving, and suddenly the damage goes away. The side of Phoenix Gaming is collapsing as their numbers are less. But look in the base, Q2 is threatening the Nexus turrets as he will not be able to take that one down. Nar ultimate completely whiffing, and the Hydra and Q2 need to run for the hills, I believe, as all 5 members from the side of OGs are still standing. Flash forward from Zuko will be flashed in return by Hydra. So it just shows how much of the damage lies on Booyah's shoulders, and especially considering that Akali was not even there. Kaisa got a great engage onto the Ezreal in the background, took him down instantly, and took the fight for his team, going 6-4-1, 301 CS. I mean, it looks like Vortex is dragging the living hell out of OGs.
Yeah, he is like dragging a lot of things. He has a lot of weight on his shoulders. Has 4 items completed. Just got the Zonias as well. Is up a lot of CS. 312 CS at 33 minutes to 34-minute mark. Now Baron is also about to start spawning up pretty soon in around 30 seconds time. So what all the players should be placing. OG still haven't hit the double digits in the terms of the kill counter yet. The Silas and the Mumu have yet not opened their books in terms of kills. Both are 0-7. And it's just not looking good for the side of Unseen Blade and W. Unseen Blade is trying to farm up as much as he can before this crucial fight that will be happening. You can see where Wukong is currently standing. Shaibo is going to be walking
Shy
into
Boy. The
big
sixth
ward,
sense kicking in.
saves his life. He puts that in maybe to get vision, and that is maybe a bit of sixth sense. He does survive in that scene, but he's hiding out in this bush. He's camping it out. W is also aware of this, doesn't want to walk out without Bob there as well. Bob is still level 13. He has been dying quite a bit. He's 1-7-7. It's just not looking. It looks like Phoenix Gaming just want to take this Drake and take this Baron and just go for the end or go for the kill. Even if they end up going for the Drake that's coming in 45 seconds time, that is their soul Drake as well. So their Ocean Seal and their additional healing that will be going down. Megan are hit by Hydra right now before the team fight could be a bit detrimental if a team fight breaks out, but you can see that OG's members are not even close to being there to contest. The Silas is very far away, does have the TP if he does want to go for it, but the Urgot is currently backing maybe to get a reset. But yeah, the members of OGs are too far. This Baron is getting melted down too fast as well. Phoenix Gaming are going to get that Baron, but it looks like Akali is going for a fight of her own, fighting a lot of members, 4v3, 3v4. It's just not what she wants. She does go golden at a very amount of time, buying a lot of time for her team, but in the end does go down to the hands of W, who finally gets his first kill of the game. She was 1v4 in that scenario, and she still bought so much time for her team as well. And the Drake has come up. It's being started by the members of OGs right now. Phoenix Gaming are looking to maybe end the game instead. Look at how the Nar and the Wukong are pushing. They are completely neglecting this Drake and trying to go for the end right over here, Firewall.
I mean, Q2 almost having the hero play there, 1v4, almost did take down the Unseen Blade, who was like 100, 200 HP. But 2 inhibitors being taken by the side of the Baron up. Phoenix Gaming as the Nexus turret are all that stand in their way. Now a Hail Mary team fight has been started by the side of OG's. Vortex does ult forward. View is in the mix over there, holding the backline with the Leona CC. The ultimate channeled from Zuko does take one down, so pretty even exchanges going on. Vortex forced to Zonia away, will flashed away to safety though. Can't say the same for Bob as the teleport is being channeled in by Q2. Vortex goes on a killing spree but is not able to survive the onslaught of the Akali, who just teleported back into the lane. Unseen Blade, the soul member, surviving not for long, as the first Nexus turret has gone down, the second will follow, and we have Phoenix Gaming taking down Old Gods in a very dominating fashion in game number 1 of this lower bracket, round 2, as they go one step further in towards the lower bracket final.
Yeah, this is just looking like a dominant performance from the side of the Sri Lankan boys. They put in the effort over here, and that is a lot that has to be desired from the side, that is going to be Old Gods. They did not perform you want, and even at the end, Unseen Blade still finished the game with 0 kills. He could not get the last kill for himself. W unfortunately did manage to pick up 1 kill at the end of it, but yes, so it's a slow methodical just dissecting essentially of the side of Old Gods by the side of Phoenix Gaming, and Booyah putting on a phenomenal performance as well as
As
Duke,
always.
because a lot of engages by him. His Leonals were very good. He did go for a lot of potential, hitting max range ease as well. Does go it. The Akali from Q2 did go on the backlines pretty well. He bought a lot of time that side. He forced the side of Old Gods to go to the Drake instead, while you saw the macro call from the side of Phoenix Gaming was to push in the waves all around, because Empire Byron waves cause a lot of having base. Instantly they have to recall. They come in for the fight. It's just not enough. It was a bit sketchy. A nice Sonya's by the Kaiser towards the end, plus the flash out to get out of it. But at the end of the day, it was just not enough. She was trying to drag the team on her shoulders, but it was just too much weight at the end of the day. And she'll have to try and get her revenge in game 2.
Yeah, definitely. I think Vortex was the standout player for the side of Old Gods, so was keeping them in the game. I think if it was not for Vortex, this game could have ended like 10-15 minutes earlier, because of the sort of domination Phoenix Gaming had throughout the map, not letting go of any objective at all. They just traded the first Drake, and after that, they are just fighting for every single thing. And the Artakan, oh boy, the Artakan was just so fun to watch this game. 3 mega fights coming in for that one objective. Everyone just not letting that one go for free. I think a lot of the snowball potential started from there. The side of Phoenix Gaming did pick up a lot of kills in those skirmishes, in those fights near the Artakan, which they ended up picking up finally for themselves. But still, I think Old Gods will definitely not be happy with the performance that they put out in the first game, at least. Still not the end for them, as they have another chance to make it 1-1 and possibly get the reverse sweep in with the 2-1 in the series of the lower bracket round 2. But what a performance coming in by Phoenix Gaming. Absolutely insane. Let's have a look at the Nexus knockout moments for this game and see how dominating Phoenix Gaming were.
Yeah, and it all started with this mid lane fight over here where Q2 gets the first blood for his team. The flash followed from the Silas. He picks that up for himself. That actually secures 1 feet of the strength. And here, this fight where they bait the Maokai in so deep, it's Vortex who actually eats the brunt of it, because he was so low anyway. He gets hit by the Q from the Wukong just before the flash was connected from his side. Maokai ends up going down as well. This was a 3-0 in favor of Phoenix Gaming, so that's where you could see it. And this is, I think, one of the crucial Nar ultimates of this fight. Comes in just before Mega goes in, flashes, hits that ultimate, gets 3 men knocked up against the wall, and plus that Ezreal coming in as well, hits 4 members, and just that close range quarter fights just completely going in Phoenix Gaming's fight. And you talk about the Artakan fights, right? 3 of them. 2 of them, Bob died just before the Artakan was being fought for, so that was a lot. And he died in almost the exact same positions as well. But a lot of CC coming out of the side of Phoenix Gaming that has changed very well. This is the first time OGs managed to get kills in this game over here, where they had 2 kills, but they sacrificed 4 of their members in exchange, and as well as their tier 2 turret. And here's where most of the clown fiesta started happening, right? You can see off your screen Q2's getting dying over there, but here a nice engage by the members of Phoenix Gaming. They just lock down Zuko. They lock down the Mumu. Zuko ends up getting the Gnar before he falls away, and the rest of the members of Phoenix Gaming have to fall back before they can reset and fight for the Artakan yet again. They do this 3 times in total, fighting around here, and they bought a lot of time. It was so much time that by the time Baron comes up, the Artakan has buff is still in the hands of Phoenix Gaming, and they can use that as well in that fight. So just a bunch of fights that broke down, and OGs took a lot of time to even get a few kills to their names as well.
Definitely, and still, guys, this is not the same replay that we're showing you again and again. There were just so many fights around this Artakan. OG is just not letting that one go. I think after the first team fight, they could have just looked to trade for it, because I think they bled so many kills By the time the first Atakan fight ended, it was 9 kills to 0, and we are at the third Atakan fight, and look at the scoreboard, 27 kills to 6. So absolutely not worth for OGs to keep going for that objective again and again and again. I mean, sure, you give away the Atakan, you give the Guardian Angel buff to them for one fight, okay, but you still end up losing one fight after that. There's no point in losing 3 or 4 fights just to try to secure that buff when you are at such a big disadvantage item and gold wise. Still, Atakan pretty new to the Rift. I think players are still getting used to it. OG is definitely not the play over there to keep dying for that buff, but still, that's gonna be game number 1 of this best of 3 series. We'll be having a look at who was the MVP for that game pretty soon as well. And any guesses, Madness, who that might be?
I think it might have to be, the ADC on the side of Phoenix Gaming. The way that Booyah was putting out the damage, essentially he got so ballsy towards the end, right? He was arcane shifting forward onto Zuko in the top side, right? He was showing no fear whatsoever. Even a couple of flash forward plays in the bot side where he was fighting against the opponents, he still tried to get the kills for himself. So this man shows no fear, and this is a reason why he's one of your top 5 summoners currently as well. Given the amount he plays, he went 10-1 and something in assists. That's just a lot for his numbers. And speaking, it's going to boost his stats as well in that top 5 summoners leaderboard at the end of the day. So he is one of the star players on the side of Phoenix Gaming, but mind you, that doesn't take anything away from Q2 and the Shy Boy, or from Zuko for that matter of fact, because everybody, even Dew, like this team together have been performing phenomenally, and it's the reason they've stuck together for so long. Dew, even getting banned, 6 supports out of his range was done in the champ, so he still manages that Leona, and I think now they have to even ban the Leona, but unfortunately due to Fearless Draft they don't have to do that, but that is just showing you how good this support is from the side of Phoenix Gaming.
I mean, yeah, the bot lane were the ones with the highest skill participation for the longest point throughout the game. I think with 26 or 27 odd kills on the board, the bot lane, both the Ezreal and the Leona, were sitting at 23 kill participation at that point. So that just shows the bot lane was everywhere for the side of Phoenix Gaming. And Booyah, man, I keep talking about this guy whenever he plays. He's just so good, and he keeps proving that time and time again. He is definitely making a very huge case for himself to be considered one of the top ADCs, or even the top 1, top 2 with the likes of Angel's Lotus and everyone coming in. So Booyah definitely a very, very huge player, and Phoenix Gaming are very lucky to have him, as he very often fails to perform. He always does well, always has the carry potential coming in, and rarely do we see him struggle in any sort of lane, be it against the top teams, be it against anyone. So you can always count on this guy. Booyah, one of my favorite players in our scene. So definitely nice to see him play that Ezreal to perfection as well. And for me too, I think Booyah should be the one getting the MVP for this map, for absolutely carrying this game. Died just one time when he was left alone. Well, that was a good flank coming in by the Kaisa, in all honesty. So still, let's have a look at the scoreboard of the game. It's gonna be around 37 minutes. So still on the longer side. Did not feel that long, because I think Phoenix Gaming were just dominating throughout the duration of those 37 minutes. There was not a single point in game where OGs were looking like they have some sort of a comeback potential. They were equal on Dragons though, but other than that, it was just pretty much Phoenix Gaming all around. I think Phoenix Gaming should be polishing up their game ending, because by the time they did end the game, they were giving chances of OGs to have a Baron flip or come back. I think they should be working towards that, as with a 10,000 goal lead, you should be ending the game right then and right there. Game should have ended around the 30-minute mark. But a win's a win regardless, and a very, very dominating win in that. Phoenix Gaming definitely very, very happy with the performance, and I think should be feeling very confident going into game number 2.
Yeah, and I think OGs have to go back to the drawing board a bit, maybe change a bit of their bans instead of just targeting the supports, targeting a bit of the other lanes as well, given how Phoenix Gaming have come out on top even after all of that. But that being said, let's look at the Rift Runner MVP. We've been talking about the MVP for this match quite a bit, and I think without doubt it has to be this man. Booyah has to be on this Ezreal. 11, 2 and 15, 1200 damage as well. He's just doing a phenomenal job. There's a reason why he's top 5 summoners, and his Ezreal never disappoints us at the end of the day. And it's up to see what he's going to be electing to take into game 2 to try and help his team. But also props to the Kaiser of the opponent team as well, because she was trying to carry as much as she could for the side of OGs, but unfortunately did not just have enough support for the side of him in the form of his teammates over there.
Definitely. So another MVP in the belt for Booyah as he makes his way towards the top spot of that top 5 summoner board. I'm pretty sure he is somewhere there, and Booyah will be looking to end the game with even more kills for himself, as we will be heading into the draft of the second game pretty soon. Both the teams are ready in the lobbies. Pretty sure they'll be itching to get this done with as soon as possible. Phoenix Gaming trying to just continue the domination from game 1, take it to game number 2 and make quick work of Old Gods. Or let's see if Old Gods have learned from their mistakes, adapt themselves and take down Phoenix Gaming to make it 1-for-1, as the sides will be swapped. Old Gods did pick blue side. Okay, I'm getting to know that there are no swaps for the sides, so it's going to be the same sides again, as we will be seeing the teams jump into the champ select for the second draft pretty soon. So again, reminding viewers, it's the fearless draft, no repeat champions, and let's see how that affects the draft for the second game.
Yeah, and while we just wait a bit for that game, do remind you to do follow us on our socials. The links are in the description box below. Please join our Discord server channel. We do have a lot of events and fun events that keep on popping up from time to time. So please, don't miss out on that. There's a lot of free skins. There's a lot of free RP that is up for grabs as well. So please do make sure you don't miss out on any of that. But yes, but the boys from Sri Lanka are trying to maybe make it a 2-0 and make it a fast one for us. But I don't think OGs will be going down without a fight, especially after that kind of a performance from them. I think they're going to rethink a lot of their strategies and trying to come back stronger, at least in game 2, and hopefully take us to a game 3 so that they can show their full worth.
Definitely. We will be jumping into champ select right now into the fearless draft. Phoenix Gaming staying on blue side, Old Gods on the red side. Ban staying relatively the same. The Cassiopeia, I think, expected against the Unseen Blade. You do not want to be giving him that one, as he has a lot of prowess on that. Let's see the ban strategy from Old Gods. Does it change or not? They were focusing on supports heavily in the previous one. Let's see if they try to focus something else.
Yeah, but they start again with the Zyre ban, but that's more targeted, I think, the Shy Boy in the jungle role for himself. The Lissandra and the Cassiopeia ban coming out from Phoenix Gaming is almost the same against the Unseen Blade of Old Gods. They really don't want him playing these champions. Now we get to see at least if Old Gods change a bit of these strategies for themselves in that support role. But no, again, they ban out the Taric of Dew. But this is still, mind you, a very good ban, because this man is one of the best players I've seen, at least in this region, on that champion, on Taric. So that's a really good pick away from him that has to be locked away. Phoenix Gaming finish off their bans with the same bans that were going on in game 1. The Nocturne will also be, meaning the deck will not be allowed to be participating in this. Mind you, Wukong was already used by Phoenix Gaming once. They can't use that again, but it's still open up to Old Gods, and Old Gods are still continuing on with the bans of a bit of support kind. The Lulu will also not be available in this matchup. Does harm a bit of the combos of, the Jinx, the Vayne kind of combos that they want to run on the bot side. But instantly the Elise is being picked up over here for the Shy Boy, right? You can see Fireball, and that pick just means snowball on snowball if they get ahead.
I mean, Shy Boy feeling confident after that Wukong game as he picks up the Elise. We did see Black Infinity pick the Elise quite often, and boy, he was popping off on that champion, if I do say so myself. I'm expecting the Shy Boy to be delivering similar levels of performances as he will be looking to put in that early game pressure and look to snowball the game, but instantly replied with the Graves, one of the stronger junglers if played well. I think Graves is a very dominating sort of champion, and will be followed up with the Corki in a very great spot as well. I think if the guys were following NLC, the Los Ratones game, Crowny absolutely went insane on that Corki, went like 15-0 in the the Nordic League. But this is the Esports Club Community Clash. Let's see how Vortex performs on the Corki in this one. Did come out of a very good Kai'Sa game, like individually at least, even though they did end up losing. We should be feeling confident as it is replied with the Caitlyn.
Caitlyn reply is nice. It does provide some of the range the Corki has a bit of time to match up to, but the Corki, as you said, in a very great state currently in the meta, is being favored a lot even in rank queues as well. The Maokai has already been used once by Old Gods, not that very well in the hands of Boz when he got caught out quite a bit, but this time it's getting locked up by Phoenix Gaming for themselves, so that's going to be their third pick of this game. At least it's up to Old Gods to pick up the final pick of the first phase of picking right here. It's up to seeing what they want to do. The Maokai can still be flex top or support, but I am, putting it a bit more in the hands of the support. I don't think I've seen Hydra play the Maokai that much, at least, and it's the Rel that gets locked in for the side of Old Gods here. So they have all three picks from both sides have been done, and we're into the second phase of banning. Will Old Gods continue with banning out
with the support onslaught?
Yeah,
they're just
oh no,
not
but
letting,
now they change it.
Ooh, finally, they're focusing the top laner now, as Hydra did have a great performance on the Gnar as well, so did not want to be giving away Jax, who is a very strong split pusher and a strong champion in general. Old Gods do have the counter pick available again. They did use it for the top laner last time. Let's see what they use it for this time. They have to still pick the mid laner and the top laner. Same goes for Phoenix Gaming, as they are trying to delay those picks as much as possible, but they will have to pick now. For the side of Phoenix Gaming, they have taken away the Nocturne, as well as Old Gods. They have taken away the Jax and the Kiana, as the Vex was followed up in the bans. Final ban coming in now for Phoenix Gaming. They will be taking down the Diana. So considering the Graves was already picked up, so I think they were expecting the Unseen Blade to pick the Diana in the mid lane. So taking that one down for themselves.
Yeah, so a bit of meta games going on between both these teams right now. The Jax ban is very strong because Hydra does like to play this champion quite a bit. The Vex and Diana bans limiting maybe the mid lane, as you did say. Yeah, the Graves was picked up, so that was most likely going the jungle. So now you're actually just focusing on the mid lane. But what's left open is Arcane Jesus. That's what gets locked in. The Victor comes out for the side of Old Gods. That's what Unseen Blade will be managing around with, and they'll leave open basically the top side to be countered up inside of Phoenix Gaming, because the map can still be flexible. We've got to see what the last two picks are going to come up to be. The Syndra looking to be maybe locked in, wasn't that good in the hands of Termi, at least today, early on in the previous series, but maybe it looks like Q2 wants to try his luck with this champion. That's exactly what he does. Pretty AP strength, pretty AP strong comp coming out for Phoenix Gaming already. So it's up to what Dew will be picking up for his top lane, and if it's going to be the Mort, that's going to be a lot of
There's
AP.
going to be a lot of AP. I don't think that's a good player over there.
I don't think it will be, but usually the Mort, if it's left open, gets taken. But yes, thankfully they do think about it a bit. They bring out the AD in that ranking for themselves. Up to Old Gods now for their last pick.
Old Gods have kept Zuko for the counter pick yet again, and let's see what he picks up this time. Last time he did go for the Old God, did not work out in his favor at all. Was getting dominated by Hydra in that top lane with the Gnar. And this time, let's see what he replies with. This time he opts for the Gnar, however, is like, changes his mind, goes for the on. safe option for the team. Great front line, great engage coming in, the on upgrades coming in later on as the game progresses. Against the Renekton should be holding his own in lane at least. But again, side of Phoenix Gaming with the Renekton, with the Elise, with the Syndra, a lot of early game potential there coming on. Early to mid game champions locked in over there for the old gods. Victor will need some time to ramp up. Corki will need some time to ramp up. Graves will need some time to ramp up. And I think old gods, going from the trend of game one, they are expecting this to be a longer game as well, and they have picked for that. Let's hope that they can keep the tempo up till that game and not lose the map before that. For the side of Phoenix Gaming, they will be all about the early game aggression, trying to keep the same tempo from game one, take away all the objectives wherever they can, and hopefully for them finish the series off 2-0. Or is it gonna be old gods who will make it 1-1?
Yeah, hopefully that's what all gods really do want, right? That 1-1, that chance to show off at least a bit more for that game 3. But honestly, looking at Phoenix Gaming's draft so far, it just looks so good in my eyes, just the way it was planned, especially now that they balance it out. They were looking for that more, but then yeah, that would have been just too much AP. But now we get to see the Maokai in the hands of Dew, and I really want to see what he does it along with the Caitlyn. You know, if he gets the roots into the traps, it pushes them into that. It's a lot of pressure. But at the same time, Bob also does have a heavy engage tank support for himself, so let's see if he does a better job on this than he did on the Maokai. So Graves is very susceptible to get punished quite a bit, especially you have someone like the Syndra and the Elise can basically go for the one shot on the squishier members of Old Gods. Suko in the top lane against Hydra, that is also going to be a talking point, because this Ornn does look tanky, but he does a lot of damage as well, this champion. So that's also one factor that has to be made out for, especially with later on as the game keeps on going on, especially with the mastery reworks. The mastery work that he gives for items of the rest of his team can be a huge for talking point. Also, Phoenix Gaming did get the feats of strength last time. That did also help them get that push earlier on. So Old Gods have to look to try and deny some of that advantage that Phoenix Gaming did go for. And maybe both teams don't fight 3 times around the Atakan would also be a good thing for the timing of the game. Because I think that's what also dragged the game to like that 39-minute mark, right?
I mean, that was just Phoenix Gaming picking up free kills again and again. They're like, oh, old gods handing us more kills. Sure, thank you very much. As I think by the end of those 3 team fights, Phoenix Gaming ended up picking some 17 or 18 kills for themselves, whereas old gods managed to get only like 6 or 7, if I remember correctly. So heavily in favor of Phoenix Gaming those fights. Should be full of confidence now, as they look like a very cohesive team, as like these players have been playing together for a long time, like such a long time, and it shows in their macro, the jungle support synergy, the mid jungle synergy. You keep seeing Dew walk into the jungle of the opposition in a deep get deep wards in, and it just shows that these players have been together for such a long time. And the macro speaks for themselves, the gameplay speaks for itself, and Phoenix Gaming looking like a very dangerous team to play against.
Yeah, talking about Dew, he did put up a lot of good vision for his team so deep into the enemy jungles, did provide a lot of safety to his side laners when they were going for it, and played fantastically on that Leona. Now on the Maokai, let's see what Dew brings out to the picture, as well as Booyah on this Caitlyn will be looking to do a ton of damage from the range that he does have. Really want to see a bit of a comeback from the boys from the Old God side, maybe make it a bit more of a contest compared to what was last time, because remind you, it was a long time before Old Gods even managed to get 2 kills from themselves. When they even got that, they had to give up 4 of their members, so it was not the trades that they were honestly looking for over here. Now with the difference with the Syndra coming out now for Q2, might be him trying to neutralize a lot of members. It was not that good for Termi. Hopefully it's better for this man. With that being said, guys, we'll not delay any further. We'll head straight into the game over here. This, mind you, is a best of 3 series. Phoenix Gaming have won the first game. We are on game 2. The losers will be moving out of the tournament, will no longer be with us, while the winners will be heading to face against G2R tomorrow.
The winners will be facing against G2R, as again the early stages of the game doesn't look like any teams want to go for any sort of invades. Just guarding the jungle entrances might look to put down some wards, as OGs put down those red wards again at the river entrances to look for any late invades. Uh, and Phoenix Gaming still opting not to go for any sort of deep vision, as this time it looks like both the junglers will be starting on the opposite side of the map. So last time they did start on the same sides, and this time both of the junglers hovering toward their red buff and might end up meeting at the scuttle crab.
Yeah, and you can see that a lot of vision being put out by OG's side over here. Instantly, fight breaking out in the mid side. Unseen Blink putting a bunch of damage onto Q2 over there with his own Q. And you can see the pings coming out on the bot side of the map. They think that maybe they're waiting in that bush. They're having to check it out. Once they see the Caitlyn Maokai are outside, it's going complete. But look at this. They're continuing just fighting against each other. Unseen Blink, to remind you, last time Q2 did get the first blood for his team. The fight is breaking out continuously. Health potting being up by both sides. Q2 has to use both of his, as well as Victor doing the same for his side. So now that fighting breaks out, now they have to heal up and wait for them to go to the next stage. In the top side, Hydra versus Zuko is not slowing down, and OGs are on the bot side pushing the wave in. Will be looking to try and hit that level 2 first.
Level 2 engage.
Then get it over there. But the engagement was coming in, but it's not enough. But look at this, the top side. W is over here, Fireball.
Flash forward, the red buff taking away, the slow taking away. 2 flashes being used, but the first blood secured. 1 out of 3 done for the feats of strength. In the bot lane, we have a fight breaking down. Duke going down dangerously low, but Booyah turns it around, taking down Bob in cinematic fashion, as he will save his support from dying as well as get a kill for himself. In the mid lane, the Cocoon does connect. Flash already being used by the Unseen Blade. Goes dangerously low. The Rappel unfortunately was not enough. He used it to tank the turrets, but the Unseen Blade will survive with a sliver of HP. In the top side, Zuko going down dangerously low as well on the opposite sides of the wave, but Hydra just level 2 compared to the level 3. Finally gets level 3, was not able to take down the On over there. A lot of action going around at all 3 lanes. A lot of summoner spells being used as well, but the Unseen Blade doing well to keep himself alive. So this time around, it's going to be first blood secured by the side of old gods, as Phoenix Gaming traded that 1 kill back in the bot side.
Yeah, nice from them. In the mid lane also, Unseen Blade keeps himself alive over there, just about it. He has to flash away from the scatter thrown away by the Syndra. Doesn't want to get the stun, because he knows if the stun lands, he's pretty much dead. He was out of turret range as well. Cocoon lands, but just not enough damage at that point. Now gets hit by the scatter. His bolt planning is out of the picture for a while. Has been chunked down quite a bit after coming back into lane. Is around the 60% HP mark for himself. And here's W. W is also coming to good pressure, but here's Elise as well around the corner. Cocoon does a land this time onto Victor yet again, but just not enough in range to go for it. The Graves was there as well. He's the one who gets that orb. He is going to fight against the Shy Boy, but not advised, given that he's 1 level behind him currently. So the fighting does not stop. They are hitting each other quite a bit, even in the top side. In the bot side, you can see the Corgi is a bit behind. CS had to get that early recall to get the tier 2 himself. Has the refillable potion as well. 1 biscuit in his pocket. The Caitlyn has gone for the slingshot and the longsword on her first back as well. Top side, just a bit of trading, nothing much. But what's to be noted is Elise is close by at the top side. Can maybe go for a nice cheeky cocoon to maybe get Zuko, but maybe not enough damage right now in their pockets. She is working for it. Zuko has
did use his dash. He does not have any escapes available now. Does not have the flash as well. Let's see if they have the damage. They should have enough damage to take down Zuko. The kill being taken by the Elise. Early kills onto the Elise, always great. I mean, early kills onto the Renekton, always great as well. So it does not matter who pick up those ones. As Zuko, unfortunately, wrong timing with the dash, used it in the lane. Will pay with his life, as his team will trade it for an Ocean Dragon at least. The grubs will spawn in 40 seconds or so, and I'm pretty sure the Shy Boy, who is already in the top side of the map, will have his eyes on top of that.
Yeah, and now you can see Zuko's making himself way back into the lane after his Wave was dangerously close to the turret. The Ocean Drake getting picked up by the side of OGs, one of the 3 epic monsters for their side. Grubs will be spawning in 15 seconds time, so you have to keep that in mind for both teams as well. Caitlyn left to her own devices because the Maokai is now recalling to go there. So is the Rel. Almost the same amount of timing in tempo. Rel a bit behind her right now. He's looking to pick up an item before it gets the boots in her pocket. Will be marching the way towards the grubs. You can see both junglers and supports are making their way slowly and but surely towards that crucial first 3 grubs of the game. But it looks like Phoenix Gaming the ones that make their mark first, reaching there before the rest of the team. Syndra and Victor are there in the middle lane if they need to provide backup as well. The grubs are not being killed right about yet. They are being fighting, but topside Hydra is putting a bunch of damage on Zuko. Has full stacks of his Conqueror as well.
Let's get level 6.
Has got hits his level 6, but choosing not to go in. Zuko does put a bunch of damage as well. But look at who's here. They've come from the grub straight up to the top side once they seen that fighting breaking out over there. Hydra has to be very careful about what he is positioning around. So this allows maybe the Lee and Maokai to walk towards the grubs, clear out that vision of that pink ward that was put there already.
Now, a fight might break down for the Grubs, but it looks like the side of OGs have started to recall. The Rel certainly has left the area, leaving OGs at a numbers disadvantage. So I think they will just happily trade that for the Dragon. 3 Grubs being picked up by the side of Phoenix Gaming. Go 1 out of 3 for their count of the mythic monsters. Still, OGs are in the lead for the feats of strength because they did pick up the first blood for themselves. And 7.5 minutes into the game, 2 kills to 1 for the side of Phoenix Gaming, 1,000 goal lead, certainly not that significant. Equal on the mythic monster count, and looking at the CS numbers, pretty equal throughout the board. The slight lead for Unseen Blade in the mid lane, and nothing much more than that. Game pretty much on a knife's edge at this point.
Yeah, nice. Zuko picked up the Bramble Vest to counter a bit of the damage that Hydra will be putting out, as well the heal he gets from his Fury Q. So now look at this. Hydra has to be so wary, even though he's the one who hit level 7 before Zuko. He knows that Zuko can charge in. He knows his jungler might be also close by. Has to slice and dice to get some minions. Dodges the dash forward by Zuko. Channels his own ultimate. The flash forward, flash match by Hydra. Here comes W though. But there goes down Zuko before the fight can break out. And even him channeling his ultimate was not enough. Hydra might just be dying a very slow death over here. Gets the heals back up, but he is doing a lot of damage. W has to flash away from Rage. The smoke screen is enough essentially over here. He does get the kill at the end of the day. That's a very extended 1-for-1 trade going down in the top side over there, Fireball.
The fancy feat coming out by Hydra. He blocked so many auto attacks of the Graves by just standing behind the minions. That's why he almost took down Graves as well. I think he almost could have. Graves did flash away, so at the end forcing at least a flash out of the Graves to trade that kill back after he did take down Zuko. But great fancy feat coming out by Hydra over there to block Graves damage. And it's so annoying when you're playing a Graves and people can just stand behind a minion and block your auto attacks. So sucks to be Graves. And 3 kills to 2 at the point of 10 minutes. The Dragon is about to spawn in a minute and a half as Phoenix Gaming putting numbers down towards the bot side, trying to get some deep vision in, but the Unseen Blade has started working towards this blue pit as they are now getting collapsed down. Flash used by the Shy Boy, Blast Cone used by Tew to run away, but the chase is on. Unseen Blade does pick up that kill onto the Victor. And let's see if Booyah can trade something back. He does trade it back onto the flashless Graves. Vortex in on all sorts of trouble right now as Bob smacking Booyah left, right and center gets the shutdown onto him. So the support from OG's pocketing a handy 500 gold for himself, and looks like he is not done as he's trying to get the kill onto the second carry of Phoenix Gaming as well. Unfortunately runs out of mana as Q2 will make quick work of him, and at the end of the day it's gonna be 5 kills. I think 4 kills picked up for the side of Phoenix Gaming and 2 kills picked up for the side of 3 kills picked up for the side of OGs. Still a very extended team fight coming in. All started with Shy Boy and Dew going deep inside the jungle of OGs, trying to get some vision down, but did get collapsed on by the Unseen Blade. Good amount of gold being traded back for the side of OGs, but unfortunately the shutdown, the big one, was picked up by Bob.
Yeah, but look where Shy Boy is. He's so far away from this Drake. This is basically OGs for the taking. They will be picking this up. They maybe are focusing on the other 3 grubs that will be coming up very, very shortly. So now it looks like the rest of Phoenix Gaming are going that side. OGs want to pick up this Drake as fast as possible and make a scramble just for those grubs on the top side. They are trying to come in just about the time. Hydra is fighting Zuko in the top side. This fighting here does not stop. Prone getting taken away from Zuko as well. Full stacks on that Conqueror. Bob and the Corki are walking up. Only one of those 3 grubs were picked up by the side of Phoenix. It does give them the buff of the 4 grubs, and it does deny OGs from getting first 3 epic monsters also to their name. So that is a nice way to play it out around for themselves. Zuko and Hydra are fighting it around over here, but Hydra is coming out a bit more on the victory side. In the meantime, the Caitlyn in the bot side is picking quite a bit of plates for himself, has gone the Tails arrows for her first item at the end of the day, has running the plate footwork. Maybe you usually see that with the lethal tempo kind of build for yourself. You can see Vortex has made his way back down, has not completed his first item yet, has got 108 stacks on his tier, while the Orn has 177 on his own for the winter. The Unseen Blade has got 1 kill last time. He did get the kill, but Q2 did end up getting the trade in that extended team fight over there. So Q2 is very strong right now, has 3 kills to his name, 1 assist, has 7 stacks on the Dark Seal, has the only bounty on the game as well, around 250, but is behind in CS currently to the Victor, who needs desperately that CS to get, his augments upgraded as well at the end of the day right now. You can see the Elise takes away the red buff from the jungler of the side of OGs and will be making her way towards the top side right now. If Zuko does end up going in, maybe uses his dash for the exchange, it will cause the Elise to come in. They might be even setting up a dive at the end of the day. She's still hovering in that tribe bush, maybe thinking better that nothing can be done right now. Q2 taking quite a bit damage from the laser of the Unseen Blade in the mid lane. The cocoon comes out from the Shy Boy, nicely sidestepped from Zuko, but here comes the ultimate from the Orn to try and clear the waves. The dive is not successful, but at the end of the day, it's an Elise. She will be going for the dive, and she successfully gets the kill for herself forever.
In the bot lane, there's a fight breaking down as well. Maoka ultimate being used for the disengage, but I think Dew for this time has to sacrifice himself. Tony Cruz, my man, going down unfortunately, but keeping Booyah alive in the process, so won't be too sad about that. So cross map kills being traded by these teams, the top laner for the support, as Renekton will pick up a few plates before the plate timer goes down. Teleport being channeled by Zuko to prevent that from happening. Booyah now staying under turret 1v2, should be a little careful as he is flashless, and with the Rel who has a flash, there is always a threat of a dive. But he will be able to pick up most of this CS under the turret by himself, as he is sitting at 123 CS, 2-1-2 at 14.5 minutes, setting himself up for a great carry game. Again, the Yuntals being finished there as well. Corki working towards the Trinity Force. I'm pretty sure with this recall he should be having that in the bag, as the Elise now making her way towards the bot side. Looking at the vision, the top side of the map completely dark for both sides. There's like no vision going around anywhere. Both the jungle quadrants completely dark. Even in the bot side, there's just one vision ward of OGs inside their own jungle, which is not giving them any information. As a fight being broken down in the bot side, Elise does pick up a kill onto Bob, who sees himself in the gray screen for the 3rd time this match. Uses his flash as well. The Unseen Blade being forced to use his flash as he teleported himself into a bit of trouble. Make sure that he stays alive. Lost a wave, so a rather wasted TP for him there.
Yeah, absolutely. Also, more importantly, Phoenix Gaming do pick up the first turret of the game also for themselves, so getting one more of the feats of strength. It's up to who ends up getting these epic monsters to their name. OGs are just one away, while Phoenix Gaming have a bit of work to do in that department at least. Drake will be coming up in 30 seconds time. That's what OGs will be trying to focus on for the feats of strength at least, especially after Phoenix Gaming having the first turret. It might be putting them on the worrisome kind of angle. Rift Herald will also be spawning up in 15 seconds time. Cork is getting some free farm in the bot side. He is pretty behind the Caitlyn. These scatters keep on landing on the Victor. The flash forward by Q2 just not enough with the ultimate to secure unseen play. Maybe he thought there was an angle, but honestly, before the flash, I did not even think that was worth it. He does not end up picking up the kill, but he has put the Victor down very low. He will not be a factor in these future fights. Bob is coming in from the angle. Q2 with the scatter tries to get him away, but Q2 gets stunned up. The kill picked up by the Graves over here, and they are not done. Booyah being forced to flash to get to safety essentially over here. The Graves is jumping in under him. The minion saving his life over there. Booyah surviving by the skin of his teeth at the end of the day, and the fight is continuing. But OGs have the numbers right and now have the HP bars as well. Given how Booyah is looking, might be looking to go for the Drake later on, but Vortex tries to Valkyrie forward, tries to hit his R onto Booyah, but Booyah gets out just about in time, and that's enough and all she wrote for right about now. Victor has channeled his recall, has gone towards the top side of the match to match the Renekton, who will be picking up this tier 2 before Victor can even make it into the scene. Hydra will calmly walk away after that. He wants this cannon desperately before he goes to get that additional goal in his pocket. He does have TP if he needs to come in for the fight. So Drake is up. We are on a Chemtech Soul type of map, so you have to look around for that. Zuko is going to clear out some vision over here, has to get this blue ward as well, and it's about what they want to do. Pings are going onto the Drake right now, given that Phoenix Gaming are taking away the Rift Herald right now. OG should have been making a move towards the side of the Drake, but they did not know for a fact if Phoenix Gaming were taking the Rift or not.
All to play for the Drake now. Both the teams just need the single Drake to finish their feats of strength and expect a big team fight to break out for that. Both the teams are relatively even. I mean, there's a 4,000 gold disadvantage for the side of OGs, but their carries do have one item completed for themselves, 1.5 items on the Corki. Same for the Caitlyn, item and a half, and for the Syndra as well. So item wise should be pretty even. Dragon being taken down to half HP already, as 5 members are focusing themselves towards the Chemtech Dragon. Both the top laners on the opposite side getting focused by the enemy team. The Mako ultimate buying a lot of time for the side of Phoenix Gaming. Blue team does take down the Dragons. Feats of strength secured by the Shy Boy. And now let's see what chaos will follow as the side of Phoenix Gaming smartly decides to back away. They got the feats. They did not lose any members. They got what they wanted and just back off. Smart League of Legends. I like to see that, and a huge victory coming in for Phoenix Gaming.
Yeah, and so well played by Zuko. Comes in, TPs in, and draws so many members towards him. They're not even aware that the Drake is so low. It goes down. A heist basically committed by the side of Phoenix Gaming. They take away the Drake, get the feats of strength in their pocket, even though OGs are the one that had ended up getting the first blood this game around. So for the second game in a row, Phoenix Gaming have the feats of strength in their pocket, get out of them with all their lives. No lives lost, but only that of the Drake, and have got their first Drake of the game as well. W will be trying to pick up his red buff. Red buff for the side of Phoenix Gaming will be coming up very shortly over here. At least we're probably looking to get the scuttle before that. Atakan will be coming up in around 20 seconds time as well, so that has to be something to focus on, especially what happened last time, Fireball, when 3 times we were fighting over this objective.
These teams love their Atakan and surely will fight for it every single time they get the opportunity to. But before that, they are focusing this mid lane turret down the tier 1. Not able to take down Duco's very, very low. Has to use his Locket of the Iron Solari to stay alive with the shield. Q2 clearing away some vision near this Dragon Pit. Atakan is in the top side now, 4 seconds before it spawns. I'm pretty sure it's going to be the voracious one again. Yeah, not a lot of action going around in the map, only 17 kills at 20 minutes. But the side of OGs have started to put in vision before the side of Phoenix Gaming can get near that Atakan pit, as nothing crazy happening now, but let's see for how long it stays that way. considering in last game there was absolute clown fiestas going around for that Atakan. Vortex does jump in, Valkyrie ins, and will try to get some damage. Caitlyn will just net out to buy space, as both the mid lane turrets now dangerously low. And I think with the Caitlyn, it's just so easy to clear the wave. You just press Q and the backline gets one shot, especially with the amount of AD that she has right now. It's very hard to push against a Caitlyn lane.
Absolutely, and last over there when we were Valkyrie forward by the Corki, if that cocoon had that from Shaibo, it might have been a different scenario altogether, but unfortunately it does not hit. Israel is trying to clear out this pink ward before she gets jumped on. She will be getting this out completely for herself. They have, in the meantime, Phoenix Gaming will have to clear it himself. The Herald has been spawned. I think with one hit of that Herald, that turret in the mid lane will be going down. So OGs might be choosing to give that up and just protect the tier 2 mid lane instead. Here comes Hydra onto Zuko. Is a level advantage as well. Gets the full combo off onto him. Does a lot of damage at this point, especially with that Black Cleaver as well. The Bramble does cut a bit of the healing of the Renekton, but his Eclipse does provide him some shielding as well. You can see Victor has now started going to the bot side. Will try to pick up some augments for himself. And what has happened over here? The Atakan has been started by the side of Phoenix Gaming, and OGs are not close by yet to answer. Maybe that start was to make sure that they can bait out a fight across it like they've done time and time again. The Ornn is caught up by the cocoon, being chased down right now, but will make it to the safety of the rest of his members. The Atakan has been forgotten, at least for the time's sake right now. The Victor does have his TP if he wants to make it into the fight, so does the Syndra. You can see over here Bob is trying to clear vision towards the Atakan so they can place it on for later, but has been denied by the Shy Boy, especially with that orb at the end of the day. I think the Atakan might be starting to get started up, maybe bait a fight out, and yes, exactly that has been done. And I think a fight is very imminent at the end of the day. They are just trying to bait it around, just trying to start it and maybe force the members of OGs to at least come and try and check for it at the end of the day. You can see Syndra on the bot side is still pushing in that wave towards that tier 2 side. Now the Ornn instead has gone to match her while the Victor is closer here for that fight. Both the people on the bot side of the map do have the TPs in case they do want to join in. The Atakan has been junked down quite significantly, but now is yet again forgone by the members of Phoenix Gaming.
It's just Atakan is being used as a bait to start team fights. Put some respect on Atakan's name. Can't just keep using him as a bait. Come on, Phoenix Gaming, you're better than that. As flash forward onto Booyah by the Unseen Blade, trying to one-shot the ADC, and with the Graves ultimate, but it is unfortunately not enough. Booyah surviving again with a sliver of HP. The Shy Boy going dangerously low will be taken down. Dew will trade that kill back, as in the mid lane a whole bunch of trouble has befallen on top of Phoenix Gaming. Q2 about to burn down with the ignite. Zuko comes in with the on horn. Hydra gets knocked up, and at the end of the day it's gonna be a 2-for-2 raid though, but very aggressive start to that onto Booyah by the Unseen Blade, trying to absolutely delete the Caitlyn, but was not able to do so. The Graves using his ultimate as well, so a lot of resources being used in for the Caitlyn, who did not go down, and now she has gone back to base, come back with full HP, and has taken down Zuko. So OGs with a good play, but then overstaying their welcome, leaking one extra kill, and with that it's gonna be a Chemtech Dragon on the map available for the side of Phoenix Gaming to pick up.
Yeah, definitely. This will be the second Drake for them to pick up. You can see the members of OGs are thinking about it, but like in a half-hearted manner about what they can do about it, because honestly, you can't do anything. Zuko is currently in the gray screen, can't do anything. Hydra was on the top side of the match, but OG's members weren't even close by. The next objective right now has to be the Atakan. The Baron will be spawning in around 15 seconds time, so that should also be in people's minds. They are both on the same side of the map this time, opposed to what was done in the last game when Atakan was on the bot side. Booyah over here putting in some numbers, has the upgraded Berserker gunmetal for himself, is one level up onto the Corki as well. Corki has got the Muramana, has got the Trinity Force, has got the Hex Drinker as well. Look at this, Hydra's gonna run into Bob. Bob is a bit far from home. He has members behind him that are currently trying to get to him, but I think Hydra realizes that he cannot do much in this scenario. Does get a bit damage off and then falls away. At least will be picking up the blue buff, has the Sorcerer, has the Shadow Flame, has the level to upgraded Sorcerer's Boots as well. Is a bit behind in terms of camps compared to the Graves, who has the Collectors, has the Yomus for that lethality and added speed buff that it does provide. And now a bit of a lull period in the game has gone on. I think this Adakan is basically where everything will be breaking down. Twice it has
I
been
mean,
baited from the side of Phoenix Gaming. OGs haven't fallen in the trap. And oh boy, it's just a matter of time over here, Fireball.
the top side of map so important now. Both Atakan and Dragon just being neighbors over there, chilling. One team fight victory here can essentially mean both Atakan and Baron for the side that wins out. So they really need to be careful around this objective. As you see, so many members are placing themselves around the river near the Baron pit and the Atakan pit to make sure nothing happens to those objectives without their knowledge. Constant fight for vision going on in the bot side. We do see the solo laners trying to keep the split push on. Teleport is available for the side of Victor. No teleport available for the Renekton though, so I think he should be making his way back towards the mid lane at least, so he can be closer to the pits where the fights might begin.
Yeah, and recalls have been channeled or us for the Elise. She is going to get back. She is going to upgrade her boots as well before coming to the fight with another Amtone in her pocket. The Graves has got the Last Whisper as well for the additional damage against the Renekton, and the Maokai for the amount of armor that they do have. You can see the Renekton and the Victor on the bottom of your screen right now. Both have TP. All 4 members who have TP in this game have that up, so you can do kind of tricky macro plays with it as well, depending on how you want to go for the Adakan and Baron. For now, have been left alone. Nothing of those kind of shenanigans happening. We're entering the 28th minute over here. 2 Drakes on both team sides, so it's still a bit of time before we can see a soul as well on each side. And I think it's going to be boiling down to that fight around the top 2 objectives on the top side of the map right now. You can see the Corkies just this side of the wall along with the Graves in case anyone walks up. But look who's been caught out here. It's the Ornn that's been caught out. He is very tanky, but Drew has been caught out as well. He has to flash away, but the Graves ultimate will seal his fate, sends him to the gray screen. And it seems Maokai's in this series at least have a tendency to be getting caught out over here, Fireball.
Yeah, and now they did see the Elise in the bot side, so they could have pulled the trigger onto the objectives there, but Elise now has joined the team with them in the mid lane. Still numbers advantage available for the side of OGs if they do decide to all in on these objectives. It seems to me like they have, as the Phoenix Gaming have decided to go for the mid lane turrets now instead of trying to fight for the Atakan. And I believe even with the slight numbers disadvantage, they do have the items that they can at least trouble OGs from getting these objectives for free, as now Voracious Atakan will just allow the side of OGs to have a free team fight near the Baron if they want to.
Yeah, definitely, but they are trying to recall and come in for the fight. So where the TP coming in for the Victor, the Ornn Horn has been channeled, does land onto the ranked, and he has to channel his own ultimate, but the damage numbers being put in. Nice flash forward, but the slice and dice right into the hands of the Rel. He doesn't want to take the kill, just slows it down. But in the meantime, because so many members of OGs were called towards that fight, look over Phoenix Gaming with an excellent macro call, are going for the Baron instead. It's been chunked down very, very low right now. It's just about being taken. By the time OGs come onto it, the Maokai ultimate will provide the prize that it is required for Phoenix Gaming to get out of this. W is still going for the chase. Will not be NSB finding anything, but look at the members of OGs. They cannot do anything, especially with this tier 1 turret in the top side still being available. But with that added Guardian Angel in the pocket, they really want to go in for the fight. They will pick up Q. The Elise will be falling very shortly after that repel. She does go down to the hands of the Ignite from the Rel that was ticking away on her. And even then, after all of that, no members of OGs fall, so they still keep that Guardian Angel. Even for now, for that fight that will be taking part at the Chemtech Drake. But there are big death timers on the side of Phoenix Gaming. 20 on Drew, 30 on the Shy Boy. So it might even be looking like a free Drake for the side of OGs.
Yeah, Graves the only one losing his Guardian Angel. They'll just pulled the trigger, identifying that that was a great time to fight, as the death timers will be long for the side of Phoenix Gaming, and they can just go for the dragon afterwards, as OGs have started to position themselves near this Hex Tech dragon, which will be the third dragon of the map for them. 13 kills to 13 kills at 30 minutes. 56,000 gold to 52,000 gold for the side of Phoenix Gaming. The Dragon was in fact picked up by W, so that puts them at sole point for that. And OG is definitely looking very, very good compared to the first game. And they have brought themselves back to a point where they can look to close this game out.
Yeah, and look at this. Vortex is just hammering her away. He knows he's the guardian. He was just trying to get the turret before he does go back to his own base and comes back fully strong as well. Here, Dew's presence is enough to cancel the recall of Rel. Has to jump over towards the Dragon Pit to get out and then maybe recall over there. Booyah and Q2 trying to set up a trap in the top side, but they have been found out by W, who's been pushing them out. His presence is enough to deter them from doing anything. The Shy Boy is walking into his own jungle very scaredly, actually trying to clear any wards that were maybe present over there. But now Phoenix Gaming with their Baron have not done as much as we had thought they were capable of. They did get a turret or so, but that's about it. You can see the the inhibitor is bare open in the mid lane for OGs, so they have to be mindful of that to protect that as well. But yes, OGs are on the soul point for Chemtech, right? Next Drake they get will be their soul, so that is something they have in the pocket. The Atakan buff as well was used pretty well by them for that fight in the top side, so they're trying to use any advantage they're getting to themselves, and definitely much more even-sided matchup compared to game one.
Definitely, the game now heading towards the danger territory late game, and OGs did pick the comp for late game, and they should be very happy with the on upgrades now starting to roll in alongside the regular items. Teamfight looking to break down. Marco Ultimate will be used to disengage. The Shy Boy is gonna go down as soon as he comes below from the rappel. One kill towards the side of OGs already. Booyah in danger as he is picked up from the side of OGs. Two quick kills without any reply, and now they can start to run it down mid lane and open up the base for the side of Phoenix Gaming at least.
Yeah, and also with Dew getting called out quite a bit, had used the Mako ult to try and disengage. Instantly, the ult from Q2 does come onto the Corki, but it's traded out by W, who's pushing this Mako further and further back. They will be ending up picking up this tier 2 turret for themselves and maybe even looking further. The dead timer on Q2 is pretty significant, has her at the 50-second mark, and there's a lot of damage for them. Hydra in the meantime is trying to backdoor as much as he can, trying to get this turret plating. Is one level up onto Zuko, was stunned underneath his turret, knocked up as well, is pretty low on HP. As we're talking about, the tier 3 in the mid lane was picked up. Hydra now channeling his ultimate, going in for the kill onto Zuko, trying to fight it out as much as he can, but Zuko can just get towards the safety of his turret, while his team in the meantime had picked up the mid tier 3 turret as well as the inhibitor to equalize it pretty much in numbers. They have picked up 4 turrets, but they have made use of all the 4 turrets they have picked up.
I mean, I think Zuko can just never be killed by Hydra now with the amount of armor he has picked up. And game very, very close at a knife's edge. 61,000 gold to 62,000 gold, 14 kills to 16. This is as close as it gets. It just comes down to teamfight executions at this point. The on items have started to come in. The Collector, the Blackfire Torch, the Muramana for the Corki as well. So very tense moment for these players, all 10 of them. Pretty sure none of them would want to be making a mistake that can result in a game-ending team fight. The Baron will be spawning in a minute, so will the Dragon. And it is soul point for the side of OGs, so let's see which objective they do decide to go for. Till then, I'm not expecting anything to happen, as both the teams are grouped up in sort of an ARAM fashion. And the nerves starting to show, I guess.
Yeah, and with these death timers getting to the level they are, and the next fight is what decides it. One inhibitor has already been knocked down by OGs, but they have their own bear inhib in the mid lane as well. So as you said, it's on a knife's edge. It's a very tilting point right now, and the Drake will be coming up in 20 seconds time. If OG do manage to get this, that will be their sole Drake. That will be the Chemtech soul in their pocket. So it's what you want to go there. But the Baron will be spawning just before that, 10 seconds before the Drake spawns. It looks like Phoenix Gaming are trying to bait a fight towards this side instead. Zuko is a very, very tanky boy right now. Each that sapling takes almost nothing with that being said about him. Look at it, they're trying to wait in the bush. They're trying to go on their run to have. But the flash forward, they're sitting on a ward and they did not know. The members of Phoenix Gaming have been engaged on. I just tried to answer back, but it has gone down dangerously low. Has his life gone? Excellent relic. The flash ultimate does connect onto the Syndra, onto the Caitlyn, and this does look like the beginning of
that's going to be end of the game. Yeah,
winning against Bob, and look, the TP is coming in. Both the Victor and the Ornn have been pushing it in. They're just chasing this kill for fun seconds. This is a game of catch and catch going on right now. I don't think this Mao guy has enough to stop what has become the inevitable. OGs will be taking game 2 and taking us to the dangerous game 3 in this series over here, Fireball.
Old gods bring it back in 36 minutes. Very good comeback, mini comeback. There were some 4,000 or 5,000 gold behind towards the early and mid stage of the game, but I think that was expected with the draft that they had picked up. They did play for the late game, and as soon as the late game arrived, they just cleaned off the team fights. And old gods showing their courage, showing their passion, and bringing it back after the thrashing they took in game number 1. And now we're all set up for the finale, game number 3 in the lower bracket round 2, I'm sorry, as both of these teams on the verge of elimination. Do not want to be giving away any mistakes in the next one. But before we do that, we will be looking at the highlights of this game as soon as that is ready. But madness, what a comeback by Old Gods in this series.
Absolutely, and it was looking a bit Phoenix-sided until later on the team fights. OGs were coming out on top. They take away Dew in the mid lane, take the Atakan for themselves. Now they have their added advantage. Now with the threat that was looming in this last fight, unfortunately, the members of the side of Phoenix Gaming were sitting on that ward, so the Ornn could instantly go on to them. But let's look at that more until in these Nexus knockout moments from this game, and it starts off on the top side over here, where apparently Hydra was just not wary of the damage that was going to be put onto him, and that the Grace was nearby, allows OGs to pick up the first blood this time for themselves, but instantly answered back with a trade in the bot side instead in the hands of Booyah. You can see in these fights that were broken out where Phoenix Gaming were trying to go for deep vision plays instead, it is the Shy Boy that has to pay the price for it, as well as Q2, who is trying to get hunted down after he takes the kill onto the Victor. W instead falls away. You can see Booyah is putting out a lot of damage. He has to fight for his life. You can see the Rel just basically 1v1ing against the Caitlyn over there, will be putting him in the grave, but unfortunately he doesn't have the mana afterwards to take down the Syndra instead. And Syndra, with that added red buff in her pocket, has the damage to put the Rel to the gray screen. So it was looking a bit in favor of Phoenix Gaming. You can see even here at the gold mark, it's 3k in their favor, but just a couple of excellent engages that were put on by OGs, by Zuko, by Bob on this Rel did save their meat in this exchanges, at least, especially that last fight where Zuko flashed in with his ultimate, got that exchange for him. You can see Shy Boy tried to do his best, did get early on kills, but did not go for a Dark Seal, so could not snowball to the potential that he was required from this man, at least on this Elise pick from him. And so OGs took it as slowly as possible. This game was dragged out quite a bit. Over here you can see with that Alakan Guardian Angel, they will continue to go for the fights. The Graves goes down, but he has that Guardian Angel, so we'll just go back to the base, and they pick up 2 kills from themselves. So many times I've seen this Elise just rappel just to fall down to her death over here, Fireball.
Definitely, and it was neck to neck till the very end. Phoenix Gaming just had the slightest of goal leads, and as the timer kept getting longer, that 1,000, 2,000 goal lead started to matter less and less. And Old Gods were picking up those kills with the on items that they have. And towards the end, even after losing the Baron, they did end up winning the game, as the scoreboard shows 36 minutes and 21 seconds, just the 21 kills to 14, so low kill game this time around. Only 3,000 goal lead till the end. Madness, this was that close. 3 dragons to 2 rift heralds being picked up by Phoenix Gaming. So all of the early game objectives, as you would expect in a team with the Renekton, with the Elise, it was towards the side of that team, and Old Gods turtled well. They survived the mid game. They survived till the point in which they were stronger, and after that there was just no looking back. Phoenix Gaming just got purely outscaled. There was nothing they could do at that point, and Old Gods definitely very well played, coming back into the second game after getting smashed in game number 1 and absolutely demolishing. Surgical dissection coming off Phoenix Gaming right here. Let's look at the Rift Renegade MVP for the second game, and that is going to be the jungler W. Graves, going 8, 3, and 9, keeping those CS numbers up, good damage numbers for a jungler, and I believe it was just up for grabs. All the members of Old Gods played so well. I think you could have given it to anyone and it could have been the right call, but this time W just takes the edge with his early game plays, getting the top laner some kills as well, and making sure he secured those objectives, getting those damage numbers in the team fights, and just making sure that his team is staying relevant in the early to mid game as the jungler he picked.
Yeah, definitely. And a lot of times they were even putting some trap setups which involved this Graves that was working out very well for their side. And as you said, OG's turtled so well that they managed to lead the advantage that Phoenix Gaming had picked up early on, and they put it for themselves instead. And so with that being said, they took it to the game 3 over here. So it's 1-1 in this anticipated series. But just before we head into game 3, we'll be taking a very short break before the action starts again.
We rise and then we fall. Can the tides calling through it all? Titans watching, waiting. Once rivals, now we sit patient at the end of the world. Where will we be? Immortality. higher. Take over control. Anytime you leave me, aching in my bones. Morning to the evening, I'll give all of myself, even if it hurts like hell. You just love to watch me bleed. Rip my heart, give it a squeeze. Grip my lungs, won't let me breathe. No, you do it cause you like to see adrenaline run through my veins. Drink my tears like it's champagne, but I still love what you do to me. Insanity, what you do to me is insanity. What you do to me is insanity. What you do to me is insanity. Cutting up my soul, give away the pieces when you pull me close. Fall into the feeling, I'll give all of myself. Don't want anyone else. You just love to watch me bleed. Rip my heart, give it a squeeze. Grip my lungs, won't let me breathe. No, you do it cause you like to see adrenaline run through my veins. Drink my tears like it's champagne, but I still love what you do to me. Insanity, what you do to me is insanity. What you do to me is insanity. Yeah, it's insanity. What you do to me, how you watch me bleed. No, it's not heavenly. Yeah, it's insanity. What you do to me, how you watch me bleed, but it's perfect for me. Insanity. You just love to watch me bleed. Rip my heart, give it a squeeze. Grip my lungs, won't let me breathe. No, you do it cause you like to see adrenaline run through my veins. Drink my tears like it's champagne, but I still love what you do to me. Insanity, it's insanity. What you do to me, how you watch me bleed. No, it's not heavenly. Yeah, it's insanity. What you do to me, how you watch me bleed, but it's perfect for me.
Guys, we are back with the League of Legends, the Esports Community Clash in partnership with Riot Games, and we are in the second series of the lower bracket round 2, and it's gone all the way, folks. It's gone to the game 3. Phoenix Gaming ended up winning game 1, OGs with a good comeback in game 2, and now it's all for that ultimate game 3 between these guys, Fargo.
Yeah, and Old Gods showing a lot of resilience to bring it back in game number 2, with their backs against the wall after game number 1. It was almost looking like the performance that Phoenix Gaming brought out. It was looking like the game 2 is gonna be a similar story, especially with the way Phoenix Gaming started the second game as well. They were ahead by 4 or 5,000 gold by the mid-stage point, but then it all started to collapse as Old Gods did so well to hold their own with the composition that they had, and they allowed themselves to scale. And once they outscaled Phoenix Gaming, there was just no looking back. It was team fight after team fight victory, and they got that Atakan as well, used that revive to their advantage, and rest is history. They brought it back. Getting into game number 3 draft, Old Gods back to blue side, Phoenix Gaming on the red side now, as the support bans will continue for the side of Old Gods, and Phoenix Gaming will have the same bans as well in the Cassiopeia, Lissandra and Nocturne. So with the Fearless draft, again 10 champions already taken away from these players. Let's see if that has any effect in the draft of the third game.
Yeah, and this time Old Gods making a crucial change. Instead of the Zyra ban, they've gone for the Brand ban instead. They've always been banning out that Zyra, but over here, because Phoenix Gaming had taken Wukong in game 1, they couldn't anyway. But Old Gods will be locking that up as their jungler first and primary over here to show their dominance, and it's going to be W now this time on the Wukong. The game where Phoenix Gaming had the Wukong, they did end up winning. He did have a lot of cruciality for himself. It looks like Booyah will be playing the Vayne over here, Fireball. I don't think you're very pleased to see that, are you?
I'm really not. I just hope this is a top lane Vayne for all that matters. I don't like the champion as the AD carry right now. Well, let's see if Booyah can bring out some Uzi level plays on this, as he has been performing quite well. Did have a decent game on Caitlyn, but was not able to carry it out as he did with the Ezreal one. And now, as you mentioned, the Zyra left open, instantly picked up by the side of Phoenix Gaming in the first rotation with the Vayne and Zyra coming in. So Zyra can be jungle, Zyra can be support as well. It can be flexed very well in those roles. Let's see how Old Gods react to this.
Yeah, and I was seeing a bunch in the chat that people did want to see an MF game in game 3, but MF has been picked up for the side of Vortex, side of Old Gods, and that's going to be locked in with this. Maybe a rel pickup as well will be doing wonders for their kind of comp if they want to run that, but unfortunately it cannot, because Fearless Draft they cannot run that. But it does look like a Rengar, however, that does not seem right in my books. And yes, the Renata lock does make much more sense over there, so that's what will be in the bot side of the MF and Renata combo. They do match up very well together, and it's up to see what Phoenix Gaming will be picking as the third pick. With that Braum being locked in for new, we definitely know now that the Zyra will be going in the hands of Shaibo, but it was for too little doubt, given that they were banning it out just for this man, the Shy Boy, who loves to play these kind of AP support kind of champions as the jungle.
The Shy Boy definitely did get his absolute favorite pick in the Zyra, as that was permanently banned against him again and again, but this time Old Gods did let that one through, as they are inviting the Shy Boy into picking that Zyra. Definitely, I think they have some plan against that specific champion, because even Asterix was scared to give away the Zyra to the Shy Boy. But Old Gods are not afraid to do so. Second phase of bans coming in, the Diana Mordekaiser are taken away, and Silas and Echo. I think Silas ban. Didn't Q2 play Silas in game number 2 or something?
I think that
Game
was
1?
on the side. I think that was the Unseen Blade.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So now because that was left open, they have to. But now Q2 does get a champion that he really does love, the Nefiri, right? He does play this quite often and quite excellently. He does have like star performances on it.
He did pop off in that one community clash when he picked up the Nafiri for the first time, and we were doubting that champion when he did bring it out. But boy, he was like some 10 kills at 12 minutes or so. So Q2 on his comfort pick, the Shy Boy on his comfort pick, Booyah telling his team to just lock in the Vayne instantly for himself. The Phoenix Gaming are feeling confident with these spicy picks coming throughout the board, as Old Gods stick to some stable picks, as Syndra being locked in for the side of Unseen Blade. He was against the Syndra for a match in the previous one, but now he will be using that for himself as Bob locks in the Gnar.
Yeah, and it's looking very well rounded from the side of Old Gods. You have a lot that can set up for the MF ults as well. If you do manage to lock them down with either the Wukong, the Renata ult, or even Gnar just jumping in Mega. We saw Hydra using that almost to perfection in the game that Phoenix Gaming did end up winning. It looks like we're hovering the Camille, and it is the Camille that gets locked in for Hydra in the top side to match against the Gnar. Bit of a skill matchup depending on how you want to play it out, especially with the range that the Gnar does provide. And now you can see the entire setup going on. I'm still going to be favoring a bit on the side of Old Gods just on the draft, but we usually see that does not make it out to the Rift eventually.
Definitely, the engage is there with the Gnar, with the Wukong disengage perfection in Renata Glass. High amounts of damage coming in from the Syndra and the Misfortune. But then again, these flashy champions picked up by Phoenix Gaming. Camille in the top lane can jump in from a screen away. Such a high skill ceiling for her. Nafiri, you know already Q2 what he can do with that champion under his belt. The Shy Boy getting his Zyra obviously is going to be the focus of attention, as all these teams who were banning it against him, and now finally he gets his hands on his favorite champion to pick. In the bot lane though, Booyah with the Vayne certainly is going to be a little difficult against the double ranged with Misfortune and Renata, but the Braum pick coming in is good, as that will keep the Vayne relatively safe, and the stacking from the auto attack resets available from Vayne is quick as well for the Braum. Good synergy, but still I don't know if that's enough to survive the lane against a Misfortune and Renata Glass.
Yeah, but if she does end up surviving the lane, it will be good for the side of Phoenix Gaming. They can do a lot of, as you said, flashy champions on their side. I honestly think even if Old Gods had banned out the Zyra, the brand was going to be coming in for the Shy Boy because he loves playing that champion as jungle as well. So they had to, do a bit of opportunity cost, think which is the better of the good. And unfortunately, the Shy Boy will be taking his Zyra, which is one of his favorite picks, as well as Q2 on the Nefri. As you said, had a very star performance in one of our previous community clashes. So we'll be looking to this man again for some of those kind of answers. But if Old Gods do manage to lock down even a single member of these guys in team fights, the damage that the Syndra and MF will provide, plus the amount of disengage that Renata does, it will be very detrimental to the side from Phoenix Gaming. As you guys do know, this is game 3 of the best of 3 series, right? Phoenix Gaming won game 1, Old Gods made a comeback in game 2. Now it's all for plays between these. Whoever does end up winning will be going up against G2R tomorrow, and sadly whoever loses will be unfortunately out of the tournament.
It's all to play for, no room for error, fighting for the place in the tournament, trying to get also close to that grand prize of 1.5 lakhs. So both of these teams do not want to be going out in the early stages of the lower bracket, but unfortunately one of them will have to part ways now, and we do not know who it's gonna be, as both Phoenix Gaming and Old Gods have taken one game for themselves. And Phoenix Gaming, in the game that they took, they were looking very dominant. Old Gods were very methodical with their gameplay, as they used their scaling composition to get the victory for themselves. So definitely it's gonna come down to the wire again. Both the games lasting for a long time as well, so more than 35 minutes of both the games, as these teams do not want to be taking any risks earlier on, and they want to play methodical, play for the objectives. Not a lot of kills in the early stages of the game as well in these two games. So let's see if the third game is going to be more of the same, or we finally see a shift in gears.
Yeah, like first game was Phoenix dominant a bit. Second game it was being matched up by OGs. It was on a knife edge to that last fight that broke out in favor of OGs, leading to their victory. And more crucially, it's this Atakan man. These guys just love this objective like it's nothing else. 3 fights been done around in the game one. In the second game, they baited so many fights around it until Drew got caught out in the mid lane, falling down. That is the only reason that OGs then thought about picking it up for themselves. They pick it up and go for it. But I really want to see OGs maybe try to this time get the feat of strength for themselves, because 2 games in a row, Phoenix Gamings are the one who have been getting, even though OG's last game did end up getting that first blood for themselves with that gang from the graves in the top side.
Yeah, and they lost it because of the mythic monsters, as W was getting those objectives time and time again. And for the side of Old Gods World, even though if they lost the feats of strength, they did manage to win the game. But I think trying to get the feats is definitely a strong objective for the early stages of the game. That just allows so much more agency moving towards the mid game. And Phoenix Gaming again, maybe trying to just show more of what they showed in game one, keep the aggression up and make sure that Old Gods do not get any avenue essentially to come back. And Old Gods, maybe they try to focus on their early to mid game, because in both the games they did fall back behind in the early to mid stages. They had to play catch up for most of the game. So these 2 aspects of the game, I think both the teams will be thinking about. Keeping that in mind, we jump right into the final game of the lower bracket, round 2 between Old Gods and Phoenix Gaming, as more of the same. Champions fanning out, guarding the jungle entrances, and don't expect any first blood actions invades coming on.
Yeah, and you can see W puts down that crucial ward for himself. Q2 picks up 5 gold just for marking that out, but now he knows where the wards are and he can go and go for it himself. The Braum is sitting in that bush in the river bot side to just see mark any kind of vision from the OG side. But after what Q2 has seen of the Sharine's top side, they pretty much know that they are not grouped up on the side of OGs, so they can play it more safe. He started with the longsword and the refillable potions in lane with his first strike against Unseen Blade, who will now be playing the Syndra that Q2 was playing previously for himself and now is no longer available to him due to the Fearless Draft rules. You can see the Wukong will be starting in the bottom side of the map, and while you can see the Zyra as well. So the both will be starting on the bot and going to the top side rotation. Zyra needs the blue butt definitely for her ability power, and the Wukong will be starting his raids instead of the red instead. You can see Booyah and Drew do really want to put in the pressure already over here. They're looking to put some plays in the bush, but instead they just walk up straight up the queue from Drew, not hitting what he wanted, hits the minion instead. And now you can see where the range of Vortex and Bobs comes into place. They're trying to put much pressure as they can with this, and they will be getting that early push in and hit that level 2 first.
Both the teams will try to get the level 2 first, as the push should be going towards the way of misfortune with just how the love tap and double up works, and being double ranged as well should be going in their advantage. As you see on the left side of your screen, Bob and Vortex did get level 2 first, as Booyah will just welcome the wave under the turret, try to pick up as much CS as he can. It is definitely annoying in the early stages of the game to farm under your own turret with the little amount of AD that you have. In the top lane, trading going on. Both the top laners at about half HP. Tracking the junglers. Both junglers have entered the top side of the quadrant, but Zyra obviously having the faster clear already at the second buff, whereas Wukong now just taking the wolf camp for himself, as Zuko and Hydra going toe to toe yet again, doing a lot of damage to each other. But the Shiva should be off the jungle and into the play for ganks or anything of that sort before the Wukong can.
Yeah, there's a ward also from Zuko there in that bush that will mark out the entry of Zyra if he does walk up. The wave is quite pushed up, so Zuko is keeping this in mind because he knows that Zyra will be coming topside because of the wards that were put in earlier from his team's side. So he now knows, he sees the Zyra, especially on his screen, has to back away from that exchange. Zyra is trying to put in some effort for him. Wukong is close by just in case anything does break down. He will try to jump into Shyboy, but he is one level behind Shyboy right now. Shyboy is taking quite a bunch of beating all the stacks of the Conqueror laid up. Now comes in Hydra to provide support. He does go in with his E instead of going out. He's trying to go for the fight. In the meantime, Q2 against Unseen Blade in the mid lane. Q2 is very low on mana, does not have much more in his arsenal that can break out. And you can see Hydra is the one who hits level 4 before level 3 of that Zuko on the top side. So just a bit of touch and play going by. Bot side one plate already picked up for the side, double side of the range of Vortex and Bob, and they are putting in the pressure that we expected from the duo right there. Here Nar gets his W stacked up, but the flash forward by Cyborg misses out. Flash match by Unseen Blade. Q2 tries to go in with his own flash, but gets sent back by the scatter.
Great reaction there coming by the Unseen Blade to flash away from the Shy Boy and surviving, making sure it does not give away the first blood for his team. Slow from Brom does connect, but the follow-up is not going to be available as both the teams still looking for their first blood objectives. 5 minutes into the game, 0 kills onto the board. Dead equal on gold. CS numbers pretty similar throughout the board. A slight lead in the mid and top lane for the side of OGs, though. That is where the 100 or so gold lead is coming from. But Dragon has spawned, and let's see which team tries to set that one up.
Yeah, Drake is up in the picture. It's the Mountain Drake and the first Drake of the game. Both junglers again on the bot side of the map. Hydra now putting in the pressure onto Zuko. Nice E in with the Q follow up. Puts a bunch of damage onto him. I guess the shield that neglects a lot of damage coming back his way. You can see Zyra is close by as well. Maybe he wants to punish the overextend of the MF and Renata duo and maybe try to do something. That was looking to maybe pick up the wolves in front. So as you can see, Booyah and you have to play on the back foot, especially for the first essentially 10 minutes or so, while Vortex will be trying to get as much farm as he can and pushing the wave so that it's harder for the Vayne to CS under the turret. Both the mid laner and jungler on the side of Phoenix Gaming have both flashes burned, while Unseen Blade had to burn his own just to survive over there. Zuko has now TP'd, while Hydra TP'd quite a while back, so he will be getting his TP timer up first. The Grubs have now also come up on the map, so now there are 2 jungle objectives to fight for essentially. Until yet, no first blood has been given over. Hydra has to EO it to try to get to some safety. Zuko hits Mega Nar, W's forward, R's against the wall, into the Q. Here's the flash forward by the Wukong from the clone, and he secures first blood for the side of OGs for the 2nd game in a row.
And that was all Zuko over there. Gets the Mega Nar, connects all of his skills, gets the ultimate properly, and allows Wukong to just fly in with the flash. Get the first blood for the side of OGs yet again as they go 1-0 up on the race for the feats of strength. As Phoenix Gaming will pick up the first dragon, that is going to be the Mountain Dragon, will be traded by OGs to pick up the first 3 set of Grubs, making them 1 out of 3 for the mythic monsters as well, and the race for feats of strength is on.
Yeah, definitely, and both sides have one of the epic monsters into their name, but crucially OGs have that first blood for themselves. Around 800 gold in advantage for them right now, and as you can see, Fated Ashes already picked up by the Zyra, is up in camps compared to the Wukong as well, who only has a sheen to his name. Will be picking up this Scuttle in the bot side to get some more added vision over here. But yes, OGs have 3 Grubs, while Phoenix had the first Drake of the game, that Mountain Drake. Now it looks like Zuko wants to put more pressure onto Hydra, especially after that play that was done to him. Has picked up the steel caps to negate some of the damage that Hydra will be dishing out to him. He lands forward onto Zuko, gets up the shield, but he's still falling a bit behind the trace, especially due to the range that the Nard does provide. You can see Brom is walking up to this bush to maybe try and clear some vision of himself, but the MF provides a nice little love tap to his face for his troubles over there. The shield negates some of the damage. Played on his first back, got the Berserker Greaves, while the MF picks up the BF sword.
Berserker Greaves definitely not that strong compared to a BF sword on a misfortune, as still Booyah and Dio doing fairly well to stay dead even in CS. 8 minutes, just the 1 kill on the board for the side of OGs. Onto the top lane where Hydra did fall down almost solo to Zuko as Wukong just came in for the last hit. The objectives being picked up equally from both sides as well. Bob will walk away, not get stunned, and again the top lane is the focus as Hydra has to use his ultimate to dodge out a bit of damage, and he does survive this time. A lot of resources being put towards this top side to shut Hydra down and get Zuko ahead of the curve. And for the side of Phoenix Gaming, should be careful as already Hydra is getting a bit camped.
Yeah, and Q2 nicely manages to crash the wave as well. Now Hydra has to be worry about people jumping into his lane any moment of the game. Has the TMA, has the Ruby Crystal, has a long sword in his pocket to go along with his D shield. Zuko now has a phase to add that movement speed to match the pace and mobility that Camille does provide. In the bot side, still not that much difference in terms of CS6 and now 8 up onto Vortex's side, but that's good given how Booyah has been completely pressured. Is a level down as well compared to Vortex. W will be picking up his blue buff, will be looking for more exchanges. Drake will be up in 2 minutes time. In the mid lane, not that much fighting still going compared to what was done in the first 2-3 minutes of the game. Because Syndra had gone for the roam, Q2 did manage to push the wave nicely in. Okay, Zuko's turning Mega Gnar over here. The W does land. His ultimate pushes him backwards towards the waiting arms of the Wukong. This is just a rinse and repeat at this point against Hydra. And you have to feel bad for the man, don't you, Fyro?
Yep, as Hydra goes down for the second time, getting focused a lot, being punished, not allowing him to get easy farm, but still is pretty fine in the CS department, does have the teleport available. I think the Zyra could have just left the wave, man. I mean, the guy has TP, he will pick it up. But Shy Boy just comes in for the tax, and now Hydra is an entire wave behind. As I think they were looking for the swap regardless, so Hydra walks in the bot side of the map to pick up the CS in the bot side. But still, that second death did put him a lot further behind than he would have liked to be.
Yeah, absolutely. Now Hydra is on the back foot completely on the side. Now Grub spawning up. You can see it's pulling in rotations from the side of Phoenix Gaming. Even Booyah is here currently, as is the rest of OGs. They are walking up trying to deny. Camille is unfortunately on the bot side, but does have the TP if she wants to make an appearance to the late fight. But Vortex, while walking up, has been caught here by Q2, being forced to burn the flash just to get to safety there at that mark. So that's now a flashless MF without any summoners as well for the next fight that breaks out. And nice work from Q2 to burn those summons away from the ADC of OGs. Now you can see it's a battle of vision essentially. That ward will also be cleaned up by Dew for his troubles. The Vayne is still a bit behind in CS compared to the numbers of the Vortex, but look, he's gone topside to maybe pick some up against the Wukong where he has the range, and Wukong has to walk towards the Grubs. Instead, in the bot side, Zuko is up against Hydra. What they were doing in the top, now they're doing shenanigans in the bot side. The Grubs have been started up by the members of OGs, and looks like Phoenix do want to contest this, but are in like half a mind about it. The Vayne is walking down. The TP has been triggered in by the Gnar. He is coming in from behind enemy lines. You can see the Vayne has to condemn the Wukong in his ultimate against the wall. One Grub has been picked up by the members of OGs. Fight is breaking out. The Zyra root does miss the ultimate, completely whipping as well. And Zuko is here for the punishment. He's gonna hit Mega Gnar very, very soon over here. He goes Mega. He hits the wall. There goes the members of Phoenix Gaming. Q2 immediately evaporated from the scene. Hydra is just shortly to follow. Booyah has gone into the ultimate mode. Has to cleanse off the stun from Zuko. Falls down, and Unseen Blade even survives with his life. Zuko putting on a mammoth performance on this start just about right now. Where are you going, Shy Boy, after you take that blasting cone? And it looks like OGs will even be able to pick up the remaining Grub and put them 2 out of the 3 epic monsters in that category.
Zuko should have been there helping to pick up that last grub to secure those 2 points, but I think they just forgot about that. They need to realize they only get a point of the mythic monster if they pick up 3 grubs for themselves, as that lone grub has just been forgotten for some reason.
Oh wait, what?
Maybe they will walk towards that now. It's just the 5 grubs now for OGs. They did not pick up that one, but absolutely massive shift coming in by Zuko Znar in that team fight. What was looking like Q2 coming in and changing the tides, it was essentially Zuko coming in the Mega Nar, getting a huge ultimate, running down the back line of Phoenix Gaming, and just doing so much damage coming in, staying alive till the end. And his jungler will be feeling good that he gave Zuko all his resources earlier on, and now Zuko has paid him back.
Absolutely, and a very crucial Mega Nard W also that saved the life of the Unseen Blade who was running away from the Vayne. Vayne has to cleanse out of it, but still ends up going down, doesn't even manage to pick up the kill at the end of the day. I think they gave up that grub because they want to match the tempo for the Drake that has spawned and that's now being started up by the Wukong. He does pick up the Hextech Drake for himself, and look at the amount of damage Unseen Blade is doing. Q2 has to flash out just to save his life. If that all had landed on him, plus that Syndra ult, I think that would have been a very dead Nefri in the mid lane.
And now, for the first time in this series, we actually have old gods who are up ahead in the early game, as Hydra does get the shutdown onto Zuko. Will take that 1-for-1 trade any day of the week because of the shutdown gold. Does complete the Triforce and has the Tiamat sitting in his pocket already. So sort of a misplay coming there by Zuko to give away that shutdown gold so cheaply, but it is what it is. And the Shy Boy, even with his Zyra not being able to do as much as he would have liked to, as much as we would have liked to see, considering how much the Zyra is constantly banned against him.
Yeah, absolutely. Falling a bit behind, but more crucially, the Wukong picked up the last grub. So now they have all the feats of, they have the 2 out of 3 feats of strength, and that's what they have got. They have that in their pocket, the upgraded boots, tier 2 boots to their name. So there's a nice play coming out of them to pick up the Drake, realizing that that grub can be picked up at a later stage of the game. They do go for it because of the added time of the Rift Herald coming in at 16 minutes. They have that time completely to play around with. Now Zuko, as you said, very cheaply giving away the shutdown goal towards the side of Hydra. Now Hydra's come back with a bit of a vengeance. Nice W into him, but Zuko's going mega. You don't want to fight with a nice dodge of the W with his ultimate. But again into the waiting hands of the Wukong, and W will be like, thank you, you're coming for seconds, and picks up that kill for himself. And looks like with this added, they'll even get the first turret of the game as well.
Oh, essentially, all 3 objectives secured by OGs: the first blood, the first turret, and the 3 mythic monsters, feats of strength done and dusted, and they have now built up almost a 4,000 goal lead at 16 minutes. And old gods looking very, very dangerous, as Phoenix Gaming need to be careful before this game goes completely out of their hands.
Yeah, they have to be a bit wary about what is going to be going on. But on the bot side, Booyah is channeling the ultimate. It does use the exhaust onto the... so Vortex uses the exhaust on Booyah. Booyah cleanses it away, is ulting forward, has to run forward. But the Renata is there to save. Hits the ultimate, blocked by the shield of the Braum. On the backside, Zuko is here as well. He is taking quite a bit of damage, and there's a lot of CC being put onto him. I don't think you're going to reach this Vayne no matter what. The ultimate was channeled in by Vortex. He has to run for his life, but he gets picked up by Hydra. Hydra, in return, gives up his own, and that was a pickup there. It's a 1-for-2 exchange for the side of Phoenix Gaming, and it was looking like they could maybe get out of it, but Zuko with his TP just not as crucial as he was during that fight in the top side.
Really a long extended fight, all started with Booyah trying to chase down the Vortex misfortune, and Zuko teleporting in with less HP was picked up easily by Booyah. Booyah puts himself up 2 kills compared to the 0 of Misfortune. Unseen Blade flashing forward, trying to press the outplay button onto Booyah, as Booyah will not come in range. And the Unseen Blade gets shut down cheaply as well. So, lot of gold being leaked now from the side of Old Gods, as they are looking to take down the turret in the mid lane, which is unprotected. They will be able to do so. So, they go up 2 turrets to none. And now their goal lead has shrunk somewhat, but still They are the ones who hold the advantage. 18 minutes into the game, 10 kills to 6. 3000 goal lead, have the 6 grubs, have the Hextech Dragon, and are sitting in the driver's seat for this early to mid game.
Yeah, absolutely. Carrying forward the momentum of the last game that was played in this series, they are channeling completely forward. This Syndra is putting in the work. So is the top side. Hydra honestly having a bad time. He has 4 kills, but he does also have 6 deaths. He has the majority of the kills of Phoenix Gaming. But anytime he tries to go for a fight against Zuko, there's a Wukong just waiting in the bush that he has to be mindful going forward. You can see Vortex here to chase away Booyah because they want to get the last tier 1 turret that is standing for Phoenix Gaming. That's instantly picked up by the likes of Zuko over there. Who is waiting in this push? If he gets caught out, it's going to be a bit troublesome. He does have members waiting in the wings with this Drake spawning up just about any second right now. And now it's all for fighting going down. Both teams have 1 Drakes. Whoever gets this will have the advantage in terms of at least Drake numbers at the end of the day. Vortex is getting slowed by the Braum. The Braum ultimate comes out, hits both the Renata and the MF. They're trying to run away from the life. Zuko's coming in from the side. He doesn't have his bar completely clear, but now he hits that Mega Nar.
Oh
Goes in.
my god!
Look at that MF ult and the Wukong combo that comes in over there. Syndra picks up 1, MF picks up 1, and they also pick up the Ocean Drake at the end of the day.
What a absolute monster combination coming in by W. Flashing in, getting the engage, knock up onto multiple people. Vortex just presses 1 button, secures the kills, and boy oh boy, the stars aligned for the side of Old Gods as they picked up those kills. Zuko will end up paying with his life for that, but I don't think OGs will be too mad about that. As the Atakan has now spawned in the top side as well, OGs will be looking to get a quick reset after their latest team fight victory and maybe make their ways towards that. And if anything that we have learned from this series, these teams love to fight near the Atakan.
Yeah, definitely. But this time the Camille is marching in bot side. She doesn't have her TP up right now. If OGs are keeping the timers on their mark, they will also be knowing about this. You can see Phoenix Gaming are towards the side of the Adakan. Here the Syndra here has come to match against Hydra. He doesn't have his own TP as well, so has to walk over towards that side. The Atakan has been started up by Phoenix Game. I don't know if it's as a bait or not. They're trying to see if members of OGs will be taking this kind of trap setup because only the Wukong has walked up over there. Atakan is still pretty chunky. He's still above 50% HP mark. Will be falling below that very shortly. And you can see the Renata, the Wukong, and the Syndra have walked up over here. And so is the MF, and they're pushing back the members of Phoenix Game because the Nefiri is not close by yet. The Camille is in the bot side against the Nar. Nar has the TP to get into the fight. The Camille does not. It looks like they're going to end up giving. The Nar is TPing him just in case a fight does end up going down, but the Artakan has been taken. The voracious Artakan has been taken
That
by
is
the likes
just-
of OG. And the Fury has to get out, but no, the ultimate after the W from Zuko, and W will be picking up his 4th kill of the game along with that Artakan, as well as that Guardian Angel buff that comes with it.
That is just such an atrocious play to make. I mean, you're starting up the Atakan with 3 members. The other members of your team, the Nafiri and the Camila, on complete opposite sides of the map. No one is there to, join the fight if it starts immediately. And they just leash the Atakan to about quarter of his HP and they just walk away, essentially allowing 5 members of OGs to come in and just secure that buff. I mean, 4 members of OGs. There is this complete lapse in judgment coming in for Phoenix Gaming, as either they should take the members and commit to it, or not leash it to a value where they just straight up lose it if they are looking to just bait a team fight out.
Yeah, they had chunked it down to almost below 50% as well. So that was a lot to, honestly, as you said, is pretty much a leash for the side of OGs. They can't even counter it. Then Q2 gets caught on the way out with a nice Mega Nard W from Zuko into the ultimate, pulling him into the members of his team. So now Phoenix Gaming definitely on the back foot over here, around 5k gold behind the members of OGs. 2 Drakes on the side of OGs, only 1 on the side of Phoenix Gaming. And very crucially, the Adakan picked up by the boys in blue right now. And you can see Zuko and Vortex with this additional Guardian Angels. Fear no member of Phoenix Gaming right now. They're trying to march it as much as they can towards this tier 2 turret in the bot side. They will be putting on the pressure. The Demolish will also be proccing as well. I don't think there's anything Phoenix Gaming can do but give up this turret at this point and maybe try and find a different avenue of fight.
Things looking very, very dire for Phoenix Gaming right now as 24 minutes into the map. Team fight breaking down towards the tier 3 turret. They do have the voracious Atakan, so they don't have to be afraid of anything. They can just take this turret, no problem, as they now focus their attention towards the inhib. They decide against doing that. I mean, they still have the Atakan buff available. I think they want to keep that one up on their champions for the dragon fight. The mid lane inhibitor is the only one which has been taken down, but damn, Phoenix Gaming, nothing's going in their way.
Absolutely. This is the game where they didn't even get the feats of strength as well. OGs are the one that have secured it, have the upper foot. So the later on it goes into the game, it's better for the side of OGs. The Shy Boy not having the performance that he did want on this crucial pick of the Zyra that was fortunately left open for him. Even Q2 on the Nefri, they did try to go for, a flashy plays in the first 3 or 4 minutes on the mid lane onto Unseen Blade, but Unseen Blade flash and the scatter was enough to deter the flashes matched by the Shy Boy and Q2. Booyah on this vein is getting some kills and is getting some CS, but he's not powerful enough to actually deal with any members. Has the Kraken Slayer, has the Ginsu's Rage Blade, but just maybe not enough. And Zuko with these Mega Nar ults whenever he's coming in, matched by the Wukong W's ults that come out. I've just been going crazy for the side of OGs, and now the Drake's coming up in 3 seconds' time, and it's imminent. Another fight is about to break out over here, Fireball.
Drake does look like the focus of attention for these two fights, as both the teams positioning themselves around this top side bush of the river, and Drake is gonna be started by the old gods. They are going to walk away from it. Both the teams on the tip of the toes. Finally, the fight begins. Flash forward from W, gets the knock up onto the Shy Boy. Shy Boy goes instantly taken down, followed by the Nar ultimate, which unfortunately completely whiffs. That just gives opportunity to Q2 to do damage on the background, but an absolutely monster misfortune ultimate coming in from the side. Vortex RH taking down the members of Old Gods and turning that team fight around even after the unfortunate Nara ultimate miss, and even after Wukong had gone down, as it was looking like Phoenix Gaming can come up in that team fight, but Vortex had other plans, as he will unfortunately be taken down by the side of Q2. I mean, they thought they could end the game.
I don't know why the death timers are not that deep from the side of Phoenix Gaming. It was a nice turnaround, especially after that complete whiff of the Mega Nar out by Zuko. We were seeing the man's praises, and unfortunately, that's when he ends up going for the miss. But Vortex does recover it with his ultimate time with Unseen Blade, giving that damage for them. But then, because of this overstay, now their death timers are enough for Phoenix Gaming to pick up the Ocean Drake for themselves and then equalize the number of Drakes completely in even Stevens right there. And Baron's also up for play, so the next fighting will be being done around this. Camille is going for a reset of her own, while the rest of the members are going towards the other jungle objective that is currently up, which is being that Baron. The scuttle has been taken by the side of OG, so they will have complete vision around that side for them. But it looks like Dew wants to put his additional own wards in a bit deeper towards the side of OG's jungle, so they know at least when they're trying to walk up to their objective.
I mean, still OGs need to be careful. They are ahead, but they are making these mistakes. They threw away their gold lead quite a bit. They're just 3,000 gold ahead now, as the Camille is scaling, the Vayne is scaling, the Nafiri with the Hubris gonna keep getting stronger and stronger as well. The Zyra, as well, as you put more items on her, she becomes so annoying to deal against, as OGs even though they're ahead and they're definitely on the front foot, but they need to put their next steps with utmost care, as Phoenix Gaming have all the tools available to essentially just come back and flip this game on its head.
Yeah, absolutely. Now it's getting a bit in the situation of the members of OGs who had such a huge lead, and now the goal lead is still only at the 3K mark compared to what it could have been, especially after what they thought they could have ended the game with a bit of a missed call on the part of the ideal of OG's side. Now, Unseen Blade has the double buffs. All members of the team have the double buffs, and they're pushing up further onto Q2 here. Q2 is trying to clear the waves out. The Baron is still up, mind you. Camille's on the bot side of the map, where she's been for most of the mid and later stages of the game. She's trying to get that wave in. Both Zuko and her have their TPs up if they need to come into any immediate type of fights. And it's just basically a battle of vision for the next 2 or 3 minutes, depending on how these teams want to launch at each other.
Game slowing down quite a bit as both the teams are preparing for that. Definitely a game deciding Baron fight. I think with the death timers being so long, the team who gets the Baron can do massive damage to the base of the opponent, as both the teams now just looking to get the vision down near the Baron, looking at the items at around the 30-minute marks. We have 3 items completed for the top lane in the Camille. The Nar just sitting on the 2 items, though. Well, you can say the boots count as 1 item as well when they get to tier 3, so you can count those in. The Zyra has completed the the Rylai's Crystal Scepter, as well as the Liandry's will be doing a lot of utility damage there with the slow and the burn ticking slowly but surely. 3 items completed onto the Nafiri, and just the 2 items and the boots for the side of Syndra. So all of these carries, they have 3 items completed except the Vayne. So Phoenix Gaming still has the opportunity to out damage OGs in a full-on team fight with the help of the Napiri and the Camille.
Yeah, it's absolutely just depends on who goes for the engagement and disengage that you're going to go for on your team set. And if you has the Hubris, has the Shredder's Grudge, has the Eclipse, so she is pretty tanky. Zuko against Hydra, where Hydra has finally got a level up onto this Nar that has been roaming around while Hydra is collecting a lot of XP, pushing the waves on the bot side for his team. You can see the only tier 3 turret and even the tier 2 turret of Phoenix is on the top side, while the rest has laid bare just to the inhibitor standing in the mid and bottom lanes of themselves. And they're setting up very nicely against around this Baron side. Look at this, there's a little bit of a trap play coming up. If you walk forward with just 1 member on the side of OGs, you have the chances of getting caught out. Dragon coming up in 50 seconds time. Whichever team gets it will have the advantage in those numbers, because both teams are currently sitting at 2:2. So we have a bit of time before we even get to see a type of Soul Drake type of team having it. The Baron has been sitting for quite a bit of time, 5 minutes since it has been alive, and the Camille just keeps on trying to hammer at this bot lane, try to split push much as she can. She's finally gone positive in KD as well, after how many ganks the side of W gave to him the top, while Zuko has fallen a bit behind.
Hydra was being focused quite a bit in the early stages of the game, and Zuko did play pretty well while he had the advantage in the mid game, had great engages coming in for his side. But as the time goes on, you would just expect the Camille to outscale the Nar, and that is exactly what has happened. As we see, the OGs now have started up the Baron buff. Teleports being channeled now. Unseen Blade taking down to less than half HP by just Baron damage. Now they're forced to back away, just trying to force some sort of play around the map because nothing's happening throughout. The teleport being channeled by Zuko in the top side. There might be a fight breaking down, as it looks like Hydra might get caught, and lot of CC, lot of ultimates being dumped onto Hydra, but he stays alive. And now this might be the opportunity for Phoenix Gaming to turn it around, considering the cooldowns are down. Let's see if they decide to do that, but I think the smarter play would be just to go to the Baron, to the Dragon, sorry, and that is what is looking like the play. The Nar ultimate is down. The Nar bar will take a long time to charge up. There's no flash on the Syndra, no flash on the Wukong, no Wukong ultimate available. This is the time for Phoenix Gaming to make their play and be aggressive for once, as most of the times they are not.
Ooh,
The Braum ultimate connects on to two people, but where is the follow-up? Phoenix Gaming still playing it so slow, so safe with the cooldown advantage that they have. And even now, the Dragon's been taken down to less than half HP. And again, they just walk away from the pit, giving the Dragon to the Wukong. And now the Misfortune in the background can just start cleaning up the members of Phoenix Gaming, as Hydra is trying to do as much as he can before he is taken down himself. Zuko is next to follow. Q2 jumps in, gets a kill for himself, but it is disaster for Phoenix Gaming yet again, as MF picks up a triple kill. It's a 4 for 3 in favor of Old Gods, and I think Phoenix Gaming are just too protective of themselves. I'm like, they are not as aggressive as they should be, even after they have the advantage, and they are paying the price for it now.
Yeah, absolutely. The Braun ultimate just not communicated the way you would want it. Schreiber going very low, but his ultimate will be saving his life. Plus the Braum that had walked up with him. Du is walking forward like a man on a mission, but taking quite a bit of damage. They ended up taking the inhibitor from the side of OGs. The last fight was a 4 for 3 in the favor of OGs, even after they had burned so much in that previous fight in the top kind of area near the Wraiths. But yeah, as you said, I think Phoenix Gaming just playing it a bit too safe, not timing the Bromwells properly, or like communicating what they want to do. I think they just wanted to use a Bromwell to just dissuade the members of OGs from walking up. But that's still not enough. OGs are the ones that end up taking the Drake at the end of the day. They are the ones that end up winning the fight. They are the ones that end up taking the mid inhibitor as well. And now they are the ones on sole point for the Ocean Drake.
And it's back to OGs with 6,000 goal lead. They are the ones, they look like they are playing to get the win. So it's a difference in between playing for the win and playing not to lose, and it definitely looks like Phoenix Gaming right now are playing not to lose rather than to play to win. But the team fight has now broken down completely. Misfortune is alive in the background. The ultimate will get interrupted though, as the members of the red team, Phoenix Gaming, are going down dangerously low. Zuko with the shield trying to stay alive. W gets picked up. Triple kill being picked up by Hydra, and now the game has completely flipped. An ace coming in by Phoenix Gaming as soon as I told they are looking like they are playing not to lose. A great engage coming in by Hydra, getting on the back line. The damage was there to follow. Complete ace. The dead timers are ticking. The minion waves are there. Is this gonna be enough for Phoenix Gaming to seal the deal?
It is looking exactly like that. I hope they just don't mistime their numbers. The wave is a bit behind. They're just using their members to tank the turrets instead. The Zyra ultimate use as well to provide some plans, but now the call is to back instead. They have realized that dead timers were not as shallow as they thought it was. Phoenix Gaming going to fall behind. But yeah, let's talk a bit about, let's see a bit of a replay also of that fight. Given what Hydra did over there, he went instantly on the unseen blade. Even after the scatter had enough damage to instantly neutralize him from the fight, even though when the Syndra was using her ultimate on him, and he was the huge talking point in the fight. They got the fortress, but because Phoenix Gaming stayed so late and did not end the game, this is going to lead over to OGs picking up the Baron for themselves, because there's no way Phoenix Gaming gets here in time with the amount of damage that OGs are dealing to this Baron right now. And the overstay and maybe not trying to secure the end of the game was a bit of a misplay from the members of Sri Lankan boys.
Now OGs do pick up the Baron Nashor for themselves. Game getting into dangerous territory. 37 minutes, 21 kills to 20. 3,000 goal lead at 37 minutes. Does not matter at all. All of these members who are in the carrying potential spot have enough items to do just that. And boy, these players, 12:50 AM Indian Standard Time, playing to stay alive in the Esports Club Community Clash. The nerves are running high. I'm pretty sure the viewers watching, they're biting their nails as well. I certainly am myself, as we can't predict who the winner of this game is gonna be.
Yeah, absolutely what you're saying. But if it is for Phoenix, it has to be the boy Hydra putting everybody in his backpack in that last fight. The way he went for the engage, getting most of the damage down. He was bullied for so long in the top side, and he has come back with a vengeance on his mind. He is trying to put it, but look at the members of OGs. They're trying to sneak their way into the jungle of Phoenix Gaming. They're walking around. They will be get spotted by that ward that was placed earlier on by you, and now it looks like they want to take the tier 3 in the top side, and Phoenix Gaming don't want to be giving this away for free. All members of Phoenix Gaming are around this point. Baron has been picked up. There's a lot of empowered minions. To look at the behind cannon minions that are doing so much damage in their Baron form, you have to neutralize some of that damage if you want to stay alive.
Phoenix Gaming getting overwhelmed by these minions.
Overwhelmed. One Nexus turret has gone down. One is the left standing, and it looks like Phoenix Gaming have to make their final stand if they want to keep going on here.
Phoenix Gaming preparing for their final stand as these Nexus empowered minions doing a lot of damage to their base. In the new patch, Nexus turrets do respawn, so it's not the end of the world if you lose the Nexus turrets. They will respawn after, I think, 3 minutes. So if they can just hold out for that long of a duration, they can have their tower back online. But it looks like OGs are not giving them any room to breathe. The Ocean Soul is up for grabs if OGs decide to go for that. But it looks like with the Baron buff, the play is just put in the pressure. Top side, mid side, overload this top side of the map, and now try to take down the fight. Now finally the fight has become Hydra goes in, the Unseen Blade uses the stasis to stay alive, but the Renata Glass ultimate not enough to dissuade them, as the members from the side of Old Gods will completely annihilate Phoenix Gaming. The Shy Boy, the only member left alive, and he's not gonna have enough to stop the side of OGs from finishing the game. And finally, by the end of 40 minutes, we have a winner. Old Gods coming back after going down 1-0 earlier on, completely destroying Phoenix Gaming in the following 2 games. I mean, the last game was very, very close. Went on till the 40th minute. So back and forth. And boy, well played to both of these teams. And Old Gods, what a performance. What a comeback.
Very well played from these boys. Even game 2 was a bit of a close margin, a bit of a knife's edge. Even this one, even further, that's so. But just that fight, I think just Phoenix Gaming overstaying a bit when they thought they could end in the base of Old Gods is what needs a detriment, because it leads to Old Gods picking up the Baron, going in for that finish. And it was, if you could see in that replay, Nafri was a bit pushed up at the top side, wasn't there in the fight. It was Zook who flashes over, comes into this, and nice MF ultimate comes out. The Golden Stasis comes in as well. And just OGs putting on a bit of a masterclass towards the end with a bit of their macro, and just well played from the boys. Unfortunately towards Phoenix Gaming, they are unfortunately knocked out of the tournament, while its OGs advance to face against G2R in the lower bracket round 3.
Definitely, what an intense series. This was one of the more exciting series that we had in the Esports Club Community Clash. Both the teams going head to head. You know, even the other series which go to 2-1, it's always like the teams which are winning, it ends up in a stomp. But this series, both the teams were just so close in skill. All 3 games going past the 35-minute mark and taking us along this back and forth ride. Especially the last game, it all started with, I mean, we'll just have a look at how it all started with as the Nexus knockout movements begin. And it's going to be all about OGs in the early stages of the match. They did get an early lead with the first blood, and they were about some 4,000 gold ahead by 15 minutes. It was all about OGs, but Phoenix Gaming were staying in, they were turtling, they were staying relevant, they were allowing the Camille to scale up, they were allowing the Vayne to scale up as well. And at one point it looked like the champions did. The Camille became so scary to deal with, going on a rampage, doing so much true damage, coming in. Absolutely no answer for the side of OGs. But unfortunately, for Booyah and for the Vayne, it was not enough damage.
Yeah, absolutely. And they were getting shut down. There's a lot of CC that was being applied to him as well, with the Nar coming in, Zuko with clutch during that fight that led to them getting the feats of strength eventually. Over here you can see the flash forward by the Wukong into his ultimate, knocks so many members up, continues to be the front line essentially over there while the rest of his team goes. Unfortunately, Zuko completely whiffs his ult, maybe try to do it the opposite direction, and there comes MF with the ultimate with Syndra damage, gets the double kill for themselves, and Q2's left running for the hills. And this is where OGs thought that they could end it, but unfortunately death timers were still very shallow, and you can see Phoenix Gaming taking complete advantage of this. Q2 picking up huge shutdowns in the form of the MF and the Syndra for himself, while as the Camille takes it from the Renata over there. The fight here where Braum had just used his ultimate, just not to anyone's avail. They had so many cooldowns as well on the side of OGs, but just a bit of frightening from the side of Phoenix Gaming that they back down just so close over there. They condemn the Wukong back into the Drake so that he even picks up the Drake as well. You can see that Booyah's trying his best to put this damage, but the Nar is enough to deter him from coming forward. The MS flashes forward, Q2 comes back in for the fight, but instantly almost going down, but not before he takes down the Renata as well. Here, this is the fight that I really wanted to see, is where you can see Hydra comes in. Just look at the Q2 damage that he does with his abilities over there. He will be picking that Syndra out of the fight. He's basically made this fight into two separate hemispheres over here in the top and the bottom part of it. By the time he comes back into it, the numbers of OGs are so low and they've been baited out so long. Their cooldowns have also come into effect. He picks up a quadra kill for himself, was almost looking like trying to carry Phoenix Gaming in his backpack towards the victory, but unfortunately just this, this last push. You can see in the top side of your screen that Nafri has pushed a bit too far over there. Zuko's come over this side. The MF is here as well. Nafri is completely away from the action. It allows OGs to go in. By the time Nafri tries to do it, he takes down the MF. It's unfortunately just a bit too late. Zuko with yet another excellent Mega Nar ultimate against the wall, locks it in for his team, and it's only the Shy Boy, the remaining member of Phoenix Gaming, that unfortunately has to watch his team follow around the demise and follow them suit, unfortunately out of this tournament, while OGs advance forward to face against G2R.
I mean, but still, for the side of Phoenix Gaming, there were quite a bit of questionable decisions in the last game as well. I mean, the Vayne pick, you just saw it didn't work out that well, even for the likes of Angel's Lotus. I mean, he did end up winning the game, but the Vayne pick did not do all that much, and they ended up going for that Vayne first pick regardless for their star player Booyah, and even the Zyra pick, which was always constantly banned against the jungler of Phoenix Gaming. He was not able to do anything till 40 minutes. He was just absolutely no sort of impact in the fights as much as you would at least expect from a late game Zyra, taking away the zone control, the AoE damage with the plants. Nothing of that sort was seen. At one point it was just looking like it was Camille against the world. If it was not for the Camille, the game would have ended like 15 minutes ago. So I think the draft went horribly wrong for Phoenix Gaming for this one. Looking at the scoreboard, 39 minutes and 42 seconds is what it takes for OGs to take down Phoenix Gaming. 26 kills to 21 kills, around 8,000 gold lead towards the end, but don't be fooled by that 8,000 gold lead. This match was just neck to neck till the very end. They had 11 towers to 6. They were ahead on every other objective that mattered, but Phoenix Gaming did hold their own. Unfortunately, did not have enough in the tank to take down OGs for a second time, as Old Gods in heroic fashion complete the reverse sweep. I mean, the manner in which they lost the first game as well, we would not expect that they would have it in them to bring it back, but boy, the amount of courage and the skill that they showed is just big rounds of applause for them as having a look at the Rift Renegade MVP for this final intense match of the series. It's gonna be the AD carry Vortex RH with the misfortune. I mean, I can still think of the team fight in which he flashed and had the crazy angle with the misfortune ultimate, essentially turning the team fights around. The misfortune ultimates in these team fights towards the end were the turning point. I think without the MF ultimates coming in, it would have been completely a different story. He made sure he kept Booyah in check, and he made sure he got those items and those damage numbers in. And for me, Misfortune definitely deserves it.
Yeah, he did very well, but it's very easy to give it to a lot of the members on that team,
true.
given the performance that was brought out, right? He does have his crucial people, but you have to talk about, Zuko getting a bit ahead because of Wukong going in the top side, a lot being done that way. Unlike, the Zyre on the side of Phoenix Gaming was not putting on the pressure that the Wukong was delivering for them. So all in all, you honestly could give it to anyone, but yeah, the crucial MF at the end of the day did secure that MVP for the side of that MF, because yes, very well played. Even the last team fight where members were going golden, he was using the ult, the Nefri was out of the picture, he gets the damage off, he does sacrifice his life, but it's for his team to win that game. And at anywhere, you'll give the life of your ADC just to win the game, no matter what goes down. At the end of the day, it's a very precarious position to play. You have to be aware of the problems. But yes, that being said, there you have it. Phoenix Gaming is unfortunately out of the tournament. OGs are moving on to the lower bracket round 3. That will be coming up tomorrow. They will be going against G2R. So it's going to be a bit of Pakistan versus Indian kind of players over there. But let's see what comes out at the end of the day. It's always hype when you have a bit of battle between the nations. A lot of banter going on. Even in the YouTube chat, you get to see it. So please do tune in for that highly anticipated series tomorrow. And that is it from me, Madness, alongside Fireball for today. And we hope to see you soon.
Never back down, never hide in the sand. If you ain't hear the message, let me say it again. Yo, let me say it again. I survived. I survived. I survived. I survived. I survived.
Barely breathing, don't let go. Hear the whispers, listen close. I know you've never strayed from the fold, but that's how freedom begins. Bended knees and broken bones, a bleeding heart never bleeds alone. I am one of many cries. We are far from the ashes. Rise up, break the cage, be the lion, be the storm, be the strike of the lightning. Rise with the dawn, rage like the sun. This is what we came for. Revolution. Burn your bridges, make your choice. Fight your demons, raise your voice. They're only silent if we're making noise. So let the battle begin.